Hello, one and all, and welcome back to Sunless Skies. When last we left off, we had started to explore what Albion had for us, where London lies upon the sky, here in the high wilderness, and we have plenty more to explore. We've been around the block a little bit. Just continuing along. These are some of the first areas we had explored. We've also hit up Whirlbury Juxtamare, the most serene mausoleum, and where we certainly left off doing, explored around the Avid Horizon, and the home bureau of where it lies. The stair to sea at that, which I've never actually poked at. But yeah, that's why our terror is still really high. Hello everyone, welcome. I hope everyone is doing fantastic. If today's stream seems a bit lower key, it's because it is. I've been feeling it all day. The good old aftermath of getting a vaccine. Like, amazingly, the arm soreness hasn't actually been too bad. But oh, my head. My head has been hip zip. So, we'll see how much we do here tonight. Might not be a longer stream, but I'll do what I can. I will do what I feel like doing, because I did want to do some. Really did want to do some. This is a chill enough game for the most part. I figured, I can get some out of the way. But yes, at the moment, our officers include the Clay Conductor, the Dropterous Hoarder, the Repentant Devil, the Incautious Driver, and then a mix of mascots of the Blemigan Voyager, the Skyward Urchin, and our adorable, inadvisably big dog. Who's a good boy? Who's a good doggo? Yes, you are. As for our train, we have upgraded to the Aggravating Class Juggernaut. This sleek little number here, which we have dubbed the Byzantium, because I think that was one of the names of our Sunless sea ships, and I'm all for continuation. Especially when this is Specialist Narem. As for things on the agenda, I don't know if we can get any gemstones. We'd have to get lucky with bargains, I believe. However, we should be able to acquire literature. Specifically, Ministry-approved literature for the Clockwork Sun. That we do want. Because we need to make it, for in the name of Whirlbury, we do need to make a run to... We do need to make a run to the Sunless Skies, the Clockwork Sun, for that purpose. Also, sorry if I do things like that, and just butcher all my words. That's also because of my current state of being. Yeah. Good, I swear. I am streaming on my own accord. It'll just be a little bit of a silly offbeat stream. But it's fine, We have our juggernaut. We have our other deals. Now, the thing here is that we currently do not have literature. However, if I remember right, which shockingly I actually remember this because it's been a week and my head is just throbba. We have ministry-approved literature being auctioned in handsome quantities at the mausoleum. And as we've seen from our prospect, the Clockwork Sun lies southeast. The mausoleum is southwest. Ish, basically. So, if we just take this quick jaunt to here and are actually able to get all the books we need, we can then just swing off this way, and we should be able to find the Clockwork Sun. The Clockwork Sun is not difficult to find, usually, so we should be good. If it comes to it, which we don't want to have to rely on it, but if it does come upon what we need to do, we can get ministry-approved literature here at Worldbury Juxtamare. It'll be our backup plan. An out-of-the-way backup plan, but a backup plan nonetheless. So let us get started, and of course start off accidentally shooting things we shouldn't. Damn me and my trigger finger. The Patient Princess. From here, her throne, Her Majesty can look out over all of London, at least when the smog allows. But yeah, my mind is certainly in a weird spot. Hey, the Crown of Misery courtyards. This has been a profitable route as far as exploration goes. But I mean, that's why I went this way. Rosenbaum's Consequence. Because we hadn't gone this way before. Let's just zoom in a little bit. There we go. But yeah, our terror is still a bit high, which we're gonna need to keep watch on. Ah, hello, this is gonna help though. Our local graveyard, our local pauper's graveyard. Let us reduce our terror by paying our respects. Then try not to run into the coffins in an act that would be kind of silly. Okay, Mausoleum does sell both. This is good. It's like, while it's nice to find deals on like supplies and fuel in Sunless Sea, it is also... there's also a sort of relief in just being able to get supplies where you want to get supplies. We went a little bit gung-ho there. That's fine. We always just use the repair option on these guys anyways. Because I'm not going to be sorting through the dead. That's just not for my captain. It's like, just repair ourselves off what resurrectionists we find. And leave the poor bodies in peace. We've already been disturbed enough as is. Alright, that's an assay deal. Don't need to go close to see that. Oh, what is that thing? Oh, it's just a start. It's just an explorer. It's fine. They can just stay mad from the stars over there. We'll go over here. Hey, come on. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, man. Shoot. The incautious mausoleum stares in bleak horror at the mausoleum. Never. I couldn't be so trapped. Fair. Fair, my friend, fair. Here we are, back at the mausoleum. We go to here, we still need those, and right, their bargain was just crockery. Or rather, is just crockery. We don't need to worry about that. What we do want, though, is an opportunity. Literature in the most serene mausoleum. The dismal chamberlain, the most senior of the deathless who reside in the mausoleum, has been declared missing. The other deathless have organized an auction of books from his private library. After all, the Empress's stipend only extends so far, and all have apartments in need of refurbishment. Should he return, well, perhaps this will teach him a lesson about disappearing without due notice. Oh, we needed a favor bestowed, too, here. Well, luckily we happen to have that. The luminous cardinal presides over the auction. He promises fairness, but he clearly has his eye on the Chamberlain's poems and ballads. Ooh, 50-50 shots. Well, let's flip that coin. And we have lost. Cheating. The auction is heated. A compendium of John Dee's private diaries is introduced at the last minute. You are forced to concede as the deathless outbid each other, offering successively greater sums of hours. It is against the spirit of the auction, but who is to stop them? Certainly not the Cardinal, who joins in the bidding himself. You leave still heavy in pockets, and no richer in reading opportunity. Ah, so that's a pretty shitty opportunity, then. Alright, then. Fine. I just can't contemplate the dead sun again. Yay, success. The conquest of heaven. Smoke still rises from the sun's smoldering core. The wound that slew it is clearly visible, a great rent torn in one side. Star stuff, long since cooled to the color of coal, spills in the sky. When Her Majesty entered Albion, she slew the sun with an experimental weapon, an unclear bomb. Then she claimed the sun's throne and dominion. Leaving the remains here is a clear message. Not even the suns are above the Empire's reach. And now that we've gotten the success and failure of that, we do not have to worry about it. About tempting fate, which is just lore. Now we can speak with the Engraved Mourner again. Hello, Engraved Mourner. Gonna increase our terror some more. That's fine, that's fine. Quest to hold a ladder. So the deathless view. You have gained some more favor. And now, the reason why I've been saving up for 3, because I am terribly curious what this is all about. Once we're back here, we shall see what this is about. Unique bargains for the deathless. Because, well, I've never done that. I'm curious what it is. I'll tempt fate. Let's get a couple more of these, and, let's reduce our terror by a little bit. It's pricey, but it's alright. Alright, well, time for the backup plan then. We're really Juxtamer. It'll be more expensive, but we are still going to profit off of it. But our opportunities for books are rare, but we are in the area where we can purchase them. And thus, we very much do need to purchase them. Yeah, speaking of which, I'm thinking on things. What were our work orders again? Rolls of Thirsty Bambacy. That's right. I don't have any of those. I hella don't have any of those. Alright, let's head off this way for our route this time. Because generally if we don't cut through the graveyard, then, well, we won't run into anything trying to kill us. The Ministry Monitor is not trying to kill us. Unless we don't accidentally shoot it or some such. We won't. We won't. Try not to. Ugh. You know, all I can say is, with the timing of how I'm feeling, I'm glad I did Eternal yesterday. I'm glad I do Eternal yesterday and then Sunless Skies today. Doing Eternal in this more muddled state would probably have been a recipe for disaster. But I was still pretty loosened then, and still feeling pretty alright. Now that I've gone, meow. Well, a nice, chill, sunless skies is certainly a better deal. Certainly a better deal. Let's leave it back in Soul Sunshine as well. Yeah, let us keep to the plan. We'll bury Juxtamer over there. Then, in principle, we can instead swipe along this route. Definitely not skirting too close to what is clearly the misty horrors that are right there. We don't want the misty horrors. They're horrifying. Do I have any poor reports at the moment, or did I turn all those in? I think I turned poor reports in. No, I did not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I probably should do that. Although we won't really be hitting up any of these, so meh. Showed imprints will also be fine. It's no big deal. No big deal either way, really. We won't be hitting up those places in this rotation. We don't have a port report in World Birth, though. Hey, the Staff Fire and Steel Yards. Always nice to see the places you chop at. The World Birth report. We might as well get one of those while we're there. Can reduce our terror by proxy as well. Shops line these lands, embezzled with densely lettered signs. God bless Her Majesty indeed. Or who knows what the fuck she'll do to us. I laugh, but it's not a joke. Oops. There's that London descriptor. Ah, pardon me. Spitalfields Market. That's what I intended to remark about. But that sneeze was just in a holding pattern. And sneezes in holding patterns are the most deadly of sneezes. Waiting, watching, waiting to be lost, which I sure as hell don't want to lose a sneeze. Alright, Phil, enough it is. We do not need to lose a sneeze. Losing sneezes is bad. Tremendously bad. Let's see here. It was, yeah, 5. 5 books for the Clockwork Sun. Some more buildings on the outskirts here. I'm just gonna buzz by for exploration's sake. They might not have name, but they do have Fog of War. I do like getting rid of the Fog of War. Then I can more accurately judge routes and such. And judging routes, well, judging ideal routes is always a beneficial thing. Like this, I don't believe there's a cut-through path right along there. There could be, but I could also just head straight there. But it's the mystery that makes you wonder. As it always does. As mystery is always so inclined to make the mind wonder and explore in places it might not want to explore. But that is alright. For exploration's fun. Tremendously fun, even. We're working on our way through to our next level up. Hi! I forgot you all could be over here. I very much forgot you all could be here near Worldbury Juxtamare. It makes sense considering the eyeball we saw earlier just pop up out of nowhere, but I still kind of forgot. Do note it. It's like, ah, yes, that's right. The mist of Worldbury. Fog rises from below, seeping through the wooden slates of the dock. The fog rises from below. Oh, wait, that's 6 seconds. The crowds waiting in the queue begin to sing. A watery, ululating tune of no discernible melody. Join the song of the mist, it rises from the crowd, spreading slowly. Offer sanctuary aboard your train. Most of those queuing are unsettled by the mist. A few are frantic with terror. This would be a good recruitment opportunity. Sell protective talismans to the crowd. Yes, yes, terrifying miss. You have just the solution. Nah, that's not very us. Recruitment opportunity sounds like crew members, which, Let's see what the Song of the Mist is all about. The mists recede. As the final harmony dies with it, and peace is restored. Even the memory of the song and your part in its choir fades from memory. Looking down, there is something in your hand. A doll embedded with many small sticks and bound with rope. It has no face, but its stare is no blanker than those on the faces of the people surrounding you. You've gained one otherworldly artifact. And a lot of creepiness. Anyways, let us, if you're permitted, let's see here. What have we not done? Don't think we've done footwear. Fabulous footwear. With all the finery on display, the footwear is possibly the most avant-garde. with fashions that border on ludicrous. Exciting. It is the courtier who goes to his knees, latticing your foot between his long fingers. In the frame of his black-on-black eyes, your reflection is that of a stranger's, wild and otherworldly. A personal touch is all he says. The courtier does not permit you to rise, nor does he allow you to pick your shoes. Instead, he ferries you options to sift through. High heels, sensible clogs, equestrian boots in the softest leather, open-toed slippers, sandals teased together from gold wires. When he is finally satisfied, he considers you for a long moment. He turns to a wardrobe and hands you several garments, all your size. Once you're dressed, he dismisses you, shooing you into Whirlbury Juxtamare. There we go. Anyways, we don't need to go to the office. We don't have their stuff. We do, however, want this port report, and then to get rid of our terror by a little bit. Say as there's consider the strangeness which would give us items. Oh, you tricky son of a gun. I got what I deserved. Fine, game. You win this time. Not gonna stop me from doing it again. Ah! 'Cause I'm a fool! Leave swiftly. Almost like we gain more terror than we earn. Let's try that again for the intended purpose. We've done everything here, so we don't need to worry about this. Come to the wilds. A charming tea room. Some more rubbery lumps. And some more tea. And ended off with even more tea. All the tea. There's a reason I'm doing this. And that's because of our destination. Ooh, fruits of the sea. The things that glide through Whirlbury's ghostly sea of mist are not, let's face it, fish. But if we call them fish, we don't have to think about what they actually are. Recently, a school of them was found grounded on the port's pebbled beach. What a sight it was, a local remarks wistfully. The stars a-shining on their membranous wing fins, their mouths all gulping for the vapors. It's actually buy a few of these. Still want some money for this. A little bit more for this. This is why we didn't want to go all in on things, because it's more expensive to buy it this way, without a doubt. But it is alright. We shall go and get some profit off of this, and we'll be getting more off of what we're about to do, which is continuing some story-related stuff. Skyward Urchin. I spy with my little eye something beginning with M. Is it mist? Oh, Skyward Urchin. Is it mist? I love obvious. I spy. Oh, gods. The mist muffled all sound as though your engine is wrapped in cotton wool. Excuse me, pardon me, I don't want any of your noise. Bye. So long. Good day, creepy eyeball who decided to haunt me again. while I am in my current semi-delirious state. Good day to you, spiny eyeball. And good riddance. I'll be gone, thank you. They are creepy sons of guns. That's insane. No need to worry about that. Vacant habitations molder here. Another of Albion's failed expansions. It seems like that show that while Albion has achieved a lot, it is still a struggle. It is still 100% a struggle, even for London. So south-southeast. It'll put us somewhere out that way. We want somewhere on that way. And trust me, I'll know when we're in the right area. Okay, that's a route back into London, I'm sure. Good to know. We're to go that way. We head back to London. Alright, mist. We do not want mist. This time around, we do not want misty mist. A bleak and stony stretch of sky. However, getting away from the mist is what we want. Because that is a good sign that we're out of that zone. And one of the glorious is not a bad sign either. I might be taking the long way, actually. I probably should have kept going forward a little bit. But I decided to follow the glorious dreadnought for some reason. It's fine, it's fine. All roads are gonna generally go to where ought we need to go. Some just might be less efficient than others. It's fine. We want to explore the areas eventually. Ah, and this makes it worth it. Pay your respects. These, if you are going for terror management, are some of the better things. Also, you'll be noting, yeah, a little bit of a change in scenery. Also, more coffins. Ooh, that's a new option. Investigate a mysterious gleaming. Some of the coffins sparkle under a shroud of glass dust. And what's that amongst them? Something larger, winking with starlight. Oh, the game tempts me. The game tempts me, you temptress you. Oh, you temptress you. Do we bite? It's a pretty low chance. It's a really low chance, to be perfectly honest. But I've never seen that. But then it's a low chance. Nah. We'll refrain. We need to reduce our terror for what we're about to do. We will refrain. Because we have found the Clockwork Sun. painted devil skin glistens in the lights. Calm as glass. Sun blazes gold in your windows. The Clockwork Sun. It's, I'll note, a support that's considered a terror. Yeah. The Clockwork Sun. The greatest achievement of British engineering. Visitors are not encouraged. And now, as we are given a good picture art of the Clockwork Sun, one can realize its scale of presence and its similarity to the Dawn Machine. Yeah, it's no coincidence, I'm sure. It's all the artificial creation of the stars. Whether it's down underneath or up here in the high wilderness. No boy, is it a sight. I do like the visuals of the Clockwork Sun and its implications. Sun Spur. The dock is rarely used and its maintenance has lapsed. There's evidence of rust and metal strain, but only of non-crucial components. It's safe to stop for now. Once inside the dock, the sun's scoring light is diminished. Arrival at the Sun. An outpost on the roaring edge of the sun, shielded from malevolent light by an eggshell of stained glass. Light is malevolent, alright? And that is why it causes terror. As you emerge from your train, suit-swaddled engineers gather, plainly astonished by your arrival. They bombard you with complex questions about how you dealt with dense sunlight and skewed chronosolar fields. Once satisfied, they hand out protective suits to you and your crew. Yours is patched and torn, one boot missing. You successfully reached the Clockwork Sun. Shrug into your suit. An engineer sprays you with a substance that smells like lemons gone wrong and searches your pockets. A cursory effect at best. They seem distracted. Sunlight seeps like syrup through cracks in the stained glass ceiling. The floor shudders in time with the churning machinery far beneath your feet. The air has a taint of chemicals, bonfires, and rain. Pistons pump, and cogs turn, and suit-swaddled figures tend to the enginery, bellowing over the shrieking metal. Write a port report. The Clockwork Sun is the preeminent symbol of the Empire's heavenly domain. The newspapers in London call it enduring, everlasting, eternal. And this is influenced by the strength of the sun, which you'll note has currently gone down to 78. The heart of the Empire. In response to your questions, the engineers shrug. The day dawns, the sun brightens, the night comes, the sun dims. What more is there to say? Some of them seem so exhausted they can barely stand. They insist it's proximity to the sun that affects their sleep. We have our port reports. And we now have one yearning, burning. That is a familiar modifier from both the Clockwork Sun and the surface. But first things first, let's go to the bazaar and sell some things for 90 apiece profit. Boop. The dazzled sequencer thumbs through the books with little interest. I'm sure these will do, though some of them seem frivolous. I prefer hymns myself. How fitting for a sequencer. Gained 1 vision of the heavens, 150 experience, and 10 the strength of the sun. Hey! An expulsion of problematic material. The dazzled sequencer sells buckets full of armaments retrieved from Azimuth. Terrible hazard, all these instruments of lethality lying about the place, and most untidy. Keen to get them off the sun. Very keen. Yeah, sure, we'll oblige. Yoink. Because there are prospects here that, do actually require things. Do require that in munitions in specific, so we want those. So it's like, you have 3 options here. Head towards the sundial-shaped building. You'll be the sequencer's new favorite project, one of the engineers tells you. It'll keep him out of our hair for a while. Visit the glass house. There's a dozen signs warning you to stay away, each more insistent than the last. The engineers shout, but they're too busy to stop you. Descend to the vaults beneath the surface. The vaults below are safer, protected by a dozen layers of stained glass. Let's do this, because we need a visit here. Azimuth. Azimuth is an enormous sundial without shadow. It's roof topped by a golden sharkfin gnomon. There are still racks of yellowed pamphlets on the walls. It once served as a kiosk, selling tickets to sunspotters, the pilgrims and tourists that were expected to flock here. These days, it is more like a temple. Frescoes on the curved walls depict the triumph of the new sun over the old. Ooh, we gained experience by coming here. And more yearning burning. A figure in a yellow-collared protective suit is delivering a sing-song sermon to mostly empty pews. The dazzled sequencer looks up, delighted at your approach, and hurriedly wraps up his speech. He offers you tea with a flash of 2 white teeth. Ask the dazzled sequencer about his role on the sun. The only other people up here are disturbed prisoners and exhausted engineers. The sequencer's function. I'm a priest of the new sequence, declares the sequencer. The brightest truth, the wildfire that has swept Albion. He points you at the expanse of the sun. There burns a beacon, a savior, an aspect of God. We venerate this clockwork sun and its immortal architect, our empress. I'm here to greet pilgrims and safeguard the souls of our engineers. Azimuth is also the only access route to the sun-shattered dome, an exhibition hall that was built back when we received more visitors. The dome is terribly dangerous, and I advise you to avoid it, no matter how much you hear about the priceless artifacts inside. Yes, bearing the temptation there. Also, you could indeed request access to the sun-shattered dome. Beyond Azimuth lies the maze of abandoned exhibition halls, crowned by a magnificent broken dome. No, we don't want to worry about that. The sequencer has a request. Together we can help the less fortunate, he says. You'll be compensated for your time. A charitable mission. There are many poor souls out there in need of our help. Beleaguered, ignorant masses. I've never met them, but I assured they exist. He pauses to wipe his eyes. When we lift them from their contemptible state, perhaps they will come to appreciate the greatness of the sequence. He sends an orderly to fetch a wooden crate. Once it's set down before him, he wraps the lid proudly. 600 manuals on how to correctly tie a bow tie. Deliver these to Brabazon Workworld, and I'm sure they'll be immensely benefited by their improved understanding of etiquette. Deliver the well-intentioned package to the Brabazon Workworld. You now have one well-intentioned package. It's well-intentioned because the sequencer certainly means well. Its value, on the other hand, is questionable. Deliver the Whirlbury Ministry's request for aid. Between one of the dazzled sequencer's breaths and the next, you find the opportunity to speak. The sequencer's aid. He stammers dizzily to a halt, trailing parables about power lines and stars in ascendance, trains plumed with light. There's no one I can spare. No, none of them. His brow furrows thoughtfully. There's an explosive in the dome. You could take that back with you. It isn't very pretty, but it is quite loud. You can have it if you find it. If you promise to be very, very careful. It was meant to end the universe, and I've honestly forgotten why they gave it to me. Oh, gods. Nothing to worry about here. It is hard to tell if the dazzled sequencer means that sincerely. Nevertheless, he details the ritual that must be performed to activate the device. If you find it, you will need to request access to the sun-shattered dome and locate the bomb there. Ah, goody. We will have to do that. Oh, then. Fortune goes to the bold. Request access to the sun-shattered dome. Reluctant assents. The sequencer obviously takes his role as gatekeeper seriously. He fusses around you, checking you and your crew's gear, tugging on straps, checking for rips, wiping your stained glass goggles with a silk handkerchief. All the while he spouts an endless stream of warnings. Don't enter the Shalimar. Never travel in a group of 3 or fewer. And resist the urge to sing, no matter how fiercely your throat burns. And for sequence's sake, watch the condition of your suit. With that, he pats you on the back, hands you a brochure, and sends you through the heavy iron door to the dome. Your state of your suit quality is now 4. We are in search of a bomb. Alright then. Exploded Shalimar. The light has deprived these plans. The dazzled sequencer warned you away from here. Oh, lovely. Cost valuable time and entail greater risk. But treasure beckons around the corner. You know it. We do need to search elsewhere. Because we have a bomb to find. Exhibition halls built to accommodate sunspotter tourists and sequence pilgrims. And abandoned after the dangers of the sun became impossible to hide. Priceless paintings hang in bleached rags. Magnificent relics have been left to accumulate glittering glass dust. Is anything still intact? The stained glass sky has collapsed. An unfiltered sunlight gnaws savagely at your hazard suit. It is currently undamaged, though a little shabby. You find your path blocked by a tangle of bleached white foliage. The Shalimar Garden exploded from its greenhouse long ago, feeding furiously on the sun's light, until it swelled to a jungle. Let's search elsewhere. Each moment's precious. In the time you waste, your suit degrades a little further. Your suit has been damaged, a few panels have loosened, and the joints are fraying. Ugh. A scream. One of your crew is staring in horror at her hand, which is suddenly shriveled and sprouted liver spots. The light can do strange things to the flow of time, and you seem to have strayed into a bad patch. Oh, gods. I do not know how to navigate this place to where we need to be. One moment, please. Do we go for this bomb? Where do we go, indeed? Sun Shatter Dome it is. I know I'd have to have done this before, but I do not remember it for the life of me. But I know I had to have done this before. Okay, we don't have to. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay, so we just need to explore elsewhere until we just find it. Explore elsewhere is a randomized value. Yeah, I think so. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. This is the safe way of doing it, clearly. Your suit has been damaged. The stained glass goggles are cracked, and a sleeve has torn up the elbow. It's dangerous here. Oh, fuck's sake. And also completely randomized for what we're trying to do. Yay, it's the Shalimar again. Like I said, randomized. Your suit has been damaged. There are splits at the seams. Sunlight seeps into your skin. Oh, I get the same deal each time. Ah, damn you, game. Damn you and your random deal. Your suit has been damaged beyond repair. It falls off you in tatters. And we didn't get the proper one anyways. We got everything but. You come across what looks like a glittering gold carousel. But instead of horses, it features glass bottles as tall as you. They're each filled with a near impenetrable liquid, and within dark shapes writhe sluggishly. Your suit hangs in rags. Your crew are panicking. Their suits are in a similarly lamentable state. You push them too far. Oh, we needed to just... Oh, we just needed to leave. Ah, fuck. That's unfortunate. Disaster. Light floods you, and a sickening sense of peace that must be fought with every fiber. Something glass cracks inside your head. A tumult, a stampede. Your crew run, shoving in their haste. Someone falls. It's only when you arrive back in Azimuth and conduct a head count that you realize one of your crew was left behind. In the dome beyond, you hear a familiar voice raised in rapturous song. Ah, fuck, this was a different sort of carousel, one where you need to get out before one. Ah, inconsistency, my nemesis. And now we have lost another, and we don't have what we need either. Fuck. This is what happens when I'm just in a mess state. And also when carousels are different. Let's send to the vault. The Terepshore Vault. Beneath the machine-bristling surface, you find a ring of 9 vault doors, each engraved with the name of a classical muse. 8 are locked and barred, behind signs saying things like vacant or under renovation, or, in one case, unfortunate chronological discrepancies. The 9th, marked Terpsichore, is the only door open to you. When you enter, your footsteps ring through dusty barracks and abandoned canteens. These are the engineers' quarters, but they are all on the surface working, except one. The broken steward has been working on the sun since before it first shone. She has been here far, far longer than any of the engineers above. And there they are right there. The broken steward makes her way carefully toward you, and cane clacking on the floor. She has a markedly stiff-limbed gait, and her arms creak as she removes her helmet. Pack out into the poison light. We're fine with that. Speak with the broken steward. She smiles, her teeth glint oddly. She catches you glancing at her mouth and smiles even wider. Her teeth are shards of cracked glass, protruding at odd angles from her gums. It's not just the teeth, she says, with a brusque air that brooks no sympathy. Damn sun turned my bones as well. Terrible nuisance, really. Gets in the way of work. You notice her fixed neck, her stiff limbs, her careful movements. It's not too bad, she says. Good thing I like soup. She's taken that in stride, and also should help explain why we've been going through glass on our reach up here. Something about the Clockwork sun turns things to glass. Is this just the same thing? Yes, it is. Okay. Let us return back out to the poisoned lights. And now we need to wait. We need to wait to get in there again, because if we were to head here again, it is not an option. Yes, we can ask him about his role. But it's not there, so we need to come back, unfortunately. We need to come back. Also, the decommissionary. A cheerful signboard lists the goods on offer. Her Majesty's finest coal, and Her Majesty's finest stained glass sunproof windows. No comestibles, though. Nothing edible grows here. Yeah, indeed. So let's get some distance from the horror that is the Clockwork Sun, and, we need to spend some time, effectively. Oh, fuck it, let's explore a little bit. The remains of a building, burnished by poisoned sunlight. A poison that causes glass. Pleasant. Pleasant indeed. Let's head off this way into the breach. As you can see, it is a horror. Well, it is... Rotter here. No. You. Stop that. We need a better gun. But we need money to invest in a better gun. Donk. That gave hours, if I remember right. Which we shouldn't have done because we're full. God damn it. God damn it, me. Why do you do this to myself? Oh, well, piece of fuel. Yeah, the one we spent 20 on, we make up for it. Like I said, I'm a wee bit scatterbrained at the moment, clearly. And it shows. But damn it, I still wanted to do some Sunless Skies. So I'm doing it. Body and state of mind be damned, I'm doing it. Spent a good chunk of the day asleep. I want to do something productive. And this is something productive. Obviously. He's back into the mist, which may or may not be good. We're just kind of exploring around. We want to head up at some point. Like here. So I'm just wrapped. Hi. Nice cry, Spencer. Yeah, you take a face full of that. The sky is the color of roses, like the setting of an aging sun. As one should well remember, we want to range these because they have... because they have a melee attack. Oh, god damn it, me. I was not meaning to press both. Days have worn thin in this corner of the sky. Your drivers watch warily for wefts of unraveling time. Get out of here. A tree. We actually have room in our inventory. Let's get some bronze wood. One of the few sources of bronze wood around these parts. Ah, we have a horror here, I see. A weft of unraveling time. You've strayed into a place where the weave of time has frayed. The sky groans. The borders that separate past and future crumble, and your engine is dragged in. Allow yourself to be pulled into the weft. You will not emerge unchanged. Command your crew to escape the weft. They falter, haunted by times they thought they left behind, or cowed by glimpses of fate's plans. You bark your orders. What do I want here? A weft of unraveling time. And all the new stuff here. Time is frayed. And, we might just, we might just delve right in. Who knows? We... Do not remain unchanged, it says. Boom, boom, dun, dun, dun. We might be losing people if we do, though, so I mean, we might still get pulled in anyway, so we might as well try to explore. Obviously, messing with time is dangerous, I'm sure. But yeah, we might as well give it a try. Oh, hey, nice. A narrow escape. You drag your locomotive away, and don't stop until the past is behind you, and the future in front. As it should be. The Horological Office in London might be able to tell you more about your encounter. Whoa! That was funky. That was a funky effect. Okay then. Alright, we also have something horrible next to us, both horror and creature-wise, which is why I jumped into here. Skyhenge. You tether your engine to a circle of menhirs standing on a wide stone ledge. The tallest towers over you, the height of 3 men. You can brush the top of the smallest with your fingers. The rocks are rough, weathered. Far beneath the plain, other vast stone plates turn remorselessly. Here, the megalithic monument is still. But the place feels akilter. You stumble, as if dizzy. Whisper Sky Story to the tallest tree. It is said the stones are lonely. Sky Story, 50% fortune chance. Step inside the ring of stones. Stoker's tales say that if you bring an offering to the circle, to the hour of hours to the circle, you will receive gifts in return. We actually do have hours. Leave the ring of stones. There's nothing for you here. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Sudden snowflakes snag on your eyelashes. The snow is not falling. Frozen in place. You cut a tunnel through. Behind you is a moor, blanketed in white. There are no menhirs in sight. Before you is a slab of stone, lit by a final slant of winter sunlight. Around the slab is a gathering of tall beings. Their heads and necks are as long as and sinuous as swans, rising from the narrow collars of their white feathered robes. Give a gift of hours to the beings that live between seconds. This is what the stories say they desire, after all. Or leave with your hours. You have changed your mind. You have to wait before you can return inside. Let's gift them. Said, in for a penny, in for a pound. Ooh. A loaf. Lonely. The beings consider you, but say nothing. They wait. Your crew lift the barrel of hours onto the stone slab. The stoker pries the lid off. As the geo tumbles out, there's a flurry of motion. The translucent beings cluster around the barrel, gathering up the geodes with boneless limbs. They pass them out, cradling each one gently. One being spills a shimmer of bright gemstones, their color riotous in this white place, into your arms. The others begin to crone softly to the hours. You've lost one barrel of unseasoned hours. You've gained a vision of the heavens. You now have one cask of Navartine gemstones. Ooh. Ooh. They cluster close, croning to each other. Return to your engine. The creatures are entirely occupied with the hours. They have nothing more for you. An anxious welcome. The tunnel you cut through the unfalling snowflakes leads you out. The closer you get to where the stones stand, the more the air thickens, until it feels like fording a river. Abruptly, you are on the other side. Fortunately, your engine is here to greet you. A navigator hurries to meet you, obviously concerned. Whatever the date should be, it is not. It is not the date that it was. Oh, we can still do that too. What's the risk? What is the risk? Horrible, nasty things, I'm sure. Skyhenge, the less pleasant place of, well, yeah. But else, we're gonna try it anyways. It says the stones are lonely. Ah, failure. Oh well. Just a story for the stones. You cling close to the cold rock and tell a story to a hollow in the stone. Nearby, your crew watch, clearly unsettled by the superstition. Your tale is finished. You pull yourself from the menhir. There hangs still, nothing. Perhaps the stones have heard that story before. Right, just a loss of that. Leave the Ring of Stones, there's nothing here for you. Time to get the hell out, Dodge. Hello, welcome to the Panickers method of getting the fuck out of Dodge. I'm your host, Durham, who panicked themselves into a wall, but that is still a better alternative than facing that fucker head on. I accept this as an acceptable casualty, and press onwards. Back to London, because my terror is up the wazoo. This feels like the long way. Those are the buffed up Scriv Spincers. They are nasty motherfuckers. I'd rather not deal with them at the time being. It's 73. Oh, I'll be a marauder. How's it hanging? You're pacing me. Stop it. There we go, that's what we'd like to see. That's not what I was trying to do. I mean, it's one way to assert our dominance, but... And this is why I'm a fan of the shotgun. Guess ours is a blunderbuss at the moment, but it will be a shotgun once we get a better one. Unusual cargo, repair your hull. Yeah, let's get some repairs in. Gained a net of 9 on that repairs, and honestly, that's not a bad trade-off. Your invisibly big dog whines pitiably, afflicted by the dread that permeates your engine. Aww. Poor doggo. Let's get the fuck to London. You can tell we're on the right track because of all the blistering machinery. Ah, the Blandford columns. It's a named place. Hey! So we now know that this part of the landscape is just horror after horror after horror. Good to know. Honestly, is good to know. We did get something out of that, but it's certainly good to know that that this piece of Albion is just all the fresh horrors of fucking nonsense. HML Hilarion does not get rammed by a glorious dreadnought while we're at it too. We've been through timey-wimey bullshit. Just leave it at that, glorious dreadnought, and part on our peaceful ways. And yep, we have indeed confirmed that this is a route. Technically, that's a route too. The important matter is routes. Back to London are legit the most important routes you can find. Routes back home. Don't worry, crew. We're heading back to London. I know we've lost a person. We are heading back to London. We'll stop by the ministries first, because port reports, but still. And because it's literally right in our trajectory, even more than London is. Yeah, have some brandy. Take your brandy. Lavish off your brandy. Cost me money off your brandy. Slide into the ministries. That still counts as our London terror reduction, I'll note, which is useful. History of public decency. And let us deliver our port reports. We have 6 in all. Pop this into finance on your way out. We have gained 6 ministries gratitude, 600 sovereigns, and 6 strength of the sun. It is now 92 searing. Again, we're still given offers, but we're still gonna get one of these because we fucking can. Because we can, thus we shall. Let's go to the office. Report your encounter with a weft of unraveling time. As soon as you mention the weft, the chief horologist springs up and closes the door to his office. There. Now we can talk more openly. His apprentice 3rd class. New work. These outbreaks of unruly time are politically sensitive. I assume preventing or repairing them is beneath Her Majesty's dignity. She is, of course, terribly busy. Our office has been instructed to make such repairs as we can. We have invented the raveling jacks, simplified hour looms that can reweave time's torn fabric. If you would assist, we'll pay for every weft repaired. Unfortunately, the jacks only work from inside a weft, a delicate operation, and I'm afraid the machines are fragile. My superiors insist we demand a small deposit before you requisition one. Ah. I see. Acquire a raveling jack. It is, for all intents and purposes, an hour loom small enough to fit on a locomotive, which can be used to repair wefts of unraveling time. The office will release one to you for a modest deposit. The raveling jack will take up a slot in your hold. 100 sovereigns and no unraveling jacks. Submit to your observations on mended wefts. The office will pay you handsomely if you can produce evidence of repairs made to incidents of unraveling time. You'll gain sovereigns and the gratitude of the Ministry of Public Decency, and improve the state of the Clockwork Sun. Let's just take one aboard, why not? A new friend. The jack is a cumbersome machine, with an improbable number of arms and wheels. It comes with an almost indecipherable instruction manual, and a stern lecture from the officer in charge of the supply closets. When you enter a weft, you may try to repair it. There is a chance the jack will break. Return with evidence of repaired wefts to receive payment. You may return an undamaged jack to reclaim some of the deposit. We might as well see, because it's something I've not done, and claim the deposit for it. The office can always use such devices. But no, we want to see what we can do with this. See if we go to our hold. Yep, there is a raveling jack. Essentially a more or less portable hour loom. The raveling jack can be used to repair wefts of unraveling time on behalf of the horological office. Well, there we go. Let's slip into London proper. Fuck's sake, me. For fuck's sake. That's what I am right now. Dreadnoughts rumble through the London sky, watchful as sheepdogs. Wrong fucking way, me. Hello, hi. This is a glimpse of Narem that has lost their mind. Hi, it's me, mindless Narem. Blip. And let's deposit some shit. Like that, like that. Please say there's more prospects. Oh, thank gods there is. The Celestial Exhibit, Glass to Whirlbury. An exuberant architect at Whirlbury Juxtamare intends to construct a glass hall to house a public exposition of curiosities from across the heavens. He requires 5 panes of stained glass. Whirlbury Juxtamare lies to the east-northeast of London. Aye, Cybershot. The sun, 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 the sun. Indeed. Appropriately, it's my mindset at the moment as well. I've lost my mind in a flurry of vaccine-induced mind blubbery, wubbery, shubbery business. But I still want to do Sunless, guys. So it's appropriate that we went and visited the Sunless, the Clockwork Sun itself. Oh, it's fun to lose your mind to terror. Yep, in-game and in real life. Hey! Although this isn't terror. This is just the body's immune response just fucking with me. Whee! It's fitting, though. Glass can be reliably purchased at, guess what, the Clockwork Sun and the Mausoleum, and often salvaged from deranged dreadnoughts. Or the troubleshooter troublemaker info guide. I have not looked at that guide. Or the grinding scripts in 14, even if it's just custom deliveries. I have not looked at that guide. I can't sympathize with custom deliveries because, yeah, been there, done that. Have done that. Not guide, grind. Info grind. Right, okay. That makes more sense. Like I said, and I'll clarify again. I got the new COVID booster yesterday. I didn't feel it yesterday while I was doing Doom Eternal. I am feeling the vaccine today, so I am scatterbrained. Forgive any misinterpretations of things, because I'm very scatterbrained. But I still want to play this game, damn it. Still wanted to do it, so I am. For better or worse. Fulminous festivities, fireworks for Parliament. Zealous Under-Secretary is already planning next year's Guy Fawkes Night. A vital celebration of parliamentary democracy and high explosives. He wants the festivities fireworks to be seen and heard all the way to London, and is prepared to pay well for 3 carefully packaged crates of sufficiently dangerous munitions. By all means, an opportunity. Bacalary whispers of new black market set up at the floating parliament that sells crates of munitions at bargain prices. We also have plenty of munitions on our own. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I just finished doing some deliveries to Endwalker Army. I now have all the 590 script tools. Nice. I need to look into doing some more of those grinds in 14, because I've not finished all of them. I think I still need to level up my jobs even at that. Yeah, I still think I need to level up stuff too, but in fairness, I kind of slightly grinded myself out just a little bit because I went heavy into the island sanctuaries. I went heavy. I have pretty much everything I want from them now, but oh gods, did I go a bit heavy into the Isle sanctuary. So yeah, taking a little bit of a down low after all the island sanctuary, and then once I'm feeling back into things, I'll dive back into matters again. But I went heavy into the island sanctuaries without a doubt. I did not have maxed my rank, all mounts, all haircuts, barding, minion songs. Yeah, the only thing I didn't do was every single mount. I got the motorcycle because the motorcycle is fucking nice. Made 2K blue things in the island. Yeah, I've especially if you use the guide thing, you can really efficientize how much you get. Yeah, motorcycle is a really cool mount. I got the motorcycle. I didn't care for the... I'm forgetting their name at the moment, but I didn't really care for the vegetable mandragora kind of deal, so I didn't get them. But I got the motorcycle. No guides. I'm sure you can do with the no guides. It's highly possible. but takes more of my brain power than I'm willing to devote to Island Sanctuary. Got them because I got enough tokens. That is fair. That is more than reasonable. You have them, you might as well. I didn't have them and didn't care to go to the effort. Here's St. Dominique's. Alright, we did get a new thing here, which is one of the officers I wanted to get, because their story is really good. Did everything with no guides on it. That is perfectly fair and perfectly manageable. I just didn't want to bother having to deal with just all the supply, demand, the ups and downs of the market, and ugh. It's shockingly complex for something that's supposed to be relatively relaxing, so I didn't want to bother. So yeah, speaking of terrorists, by the way, dear God, your aunt is here. And if you're anywhere familiar with the Sunless universe, dear God, your aunt is here. Find that kind of thing relaxing to summers. That is fair. That is perfectly fair. So yeah, your aunt is here. Dear God. Somehow, she has found her way to the high wilderness. She is trying to get your attention with the frantic waving of her horrible hat. I know you've seen me. Listen, I've quite exhausted my possibilities here. I am a serviceable quartermaster. I have friends everywhere, and my scones are to die for. How's that for a curriculum vitae? Now, let me aboard. Is she even your real aunt? Either way, you will have to deal with her. You could say, not now, auntie. Locomotives are no place for aunts. You can always recruit her later, though you will risk her wrath. Do not fuck with an aunt's wrath. It is a terrible wrath. In the Sunless universe, you cannot escape your aunt. You will not escape your aunt. Submit, for the aunt is inevitable. Employ your aunt as your quartermaster. Filial piety demands as much, and she does make a damn fine scone. This'll get you a quartermaster, who will increase your iron by 6, and your mirrors by 2, and all you need is a savage secret. Boop. She smiles with sincere delight. Here, take my bag. Her bag is very heavy, and my hat. Her hat is also very heavy. Your crew are alarmed when she boards your engine. Their alarm only increases when she begins to pass comment. After a thorough survey of your locomotive, she graces you with a smile. There's work to be done. She has extracted gossip from you before she has even boarded. This woman is skilled. Like how the cursing censorship is lore. It really is lore, and it's hilarious. I don't censor it myself because I know what it is and I don't mind saying it. But yes, I do love how it's like, this isn't a choice of the developers to like, for ratings or anything. This is an in-universe censoring that was also present in Sunless, see, and also in Fallen London. It's in-universe censoring. Just to make note for the record on stream and in proxy by VOD, it very much is an in-universe censoring. Damn, bloody, those sort of things. It's in the lore, and it's kind of hilarious. The Ministry of Public Decency extends into many an avenue. But yep. Love when games explain their choices. The Lobotomy Corporation explains why the game it looks all shitty. Yeah, fair. It's that combination of mechanics and story that are always great in a game. Without a doubt, they are great. Anyways, learning about your inconvenient aunt. Your aunt is aboard your locomotive. You have recruited the inconvenient aunt. You have lost a savage secret. And if we go to our officers, there is our inconvenient aunt. The aunt is formidable, but well-intentioned. She's a force better on your side than any other. And she does make rather good scones. Like, speaking of in-universe things, aunts are terribly powerful forces in the Sunless universe. Beware the aunts. I like how it's like, in comparison to this, the inconvenient aunt provides 6 iron, compared to 6 veils, 2 mirrors, which is similar, affiliation establishment, in comparison to affiliation bohemia, and +1 aunt's advice. I don't actually recall what +1 aunt's advice does, if anything, but it's present. I just don't remember at the moment, in being a long while, combined with my adult mind, what +1 aunt's advice does. I don't know what aunt's advice does. Yeah, even Cybershot doesn't remember, so it's like, it's present. It might just be a gag quality, just it's there, it's present, to reinforce that, yes, it's your aunt, she's there, and she's giving you advice, whether you like it or not. The inconvenient aunt. She has taken over one of your nicer cabins, which she has ruthlessly redecorated. There is a preponderance of ugly ornaments balanced precariously on tiny tables. Hideous anti-macassars adorn every available surface. Your aunt occupies a felt armchair in the center of the horror, where she spends her time either knitting or solving truly mind-boggling, cryptic crosswords. Converse with your inconvenient aunt. I'm rather busy, she insists. Perhaps if you tell her something ghoulish, she'll pay attention to you. You need a tale of terror to expand it. We will be doing so. It's not that you don't remember, I just don't know. That's kind of what I meant. I don't remember. You seeming a little bit more up to date on your and remembrance on your knowledge. You just don't know. Yeah, I get you. If that came out otherwise, I apologize. Let us tell her something ghoulish. An evening's entertainment. Oh, it reduces terror. Hells yeah. Good lord, are you alright? She immediately bakes you a batch of scones. Yay, scones! She doesn't even comment on the order in which you apply the jam and the cream. Huge deal here in the British Empire. I know it will cheer you up, she says briskly. I've been invited to a little soirée by Bunty. She pauses. An old school friend. I think she's head of the Deniable Constables now. You come with me, won't you? It'll take your mind off of things. She considers for a moment. I must warn you, it's a very particular evening. Old enmities put aside, that sort of thing. It's at Carillon. Ah, back into the Reach. Just like the Trucker's Order is back into the Reach. You're to attend a soirée at Carillon. And there's also the Second deal. The second deal, which we'll just do, just to say where her deal is, but we won't be getting rid of her because we do want to do her story. It's an interesting story. One of the few stories I fully completed on an officer, and I do like it. This officer, which is why I'm definitely glad to have our Chopper's Hoarder, or our formerly Mr. Hearts, is I've never had this quartermaster before, which fascinates me. On top of being a former master of the bazaar. Secondman, listen to your auntie's suggestion. She's baking up a storm. This usually means she wants something. Possible employment for an aunt. Done this story on most officers, I think. Yeah. I've gotten some progress way with the clay conductor. Not fully finished, but some progress. Chief engine, the incautious driver, I'm pretty sure I've done a good chunk on as well. Don't remember fully if I fully completed it, but I think I fully completed theirs. The Repentant Devil, I might have gotten some progress on, but I don't fully recall that as well. This officer I've never had. But the aunt I fully completed, and hers is a very fascinating one. The trade-off is you have to deal with your aunt, but sometimes sacrifices must be made for the good of story. But yes, possible employment for an aunt. Just an idle thought, she says, presenting you with a new batch of sourdough loaves. She frowns at the consistency of the bread, as though she expects it to get its act together sharpish. But if you wish to make use of my full arsenal of talents, you might want to grant me shore leave at the Most Serene Mausoleum. Her eyes gleam behind her horn-hemmed spectacles. I have ideas. But if you think I'm more valuable aboard your engine, that's up to you. Your aunt will be able to generate barrels of unseasoned hours for you, while seconded at the Most Serene Mausoleum. But we don't want to do that. See what your aunt is up to. You attend a soiree at Carillon. A smell of baking wafts through your locomotive. Uninvited, it emerges that your aunt is holding a tea party for those of your crew plagued with bad dreams. You're not invited. It's nothing personal, dear. They just won't feel able to speak freely if their captain can hear. They know they can always trust Auntie to keep a secret. She closes the door. So it be, so it be. Let's see here. We have our fuel. We have our stock-ups here. We have our munitions. So let us go up to the relative safety of the... Left. Can't believe I actually pulled that off. But anyways, let us go up to the floating parliament and stop by Brabazon Workworld in the process because we have some unintended deals. Some well-intended packages for people. So this is nice. With 600 slots in the dresser, I don't have to feel guilty by having crafting tools as glams. Truth, I'm so glad for the increased spots. Also, we're a bit in busy skies here, it seems. Monitor and 2 dreadnoughts barely missed hitting each other. My weaving tool has a succubus on it. Of course I could use that. Fair enough, fair enough. I definitely was able to use the expanded glamour slots in the dresser to free up a lot of space in my retainers. I'm so glad for more dresser slots. Then again, I still have my own inventory full of other glamour stuff because I just have glamour sets that I can easily just bounce between. That are more that are more in number than the glamour slots. So, trade-off. Trade-offs. Have to catch you play FF sometime. I've not actually done it on stream because I don't think I really do anything interesting in 14 on stream, but I do play it. I'm on Belmont. Because yes, I am a role player, and I like role playing. So I enjoy my D&D sessions that I have as well, and I'm always on board for as much of that as I can do as well. But yeah, I've usually never streamed it because, honestly, I just kind of like doing things on my own pace in that game at times. But yeah, I have a lot of friends there now. Plenty of friends. Yeah, I know, it has a reputation. And honestly, the thing people need to realize is that, for the most part, people tend to keep to their own. It's very proud of you. I mean, if you want pride on that accord and showing that I'm fully certainly just fine with these sort of deals. In characterly, my female Duskwhite is in a relationship with a female Ora, so yeah, I'm fine with that sort of stuff. Love whatever you damn well please. I play a female Duskwhite, and my primary classes in character, and just because I enjoy the classes are Sage, Gunbreaker, and Machinist. You'll notice a common trend here, and that's I like techie-related stuff. Oh hey, do you have a Duskwhite too? Listen to me, Glory Straightnot. Have fun. Jamel Morgan's teeth. You like things at you. Yeah, I like guns. I like guns and lasers and mechs and the like. I'm all on board with that shit. Mine likes magic. A male Duskwhite, though, that is also rare, but then again, Duskwhites are just rare in general. So, yep, we are a rare breed. Obviously, if you want to see what my Duskwhite looks like, it's very easy now because, well, it's my profile image here on Twitch and pretty much everything since I got the art. But yes, my Duskwhite, she likes technology, she likes magitech, she's a very engineer type, but she's also pretty well a healer. She's a healer, she's protective, and that's why I can make all three of those jobs work. I'm glad to make them work. It's hard not to get a baby face or jerk face on male lesson, but I can say I did it. You do what you can. You do what you can. Should check her out in game one day. Yeah, my character. Yeah, I'm glad to show off Duskwhites and also see fellow Duskwhites. We're a rare breed after all. We need to stick together. The last day. Hey, we can record some more crew from here. Let's do it. Getting a couple more crew to be back on board. Ignoring the crew we lost in the meantime. But yeah, I definitely have been getting a desire to just delve back into 14, so I'm probably going to be getting more of my off time on just trying to get some of the more grinds that I left behind, because I really need to, let's be honest. Need to level up my gatherers, need to level up my crafters. Gotta get my levelers and crafters in shape. Turn the bit between. I haven't joined a fellowship called the Elven Enclave, but it's basically dead. Mostly just do expert and weekly normal raids and my island. Fair. That's the fun thing about 14. It's like, you basically do what you feel like doing at the time, and you're not punished for not doing something because that's how they've designed the game. And it's great. I used to play WoW. WoW started to become a real chore to do things. I'm glad to be able to take breaks and not be completely left behind in 14. I'm glad for it. I'm very glad for it. Here we go. Deliver the sequencer's care package. When you explain the nature of your delivery to the overseers, some appropriately downtrodden workers are summoned. The summoned workers are exquisitely downtrodden. Talking of expert, I should do mine. So if I go quiet, that's why. Fair. I just appreciate you having around. If you're doing things on a different monitor or whatnot, I do not mind. It's how I watch a lot of streams. Stream on one side, game on the other. I'm used to bouncing between screens. But yeah. I really do like my Duskwhite though. It's been ages that I've been just pining to get art of her, and the fact that I now have not only a piece of art of her, but also just like all those emotes of her as based off her as well. I am such a happy camper to have just some actual art representation of my character to kind of just like, yeah, this is how I like to see my character. All in just someone's brilliantly well done art style. I usually watch mines, but some things I can pause, others I can't. You definitely can't pause an expert. Unless you have a real emergency, then usually people are willing to just wait around a little bit, but watching a stream is definitely not a real emergency. Had a friend that drew my lesson, and I've been using that as my Discord picture for years now. Oh, expert pop-up, still listening. Yep, fair enough. Good luck with your expert. Don't die horribly. But yeah, having art of your character is a feeling you really do not know until you get it, and it's like, ah, now I see what my friend has been talking about and has been thriving off of getting a ridiculous amount of art. They've gotten a ridiculous amount of art. I have my One Piece and my emotes because I only have so much income to work with at the moment. And what I did spend was kind of an investment in my stream to hopefully help with it. Well, help with all that accord. Yeah. I definitely changed all my profile pictures to the art that I got commissioned because it's like, yep, I want this as, like, all the profile pictures. And by all means, I made it all the profile pictures. The summoned workers are exquisitely downtrodden. The overseers take vocal pride in having gone an extra mile on your behalf, and carefully selected the most miserable of a bad bunch. The amassed laborers shuffled their feet, apparently expecting a trick. Finally, a filth-faced man steps forward, ducking his head in greeting, and fumbles the package open. He picks out one of the bowtie manuals and stares at it for a while. A series of emotions pass very visibly over his face. Finally, he inclines his head and thanks you without inflection. Yeah, I don't think that went completely well. It's definitely not what they need. but the sequencer does not know that. To take you straight to the hideout. Can't let us go straight to the hideout. And let's return to the back streets. And write a port report. Because I want a port report here, because I want money. I desperately need money. Penny for a time, I do not have those. Turn to the bit between and your locomotive. Speaking of which, I don't think I checked what deals are here. Oh, hi, hours. I really do not need to buy hours at this point. I have too many hours. So, let's not on the hours and head forth. No, they're a good deal for hours, but I have so many barrels of hours sitting in my damn inventory. I would probably be better served going that way by Big Ben. Oh, fuck you, burrow beneath. I'm not sacrificing my people for you. Piss off, you damned burrower, and your many eyes. Begone, shoo! I have succeeded against you. I have navigated your stupid realm of being mad at me for getting after Oathbreakers. Not even getting after Oathbreakers, just telling them to get back to fucking work. They can complain about their oaths on their own damn time, borrower. As one might notice, we did get the Clockwork sun to bright for the moment. We also happen to be running into an abnormally huge number of the glorious variety of dreadnoughts. I do not believe that's a coincidence. Not 100% sure, but I don't believe that's a... Oh god. Hi! Hi, hi. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, you terrible glass thing. His own self, a crewman sniffs. The very biggest of Bens. If you hadn't pieced together before that this was Big Ben, well, there's your very, very obvious clue. Good old Big Ben. And now be a marauder, who is solely in Big Ben's name. We must kill them. Yeah, I need to invest in some better quality weapons. That's really what I need to do. Because then I'll feel a little bit safer in this area to encounter other deals. The Marauders, I don't mind. Case in point. The Marauders, I do not mind. I know how to fight Marauders. And by proxy, the Resurrectionists and stuff. Some things are definitely a lot worse than others, though. Like that glass dreadnought that I passed by. Those things are horrifying. With their rapid-fire gun that is on a swivel. I mean, we fought and effectively died to one before, so I have displayed as much. They are horrifying things to fight. The other horrifying things being the little terror deals. Little glooby globby deals that I'm kind of forgetting their name because, well, scatterbrain. Hello, floating parliament. I have bombs for you. Everyone likes bombs. There's an opportunity, our opportunity here. Munitions at the floating parliament. A black market bustles beneath the decrepit spires of Parliament. You get it for 250. If we are accepted. A black market bustles beneath the decrepit spires of Parliament, where once Whitehall stood. The gentlemen, a group of smugglers from night-clad Eleutheria, organized the sale of unlicensed arms to thugs, murderers, and the occasional MP. Between apathy and careful diplomatic relations with the First Secretary, the Whitehall market is left undisturbed. It meets irregularly and only on days when the bell can be heard from stained sevens. The gentlemen are here today. Their eyes are watchful. Request to trade. Your offer will be taken to the seller at an unknown location, and if accepted, you will be taken to meet the seller. I wonder, does that get rid of our... We have risk of losing our money. I don't want to lose our money. Really wouldn't want to. Do. Go here. Ooh, we can. We can lose our money here. Which means, fuck you, black market. Be gone, good riddance. I do not have the excess money to spare on chances. I definitely do not have the excess money to spare on chances, especially when I already have the explosives. So, no. Not today. The protest? Ah, yes. Now we can enjoy scones on the lawn when we are in possession of our aunt. Not like Auntie used to make. Your aunt examines the scone with professional distaste. I suppose one shouldn't complain, she mutters, but marches off to have a quiet word with the baker anyway. You eat the slightly stale scone, complete with lashings of jam and clotted cream. No more worries about how to properly do that when our aunt is about. Compile the reports. Let's, I don't know, have a bit of a protest. Rah, 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 rah. Because we can. Alright, now we go to shops and we sell our munitions for 360. It's small, but it's profitable. The unsecretary asks probing, inexpert questions about the yield, lumens, and decibels of your delivery. I want them to rattle Her Majesty's china, he admits, savagely. We have gained a moment of inspiration, which is actually good, and 200 experience. And we just had cheap souls. Cheap souls. Looking for non-cheap souls. Looking for the cream of the litter souls on bargain. But, we have what we have. Ow, 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 ow. Stretch, 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 stretch. Oh, ow, indeed. Oof. Back. I already feel miserable as is. No need for you to join the party. No need for you to join indeed. Oof. Okay. Let's see here. We do need stained glass, which would mean going to... Honestly, our best bet there, if we're gonna be paying full price for it anyways, might be stopping by the Sunless sorry, I keep on saying Sunless, by the Clockwork Sun, seeing if we can't get the whirly-burly item there as well. Whirl-burly. The thingamajig of the place that sells books and needs things from the Clockwork Sun. That we need to find through going through a dangerous location of dangerousness that I fucked up last time. But yes, let's go back to the Clockwork Sun. We can pick up glass there, and hopefully, the bomb that we're looking for. Good old Big Ben. And yeah, I'm taking an opportunity to explore a little bit. Oh, a Skypopper's grave here. You tempt me, game, again, but this time I'm without terror, so fuck it. Investigate a mysterious gleaming, 44% chance. Oh my god, we made it. A treasure. You stand on a footplate, a crewman holding you by the belt of your skysuit for safety. After a few misses with the coal shovel... Oh yes. You hook the gleaming thing. Clouds of shimmering dust float up like a constellation of fireflies. Back aboard, you examine your catch. It is a glass hand, perfect in every detail. Its knuckles are calloused. When you peer at its fingertips, you can distinguish the world of fingerprints. A plain silver ring sits on one finger. Oh, that's what it is. A glassed hand. Ugh. Alright, fair enough. Now we know. It's an otherworldly artifact and 25 sovereigns. I'd still rather just use that for terror when the opportunity arises. Because terror management is vastly important. Also, we did make that delivery for the Clockwork Sun as well, so that makes it an even better brooch. Yep, to the Clockwork Sun we go. To the sun. The sun, the sun, the sun. And all the horrors that lurk there. Gently turn. Gently thrust. Grab something for my voice because it's a little weaker today. Auto door indeed. Yep. Ah, just in time to pay attention to not run straight into a goddamn rock. Perfect! No asteroid collisions for us, right now at least. The place of bleak rocks, rosy mists, and unwanted relics. Basically a fair clue to the fact that you're entering the floating parliament's turf. Because it's considered an unwanted relic by, Her Majesty the Empress. Oh hey, yeah, if you're back already, then yeah, that was certainly a smooth expert. Once people get used to the places, people can be really good about them. Really good with those. Indeed. Yeah, glad that went smoothly for you. Always good to have a quick and easy run. It's a newer dungeon, but that dungeon goes so fast. Yeah, fair. I haven't really run that dungeon all too much. I did with the truss because I like doing those sort of things with the truss. But yeah, glad that went nice and smoothly for you. Quick and easy is always great. Hi, Storm deal. Don't mind us. They're foundries to Smog. You're near the work worlds. I'm skirting around, yeah. Hello, Stormy thing. Don't mind us. Definitely not here to fuck with the storm. And whatever horrors lurk within the storm. Boop, boop. Alright, we'll restock at London, and then down to the Clockwork Sun again. And hopefully get our bomb. I'd like to get our bomb. I'd like RNG to cooperate, damn it. Of course, realizing now that I need to get out of there before 1. Or rather, at 1. There's no skirting the dice there, apparently. Not that sort of carousel. But it's fine. It's fine. It's only our second crewman we lost. Poor crewman. It did go to show, though, that while the Clockwork Sun might be something that there's certainly that the Empress is certainly utilizing, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. It is very, very dangerous, and people can be lost to it. Bells chime, then convenient checks her pocket watch. Well, that's completely wrong. Let's see here. Bank. We'll stash that hour in there. Is there anything else? Ah, the Bronzewood again. When we don't actually have the Bronzewood at the moment. Alright then, we'll snag it anyways. We only have 3 Bronzewood. I mean, nothing's stopping us from selling those 3 Bronzewood at least, but we will be a wee bit shy on the matter. Do I take it with us? Though. Going up, we'll be going up to Worldbury. And I guess we go from Worldbury to Floating Parliament, so yeah, sure, we'll take it with us. Boop, boop, boop. Keep in mind, while buying supplies, we still need 5 slots at minimum. For that. So that's 17 out of 23. We can buy 1 more. Because then we'll be able to pick up 5 of those. At, there. Yeah, okay. Those are the Sunless, the Clockwork Sun. I said Sunless again. Keep on saying Sunless. Why do I keep doing that to myself? I don't know. That's a straightforward answer. How could I know why I keep on saying it? But yes, let's go get some glass. And hopefully our bomb. Yes, just a casual stomp to a poisonous light on the name of glass and a bomb. Priorities. Hello here. What are you? Oh, it's Wit and Vinegar Lumber Co., the head offices of a lumber concern that imports bronzewood from the Reach. The Wit and Vinegar Lumber Company operates primarily in the Reach, mining bronzewood and transporting back to London for construction, furniture, and locomotive plating. Its loading platform is frequented by brawny, wind-bitten men, lugging slabs of bronzewood in from the workhouse. The workers give you unsympathetic stares. We're trying to work. Ain't safe for tourists. Nothing here, though. Okay, sure. It's present. I honestly don't know what that's for. Maybe some opportunity thing, maybe? Yeah. Beats the hell out of me. But it's fine. That was just a side find. We're exploring new territory in the name of finding just where direct London route goes. I think it's for when you learn more about smuggling. Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I've never delved into smuggling here. It probably shows, but yes. I predominantly deal in the legal trades because, honestly, they give a boatload of money. But fair indeed. Would explain why I didn't know anything about it because, well, yeah. Okay, that's our direct route from London to the Clockwork Sun. Considering how high your stats can get and how you can get hidden compartments, it's not bad. Yeah, true. I don't have any of that at the moment. Hidden compartments or otherwise, so. So, I'm fine keeping with the legal trades at the time being. Because they're present and do make money. See, each major area has a spot where you can buy illegal goods to then sell to other major areas, and London spot is that one. But you basically get the trading deals you get at major towns, but for illegal goods. I see. That makes sense. Clockwork Sun fills your windows. Its light as blank and starched as a nurse's apron. I like romance literature. Yeah, I'm not surprised that's an illegal good. It's illegal good in the first game. Or, well, a taxable deal. They want to parse through it there. One of those engines you can get that has turbo function. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Careful does it. Though honestly, as far as upgrades though, one of my priorities at the moment is, well, money. I do want weapons. Sorry, one of my priorities is getting the money for weapons, because I do need better weapons too. Use more fuel, but you go fast. Yeah. I've seen one of those engines in the London selling areas. Yeah, having room in the train is nice. Yeah, the hold space has been a huge thing. That right there. And I'm pretty sure I can get one for the bridge slot around here too, which I do want to invest into that as well. Then I also want weapon upgrades. Because I still have basic bitch-ass weapons. Just nice because instead of consuming more supplies, you use more fuel, so it's about the same amount of storage you use, but fuel tends to be cheaper. Yeah, same principles for Sunless C. Bigger engine you have, the more fuel you consume, the less supplies and terror. It's certainly the trade-off. Had 2 nightmares or something. I've never gotten it, but I think that has to do with the flukes. I think that has to do with the flukes. I'm pretty sure that's the fluke stuff. I've gotten a little bit of progress in the fluke stuff in the past, but never full on for the weapon, because, as you say, it requires 2 nightmares. Yeah, the flukes. The flukes. I would do with the Dawn Lance. That seems risky. Seems risky. But yeah, it's definitely the flukes. You have to definitely go through a bit of a storyline and attempt a lot of fate. Just poking at the things. Not too bad to remove nightmares, especially... Not too bad to remove nightmares, especially the early ones. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, we're not in any urgent need for this. It's like a nervous face whispers to you from behind a bulkhead. Help us, we were brought here to build the Clockwork Sun. Lots of abandoned storerooms. Help us raid them and take your fill. Safety in numbers. The sun despises thieves, but its anger can't shine on all of us. Yeah, that's a bit risky. We're here for a port report. And we are here for... Let's see here. Ah, yeah, more explosives on sale. Fair enough. We want 5 of these. And, like, another one of those. Expensive? Yes. Worth it? Also, yes. It's very, very easy to gain terror on purpose. You're not kidding on that accord. I mean... Case in point, earlier in this stream, I happened to go along this area and encounter a Weft of Time, along with Skyhenge, along with just this corridor of horrors that I have here in Albion. Yeah, it's very easy to gain terror if you want to. Very, very easy to gain terror if you want to. One point, it felt like the best way to make money in the game is to use your money to buy all the cheap deals, store those things, and then withdraw them when you get a trade deal. It's not a bad option, because hitting up the bargains is the best way to get a profit, and thus hoarding is a good way to do so. But that's when you're comfortable with the money you have on hand. You still don't want to get yourself broke off of bargains, and then just awkwardly have a bunch of goods that you aren't getting deals for. Alright, it's temp fate in the Shattered Dome again. Oh, hi. You're right here now, I see. You son of a bitch. Alright, I won't argue. Soon you stumble upon a gleaming forest of glass sculptures. As you get closer, you realize they were once tourists, from back when the expedition was still open to the public. What were they clustered around? Like, you could pick your way through the glass congregation. Years of harsh sunlight have sharpened the statues, turning elbows and fingertips to razors. You'll need to be agile to reach the other side unscathed. But no, we're here to collect the Clockwork Bomb. If anything, the bargains are still lower than the market price, so you can always make money on them just buying them. True indeed. That is very much true. There it is, on display at the fringe of the crowd. The contraption the sequencer mentioned, a bulging dark thing of wires and wheels. You unlock this by not having any bomb. Let's snag it. Heavy as a child. The bomb is not exciting to look at. Before they were glass, the crowd swept past it and accumulated around some other, less powerful bauble. You gently nudge aside the vitrified body of the lone gentleman who had paused to inspect it. It is the size of an ornamental globe in a London club. It is the weight of an angry child resisting being lifted. It rattles slightly as you heave it from the plinth. That's probably fine. You now have a bomb. Yes, indeed. You now have a bomb. Return to the Bureau of Entertainment with your assistance. Bomb. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. You spent too long out here already. You don't want to turn your train with glass frosted toes. And while we're here, complete your charitable mission. You successfully delivered the manuals to Brabazon, no doubt transforming 600 lives for the better. Now they just need some bow ties. A new charitable assignment. The sequencer clasps his hands together. I can just imagine their smiles. About that, he says, and oh, their wide, grateful eyes, and their misshapen bow ties crying out for correction. The thing to take from this, I'll note, so the sequencer isn't put into a bad light, they really just don't know better. They really just don't know better. This poor sequencer does not know better. And this is out of ignorance. He sends his orderlies to fetch your payment. There's a glint in his eye. I knew I was right about you. The sequence brought us together for a reason. We should send another package. Another crate is dropped at the sequencer's feet by his shuffling orderlies. Here we have a collection of antique but very functional pistols, he says brightly. I was thinking we could send them to the London Refuge for the lamentably parentless. I'm sure the little mites will enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Like I said, does not know better. He's about to send a bunch of pistols to an orphanage. You could decline the mission. You're growing tired of ferrying ineffectual parcels at the sequencer's behest. Accept the mission without comment. If the sequencer wants to waste your time and his, it is his prerogative, as long as he's paying. You could prioritize your personal gain. What orphans really want is untraceable gold ingots. Ah, yes, just what orphans need, untraceable gold ingots. Hearts check for that. You could also suggest an alternative gift. Maybe send them food or medicine. Yeah, or, just some money. He is unlikely to change his mind after this. Oh, 85% chance. Alright, good. An intriguing proposition. A sudden look of horror. Oh, says the sequencer. You mean they don't already have those things? Oh dear, it's worse than I thought. He snaps his fingers and calls for his orderlies to return. A few hours later, your crew are carrying a package of tinned food and medicine back to their train, bound for delivery to the orphanage in London. Deliver your package to an orphanage in London. Like I said, he just doesn't know better. If you're able to enlighten his eyes to... Amusingly, I'm using these light analogies, but it's appropriate. If you're able to enlighten your eyes to the sequencer, they'll do the right thing. You just need to make them aware that's what the right thing is. Because like I said, you mean they don't already have those things. The horror in realizing it. Well, at least you're not gonna deliver guns to children anymore. Exactly. Like I said, the sequencer just doesn't know better. If you're able to open their eyes, they'll do the right damn thing. It's what they want to do. The right thing. They just didn't know. Now they know. Courtesy of us. We have 5 stained glass. We have our fuel. Okay. Let us be off very, very quickly, away from the Clockwork Sun. Gee. This is an explorable deal. As in, will I get experience for exploring things? I am tempting fate here, as I shouldn't be, but I am. Just to see if I can get a little bit of exploration experience. Oh no, our terror isn't in the horror range right now, because we're just kind of on the other side of the structure. Hey! They aren't so fragile they look, cautious devil remarks. The sun blazes gold in your windows. We're a little bit too close. The thing I love, other than the fact that this Clockwork Sun is really fascinating looking, one of the things I love is just how damn frantic the music is. Just how frantic the music is when you're close to the Clockwork Sun. It is just absolutely frantic, and it's appropriate. It's appropriate how frantic the music is around here. And I love it for it. Clockwork Sun is not to be fucked around with. I say as I'm exploring around its outskirt edges, but it is the truth. Ah, there's the Broken Dome place. Hey. No, nothing on that one. I thought there'd be something on that one. Oh well, moving on. As my terror has now become up the wazoo, but sometimes sacrifices must be made in the name of exploration. Up to Worldborough we go. And I'm seeing if this is a graveyard or a structure. For obvious reasons. Ah, no, there's structure. Fair enough. Not to be postponed forever. The inconvenient ant watches the glass. Yep. Sometimes a reckoning cannot be postponed. If one gets that reference, then my condolences. Because if you're aware of that statement, it means you're vaguely aware of all the business behind some certain wells and the like. It's never good to fuck around with wells. Just know. Sorry for the quietness, as in that lovely situation where a sneeze has decided to do a holding pattern, but not actually sneeze. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. If you're gonna sneeze, just sneeze. Hi. Okay, we broadsided each other, basically. Whoopsies. However, I am much more durable than them. Gain hull and tear. Oh, that's a little bit more tear. It's... The crew work hastily. There are mistakes. Fortunately, none of the wounds are serious. Trembling, bruised, and quiet, they return, bearing plates of wood and metal. They'll keep you in the sky a little longer. Actually, a really good amount of repairs there. I'm fine with this. To Whirlburly. Sure, we'll gain some more terror as well as we approach Whirlburly, because we keep on being assaulted by eyeballs there. Alas, being assaulted by eyeballs. Let's head off into the mist. You know, where fun and joy lurks. Fun and joy, I mean unimaginable horrors. But, let's be fair, everywhere in the high wilderness is full of horrors. Not for an or come back knocking out the hole. It's one of these deals again. We could just get a nightmare if we so wanted to. Let's just do this for now. You will mourn the biscuits. Some of them had chocolate on them. Hey, munitions! And a sorry, Captain. You! The one advantage of these things to fight is exactly that. They have a perchance to just run straight into shit. Sky Story or Tale of Terror? Floors beyond repair, as our screw, but perhaps something might be salvageable. Hey, non-terror repair. Don't mind if I do. A messy business. You exhort your crew to get over their damn superstitions and start stripping the explorer. They begin dutifully and gingerly, but soon begin to treat the explorer as the icon of all that they fear. Star madness, the thunder of guns, a wild death in the empty sky. They rip out plating and spare parts with frenzied glee. Excellent. Onwards we proceed to Whirlburly. Juxtaman. I do definitely want to be here. Okay, I did get a port report. I'm not a complete fool. I did get a port report. Thank goodness. Of course, I had this thought while I was pretty much away that I wasn't going back for, but it was one of those where I was just like, wait, did I or did I not? Yes is the answer. I might be scatterbrained, but I'm not that scatterbrained yet. And hey look, more stuff just floating around. Yay, we like stuff floating around. Ooh, fuel. Don't mind if I do. Pretty fuel is never to be argued about. Rush forth and press onwards into the mist. Am I gonna be ambushed by eyeballs again? We shall see. Oh, will we see? The repentant devil looks awful. We could have fun here. His definition might not match yours. Just Just, Steady, steady. In we go. Ah, the Mists of Whirlbury again. Just joining the song. A different result for the song, I'll note. Commingling. The song spills from your lips. There are no words in it. But as your voice rises with the others, there's a sense of belonging. Gradually, the mists ebb. The song stills. A woman exclaims with joy and holds up her right hand. The mists have left her a gift, a pink new finger sprouting beside her thumb. Our terror fell from that? I question matters on that, but c'est la vie. Alright, more cage catches. Anyways, let's sell us some glass for big profits. The exuberant architect claps his hands with glee. Oh, marvelous, marvelous. We shall know glory yet. Do you think it'll get rather warm inside the hall? No matter, I'm sure we can stand a little heat. More fruits of the sea here. We're gonna have some of these. They're an expensive pickup, which is why I'm hesitant to do anything right now, but hey, they're there. More supplies. And now let us go back down. Oh. Queue for a pauper's pass to Whirlbury. It is time for the lottery. The crowd churns and mutters to itself, politely despairing. The small bell has rung twice. It is time. Might as well see. I don't care if it's, if you think it's monstrous of me, grumbles the school teacher, trembling as she smokes her cigar. But I'd rather shoot myself than have kids of my own. Unsupervised, her pack of pubescent students rampage through the queue, barking inane questions. It is time. A drum roll is performed by a smugly beaming child in a bright blue uniform. A maternal figure, similarly attired in cobalt, counts off those at the front of the queue. She reaches you, then 3 behind you, then stops. That's it. The rest of you will have to come back to the next lottery. Workers from the Bureau of Entertainment swoop in, gathering the lucky winners. A man and woman appear beside you, both exquisitely dressed, their smiles well-whetted knives. And come already. The courtier doesn't like waiting. You need an outfit. Come. Getting terror from that, but, it was free. Yay, free. Let's see here. We've done all of these, so... code again. Let us write a report. Ponder that strange, unearthly taste. Ah, did we want more terror? I just get more terror. Yay, terror! Woohoo! On the name of 2 caddies of dried tea and a vision of heavens. Because tea. Let's have some actual tea. And keeping watch on this. We'll go in here once we have a little bit one and all, but... let's reduce our terror as much as we can, I say, after I increase my terror. But, c'est la vie. Oh, game, you do this to me again, and I'm too greedy to resist it. Alright, fine. More tea. Free tea, it just costs us our sanity. Yay! Alright, let's go to the Bureau of Entertainment. And tell the toy maker what the sequencer said. Quickly, tell me, now. If you make this choice, you will no longer be able to work with the cult. That's fine with me. The toy maker is visibly disappointed, his porcelain veneer splitting, enough to reveal a savagery of rage few would expect from the affluent, but not enough for it to be a disgrace. I'd expected more, but paupers cannot be picky. Then, in a moment of inspiration, so utterly vivid that it congeals in your pocket, the toy maker strengthens. Expression irradiated by glee. You're expendable. Take the bomb down into the depths of the mist. That's where the fluke the cult worships resides. Destroy it. If you survive, we can talk about your edification. And won't that be lovely? Yep, okay. The game spilled it out now. They're worshipping a fluke down there. It explains all the weird anomalies and weird shit going on. Not the most ideal thing to be worshipping. You'll notice we aren't wasting experience by this. Also, and yep, as Cyber just said, and also the giant eyeball surrounded by spikes. Yeah. There's a fluke down there. The cult is worshipping it and being transformed by it. Bureau of Entertainment has one more task for you. You've gained 1 moment of inspiration, 100 sovereigns, and 500 experience. So let us descend into the mists. Bomb, the cult's god. You have come this far. You might as well follow this story to its grave. I'm afraid we won't be able to offer company. The toy maker leans back, fingers laced above the face of his breastbone. He is in a brassard and raw velvet, the lining of his coat subtly nacreous. But it is nothing personal. Someone needs to operate the diving device, and I must send people to check in on the health of the cults. Distaste rots his expression. Sadly, I doubt the bomb will be sufficient to kill the fluke. It is, by all accounts, rather large. But that isn't necessarily a terrible thing. Sepsis has a habit of keeping one busy. Make sure you place the explosive somewhere it'll hurt. A pack of officials herd you away from the headquarters, and towards a rickety diving bell, attached to a thick, long chain. Your transport. Chase the fluke away from Warbury Juxtamare. Nothing about this is terrifying. Not the rickety fishbowl you've been installed inside, not the jerky descent into the fog, the cottony silence, not even the way no one in the Bureau of Entertainment's promised you'll be fine at the end of your sojourn. You could abandon the descent for now. You've had enough of this nightmare. You will be able to return, but you'll have to go through the descent again. Nah. We're committed by this point. Signal to go lower. 2 tugs at the tasseled red rope, and you begin to descend. You've gained 2 terror. Shocker. The mists seem almost bilious the further you go, enraged by your encroachment. It churns and swirls, making faces or what something that has never had a body might believe to be faces. Eyes bloom like so many flowers, accompanied by swirls of teeth and tongue. It's all an illusion, of course. A trick of the cognition. Maybe. Signal to go lower, to go still lower. Another tug on the rope. You go deeper. As you plunge further into the mist, The phantasms acquire more solidity, serpentine bodies, pisking forms. Now it is an entire ecosystem of them. Or Ouroborosian and hungry and indifferent. Now they are the faces of those who'd forgotten. Now their bodies, teeming with coral and glittering beetles. Now they're watching you, and they are smiling, baby teeth barred between feathered antennae. You've gained 3 terror. No surprise there. Signal to be lowered into the very depths. One more tug. You're almost there. The mists become a chiaroscuro of, however you pronounce it, of hard shadows, halogen, and ink. The breathing halts. Almost, it feels as though the mist might be holding its breath, might be waiting, might be watching you. Or perhaps they're watching something else. Something taps on the fishbowl of the vehicle. A barbed tendril wider than a grown man is tall. It explores the seams of your transportation, even as an eye, swollen and crimson and colossal, flashes briefly into view. You've gained 3 terror. No surprise there. In the depths, pisking bodies ribboned with nearby human eyes, starfish like human lips, razored and rendered with blue coral. Creatures even more peculiar still, more illusion than flesh, whirling through the mists. Behold the fluke. Through the tenderly mists, a scorn fluke regards your arrival, a cyclopean presence over-encumbered with spare coronias. The Ministry would not despise this creature, were it not for the cults. In truth, the Ministry would give no shits about this if it wasn't for the cults. Huh. Huh. How many qualifications is that? I don't recall this option. I usually just chuck a bomb at it and leave. Which, callous, I know, but the one time I have done this that's what I've done. But what's that? Oh, am I gonna be going back up just so I can see a deal? That may or may not be a thing. Ah, shit. It's tempting. It's tempting. How many comminglings would I need to be farming up, huh? Although, I don't know, I'm just shucking things. We might still need to use the bomb, but oh, that's tempting to see what this is all about. Maybe, maybe not. It's, it's like, it's there and it makes me wonder. Like, it might not be worth it. Fine, fine, fine. I don't want to go back down here. Probably have to use the bomb no matter what, so... But I do want it. It's like... tempting, you have to go through the descent again. Have to find Scornflukes to kill and such, and... Fine, 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 fine. I'll behold it first, while I'm here. Something is very wrong with this Scornfluke. For one, it possesses an eye, red-veined as though it has spent eons in ceaseless lamentation. The Scornfluke, its species usually possessed by a jagged geometry, looks diseased, its body warped and weeping with cancers, cysts of unnatural dimensions. Aberration that it might be, the Scornfluke remains a primordial revelation, ancient and so steeped in anguish that the air itself twists in commiseration. This isn't pain as mortals might know it, but something almost holy in its vastness, an entire cosmology of suffering, contorted into a being. Oh, fine. If this is as low as quality as I'm hoping for, then I might see about coming back. Commingle your choirs. Commingle your choirs. Like, if that's a low quality, then I would actually be willing to just see what that's all about. Let's see here. Commingle your choirs. Let's see here. It's... How high do I need to be here? Into the mist, into the mist. Just looking at briefing so I don't spoil myself on any dialogue or whatnot. Greater than 5. We have 3 at the moment. We can do this. Damn you, game, we can do this. Return to the surface. The fluke kings, its despair subdermal, and you pull on the rope and refuse to let go until the ship jolts upwards. You will be able to return. Okay, let's see about finding some more flukes around. Terror has fallen. Up, up, up you go until you crest the mists and arrive in the cold, hungry air. Officials from the Bureau of Entertainment pry you from your vehicle. Their smiling expressions without judgment. Despite the cheerful atmosphere, one of them leans in, still grinning, and whispers, "The toy maker's worse than the Scornfluke, you know." Alright, it's fine. We'll be back to do that. We'll be back. We'll be back. And be somewhere else. Let us leave, and we shall return to that once we get a few more commingling of choirs. Sure, I want to see what that's all about. Willing to go through the process. Let's buy some deals there. Let's take a level up. About time on this one. Let's see here. Below stairs, a secret symposium. Oh! Oh! -1 nightmares, eh? Metamorphosis. That gets you villainy. -1 nightmares, eh? Oh shit, I should have taken that trigger then. Okay, maybe we'll just go crazy. Yeah. Go crazy, get nightmares, and then minus out our nightmares. Because I like the premise of this one. Okay, back, exit, we'll leave that in stash. Let's go see if we can find any flukes. The hunt begins! And we are in an area that shows them. And I don't know, maybe pick up a nightmare on route that we can just level up out of. Ah, the belly. Not an ominous name at all. Nope, nope, nope. Not ominous at all. It's totally ominous. You might notice I'm stopping. The logic for this is that the flukes make a very distinct sound when they are around. And thus I'm kind of keeping vigilance for the sound of a fluke. The lighthouse looms from the mist. A thin platform would allow you to dock. St. Anthony's Lighthouse. We're in a land of horror, St. Anthony's Lighthouse. The lighthouse looms out of the mist like a pale candle. Its light burns a searing path, breaking through the wispy separation of the fog. A single platform clings to the lighthouse, allowing for engines to dock. The upper gantry hangs far above it, like a sentinel. A pair of elderly keepers maintain the tower. They permit guests use of their converted fuel house. It is not much of a generosity. Offer the keepers an unidentifiable squirming. Rumors say that the keepers can tame the writhing appendages that sprinkle the misty sea. Interesting. Take tea with the keepers. The keepers are notorious recluses. Perhaps they'll be more amenable if you bring them some home comforts. Ah, tea. And climb to the top of the tower. The view up there must be something worth seeing. Oh, tall and terror. Peril overcome. The climb is harrowing. The iron stairs are rickety and unsteadily bolted to the lighthouse's inner wall. You emerge. At the top of the tower, the mists fall away altogether. You can see the lights of Whirlbury, dappled and jolly with festive lights. Engines pass in the distance, intent on some destination far from here. You linger for a while, watching the world go by without you. Oh god, it took us out of the menu and we almost ran into it. We might run into it afterwards. Let's take tea with them. You've yet to introduce yourself to the keepers. A respite? The other keeper is on his break. Wellington-booted feet draped over the mildewy couch. When he sees your crew carrying in a caddy, he smiles, revealing 2 rows of stubs where teeth once were. The lugubrious keeper appears, frowning, drawn by the rattling of stained crockery. Grudgingly, he sits and permits the other keeper to serve him tea in a chipped cup. They drink in resentful silence. You must visit again, the lugubrious keeper eventually spits out, indicating the door. The keepers are aware of you now. They will remember your face as we run into the place. Alright, I know flukes can be here. We ran into one earlier and I foolishly did not engage it, when I probably should have. Because apparently that would have been worthwhile. Yep, keep an eye out for rather almost more an ear out for flukes. They're quiet. Keep on hearing phantoms. There it is. Oh, we took a hit. That was foolish. Took the wrong way. Definitely. Scorn flukes are dangerous to fight. I won't deny that. I have to engage them from a distance because... which is why it's awkward for me. And distance shots are actually remarkably hard for me to hit. Trust my instincts there. They shoot language at us. Stay right there. Thank you. Stay right there. I said. Are we slightly out of range now? Ah, damn. Actually being semi-cooperative. That's it. There we go. One hit with the projectile. The explosion hits 2, so you get 2 hits. Ah, right. I mean, I definitely try to hit with it. It is what makes this gun actually pretty decent for a far with one. Oh, there's the weapon you were talking about, by the way. Get a weapon just like the projectile of the fluke, including the AoE explosion. If you hit with the projectile, the explosion hits 2, so you get 2 hits. Yeah, that makes sense. It's why I try to just avoid wherever that thing is going. But yes, I didn't read your previous line. That is indeed correct. That is my state of mind at the moment. But yes, here's the weapon you were talking about, and literally what you're just talking about. Wrath of Heaven. You need nightmares, for sure. Terrible, horrible, nasty nightmares. As you look upon the spasming remains of the Scorn Fluke, you remember an idea that has seethed in your dreams of late. A contrivance. No, a weapon. Give you a large weapon that you could equip while in dock or sell to an equipment shop. You indeed, though, do need awful nightmares. And a Seer Enigma, which we actually shockingly have. Anyways, we don't want to reduce our terror. We want commingling. Investigate this Scorn Fluke. Drag the remnants of its victims off its spines. Collect their shattered treasures. Oh wow, we succeeded. Oh wow, we succeeded. Lonely Song. Its inhuman music rages and sobs. The polyphonic scream brings your crew to shuddering tears. Discipline keeps them working. They are careful to maintain distance from the oozing gray exudate. In abrupt silence, the remains liquefy and dissipate. Any artifacts remaining are too tainted to gather. 50 sovereigns, 2 otherworldly artifacts, 1 terror, and the most important part of that, we got 4 commingling of choirs. We now have 7. God damn. That is a lot of commingling of choirs off of that. I will damn well take it. Amusingly, getting that weapon would be a reason to also get our nightmares up. It's risky, but it's present. It's risky, but it's present. Keep that in mind. Because while we might want nightmares, we don't want to get terror up to 100%. That is still a bad idea. Missed our random opportunity chance last time. Not realizing that I could actually legitly jump on a bunch of opportunities with it. Then reduce it with just the faucet that's just sitting around in my stash. Gun. I'm either imagining things or I thought I heard another fluke. I might just be imagining things in the mist. I might just be going insane. Just maybe. Probably. Likely. It's bedeckling a seaside town. Colorful constellation gleams. It's where we're a house of hues. Guess there's some stuff I could exploration-wise over here. Anything about being around ports is that you don't actively gain it. Ah, the thing on the mantelpiece. You are in possession of a certain otherworldly artifact. It has begun to appear persistently in your dreams. Never prominent, but always present. It sat innocuously on a mantelpiece, half hidden in a shadowed corner, carried casually by a loved one. You can burn it, a more certain approach, cost fuel, but your terror will not increase. Offer it to the waste waif. The waif is one of the gods that skyfarers pray to. It takes an interest in outcasts and the lost, and tends winds as a shepherd tends sheep. Tolerate its continued intrusions. To destroy it smacks of superstition, but you'll not be driven to unreasonable behavior by some heathen giga of the skies. Your terror will increase. Usually that's what I do because, getting rid of precious things is a deal. But we do want nightmares. Smash it. It'll trouble you no more. Reduce terror by 50, but increases your nightmares. Boop. You'll notice we do have a nightmare tick here. I'm guessing to get to 4 is bad. I have never gotten up to 4. Broken. 3 purposeful blows with a lump hammer, and the artifact lies in pieces. You sweep the remains away. The crew are pleased. Yours weren't the only dreams the artifact had insinuated itself into. When next you dream, you are in a field of chrysanthemums. I know how to say this word. This is just this kind of night. Chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums. That's the word I was looking for. Chrysanthemums. Violet chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums, rather. The artifact is there too. No longer discreet, but vast. Vast as the face of a mountain. Its shadow wide as night. Your terror has fallen. You've lost an otherworldly artifact. Your nightmares are now one disquieting. Think at 4 you go insane? Yeah, that sounds about right. That indeed sounds about right. A bump in the night. Midnight. London time. You are alone on the bridge. While consulting your chart, a loud thump makes you look up. A frozen corpse is pressed against your forward windows. Trapped there by your speed. The winds must have plucked it from some lost wreck and carried it into your path. The corpse's glare is insistent. Its mustache bristled with frost. You could send a member of the crew out to remove it. Murgatroyd's thermal skysuits were invented for exactly such occasions. That's a 50% fortune chance. Try to shake the corpse off, however, by employing a series of drastic maneuvers. We have 100% on that. A sudden brake, cant to starboard. With the squeal of flesh on glass, that's, I'm sure, a pleasant sound. The body slides from the windows and is lost to view. A scrap of its sleeve remains caught on a rivet, flapping like a tiny celebratory flag. You are not alone. Alright, I'll note, I actually am going to continue to hunt for some more flukes, just for security measures and more terror, potentially. But hit stop to restock and technically to save. Because yay, saving! Let us go, mildly insane. What could possibly go wrong? Oh right, everything. We're gonna begin to sing around about... Your crew begins singing around about the seaside. Does this count as mutiny? Sir, they're singing. By gods. Alright, scorn flukes. Oh, look. Peering nervously into the mist. Sir, I wasn't talking about you as far as flukes go. Yes, I'm aware you are a fluke, and I am indeed finding you. I certainly wasn't talking about, you, though. Fitzclarence's outcropping. I'm looking for your, smaller varieties. I'm sorry, good sir, but this fluke is just way too big for me. I would like to request a smaller fluke. I don't know why that came upon me to say that. It did, though, and I have no regrets. That fluke be too big, yo. Way too big. We're looking for the smaller flukes. The ones that would not murder us in an instant. But instead just murder us slightly presently. Oh no, terror, the horror, whatever will I do? The weird one time that I do want horror as I'm hunting around. Go figure. Go figure. A memorial. A cryptic stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in your service. Judging by his tattoos of a storm studded with mouths, and his rattling collection of talismans, the ceremony is unlikely to be Christian. You could forbid it, pagan rites have no place here. Attend and deliver a eulogy yourself. You would like to say a few words, 75%. Approve and attend, you find a place at the back of the room and remove your hat. 50-50 chance. Or, if your background happened to be a priest, which, as the game so politely says, you are not, alas, a priest. You could have conducted the ceremony yourself. A service like this should be delivered by a professional, and you were a priest before you were captain. Ease your heart's check, that is. Let's attend and deliver a eulogy ourselves. In parting words, the crew nod their heads as you speak, punctuating your sentences with solemn, approving grunts. Afterwards, the cryptic stoker steps forward. His face is painted storm gray, and his talismans rattle like distant thunder. He delivers the ceremony in a dozen different voices. He speaks of the duty of the living to remember what has passed. The storm that speaks has noticed you. Your terror has fallen. Oh goddammit, my terror's fallen. Fine, let's hover around the lighthouse some more. This terrifying horror. Hi again. Hello, big fellow. Nice to see you again, mate. Apparently this fluke is on our side of watching us and trying to cause us unimaginable amounts of terror. Go figure. See how far the mists go about. Now that we have that little corner fully done. I just keep exploring the mists. Hunting things to gain terror anyways, the best productive use of it is just to keep on going around. These misty wreaths of horrors. As I keep my ears open for flukes. Requires a saying. Fuck if I know what that thing is, but it looks spooky. Hey, it's our old friend, the Cantankereye. We have killed our old friend, the Cantankereye. I hold no regrets. Let's gain some sovereigns from it. Yay, 14 sovereigns. For just absolutely fucking annihilating a poor Cantankereye. Like, hi, I'm still present here. Oh god. Blip. Like, we don't want to get too far away from here because Whirlburly is a good resupply point. But I'm still good on that accord. Exploration stops at nothing. Unless the Lornfluke decides to join in, then, yeah. I like how a moment before I was trying to get rid of my terror, and now I'm like, oh. Oh, whoops. Oh, I can actually go off the screen. Oh dear gods. Why have I done this? I don't want to go here. The Graveyard of Stars. I've never done this. I usually avoid, you know, going off the edge of the map. I didn't realize, you can, actually. The Graveyard of Stars. A way stretches before you. The star that reigned over it died cold eons ago. Now its domain is empty of life, drowned in darkness, harried by a howling wind. Your crew beg you to turn back. All that waits ahead is the slow shedding of all that you were, then a frozen death. But I mean, it's like Sunless seeing going off the map. True, true. You're not wrong. It just never occurred to me to do it in this one. Then I accidentally blunder into it. You could venture in just a little way. Just enough to say that you have. To be one of those rare, wild few. The crew will undoubtedly resist. You must convince them. 60% chance. You could proliferate, though. Waste. You have angered one of the spiteful gods of the sky. Perhaps here, on the edge of the places it has taken for its own, you can win its forgiveness. We are not in the Waste Wave's ire. Yay! And turn back. To the starlight and the ports, to the enclaves of humanity, sprinkled across still living skies, to fires in the hearth, and toast with marmalade, and the steam coiling over a fresh cup of tea. And friends. I could risk things. That risk crew. I guess we do have a crew buffer. We do have a crew buffer. Could risk it now that we're here and I've bumbled my way into it. It is an option. I might lose crew. I might. But I could also succeed. Although, would I want more supplies for that? Would I? Would I? Okay, wait. How are my supplies? How are my supplies? Let us check what it requires. Ah, that's E3 fuel. Okay, we'd want a hell of a lot more fuel before just poking our heads at this. Okay, fair enough. That answers my question. If we would want to try that, we would want more fuel. We would want a hell of a lot more fuel. Because then we need to get back on, 1.5 tanks. Let's turn back for now. 180. You issue the order. Your engine emits its spurt of steam, lumbers around until the wastes are to the aft. The crew work briskly, and soon you are thundering back into less terrible spaces. In a moment of relief, someone blows the engine's whistles. These guys ahead are vacant and dead. Okay. We're gonna risk fate. We're gonna risk fate with the appropriate amount of supplies, which is a hell of a lot more fuel. No hells, let's go and get some fuel. Searches his bites. A desolation of tumbled stones erect altars. What was worshipped here in those forgotten days? Does this count as mutiny? Possibly. Ah, and here we pass by a marauder being harassed by a Vulcan tanker, and the eye again being very loud. Fight, 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 fight. Yes, fight, fight. Good dodge, Marauder, good dodge. And here I am, Agent of Chaos. Let's repair our hull. Yay! We're the winners! Like, yay! We're the winners! It was Vulcan Tankerai vs. Marauder. We won. Okay, I got totally distracted there. It's fine, we came out with money. And hull repair. Both vastly useful things. Oh, we do want to go this way. Cover cover up a little bit of the map, and... Huh, hello there. Something rise in the mist. Also an eyeball. Again. We do not have butchery to lure it in. But it's there. It's present. Our nightmares keep on going up because we keep on being harassed, but, say the least. Mind calling out where earlier, crewman declares. 1-2 Bob at the hookah rat stall there once. Hookah rats, eh? Interesting. Like, oh yes, the hookah rats. Alright, if we're gonna delve into the abyss, let's get some more supplies. Speaking of which, touch of the skies. Keep their hands and head busy. Back to the grind. You issued them a grueling list of new duties. They have no time now for starry obsessions or wild notions. Engine grease and elbow grease, as you've heard old Skyfarers say. Can't believe I'm actually intended to go off the side of the map, but oh well. Hello there. You want supplies and fuel. 9 fuel. Let us get one more supply, because we'll be going through some things. And let's do what my crew really does not want me to do. And when I say really doesn't want me to do, I am not joking there. I'm going off into the waste. Let's go! Peer nervously in the mist. The mist is the least of y'all's worries at the moment. Godspeed. Ugh. Ugh. Stretch. That's not being the most cooperative tonight, but what is being cooperative? I'm just a scatterbrained wreck. Who's deciding to fly off the edge of the world. Embrace the insanity. Embrace it. Or fuck it, what else are we gonna do this? To the graveyard of stars, where regrets are had and made. I mean, first I need to convince my crew to actually do it. But after that... after that... using up 3 fuel and a supply. And... we're probably gonna get absolutely horrified. Why wouldn't we? Seems about right. Hey, wait, Captain, I thought you said we were specialists. I thought you said we were turning back. Then we were. You are near the edge of this district of the sky. Little lies beyond, except a cold death. Undoubtedly resist. You must convince them. Failure? Probably for the best. Despite your extortions, the crew will not obey. They have heard too many stories of engines dying in the wastes, of the killing fingers of encroaching ice, of crew and captains going mad in the dark. We'd follow you anywhere, specialist, but not there. Yes, but how about now? Hi, Geeky Dolphin. Welcome in, welcome in. You say boat. We're more locomotive in space, but for all intents and purposes, it serves as a boat. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Always good to see you, Geeky. Hope all is going well for you. As for me, well, I've been slightly delirious this day, but that's fine. That's fine. Boat. Fair enough. Fair enough. Boat it is. There we go. We convinced them the second time. The Reeling Wastes. Like, yeah. Boat indeed. Eventually, you convince them. Your locomotive, I mean boat, nudges forward into the liquid shadows. The wind threatens to pull you deeper in, and your chief engineer shovels fuel into the engine to fight back. A crewman is praying over and over. On the third repeat, he forgets the words. Forgot to pay my uncle, and I don't have any marijuana anymore. Sleep is impossible. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. In my case, I've actually been sleeping a good chunk of the afternoon because, yes, yesterday I got a vaccine. Today I've been feeling it, so, yeah. I've been slightly delirious, scatterbrained, and head-hurty and asleep, but I still wanted to stream this. So, I might as well share my delirium with all who are just accompanying me around. So welcome in. Vaccine 4. Just the updated COVID business for Omicron. It's free, does no harm. So yeah, just update booster, and a little bit before I had a flu vaccine as well. So maybe it's the two of them both combining to conspire against me. But yeah, this week I've had the COVID one and the flu shot. So both actually, I guess, flu and COVID. Just vaccines galore. They said not to operate machinery after. May I ask why you are piloting boat? I am piloting boat because I must explore the high wilderness. Right now I'm hunting these things called flukes, which are spiny things that, are tremendously depressed. Right now we're going off into the rainy wastes, but yeah. It's fine, It's fine that I operate this sort of machinery as such, because it's fine because insanity is a requirement here out in the high wilderness. It's only required. Exploring the lands between. Search of the Elden Ring. Fair enough. That is a fun game. I might have had my qualms with it, but overall it is a fun game, so I hope you're very much enjoying it, because there's a hell of a lot to explore in that's for damn sure. There is certainly a lot in that accord. Like a lot. That game's bloody huge. Hunting demigods. As you do. Pardon me. Ooh. It's like, as you do indeed achieve in that game, you go forth, and you complains. Lord Rykard is on my list right now. Ah, nice. That fine fellow. Certainly good luck with that. I'm sure you enjoy matters. I'm sure you have been enjoying matters, especially if you're already hunting that, then yeah, you're making good progress in the game. Precious water. Alright. The Reeling Wastes. Alright, we've gone through that part of it. A day's hard travel later, you are still only on the outskirts of the waste. You have seen no living thing. The cold of the skies you left behind is only a ghost of the cold here. The cold here stills and slays. Your hull groans beneath a new coat of black ice. Examine your surroundings. Your lights illuminate vast stone fragments, aglitter with frost. Listen to the wind. What can it tell you? Or, the fun part, look out into the dark. They say it'll send you mad. They say the darkness looks back. They are cowards. Cowards, you say? I've killed one demigod. They can't find Renala. They can't find Mekrath or Mog. Rip. Yeah. Just keep on exploring. You'll find things. You'll find things in due course, that's for sure. Also, we have looked out into the darkness. There are movements in the dark, like the slow roll of surf. You glance at the reflection of your clock. How quickly an hour has passed. People fear the dark because they fear what might be in it. But there are no demons there. There's only your own reflection, and beyond it, nothing. The clock chimes. Goodness, have you really been spending here another 4 hours? Time flies. Who were you talking to, specialist? A crewman asks. You've been answering questions, giving your name, our names, the names of all your old crew and what became of them. You order him to turn the engine around immediately. He scurries gratefully to obey. Well, say hello to the waste. A brief glimpse of the waste. You've gained one tale of terror. You've gained one sky story. It is not the date that it was. The waste wave is watching you. You've lost 3 fuel. You've lost 1 supply. You've gained 10 terror. Ah, yeah, that I expected. Oh no, we're not venturing in again. Achievement unlocked. Where the winds wait. But yeah, certainly, the more you explore in Elden Ring, the more you'll eventually find things. Everything is there, waiting for you to find it. So what you can find, you definitely find. If something ends up seeming like a dead end or difficult-wise, then there's pressing forward. Then there's just trying to poke other areas. But hey, you have to be doing better than my blind run. Because my blind run involved me not getting a horse or level ups for like a fair amount of hours. Yeah, somehow I missed the horse and the ability to level up for the longest time. And I was just in the lands of horror. I was just trapped in the lands of horror, just walking everywhere. Suffice to say, a hell of an experience playing that game without a horse. Found a fluke. Nothing's there. You were off screen for that, you motherfucker. One hit. Albion's failed expansions. Ooh, that was a lucky hit. Nope, and that's a pity miss. Their shots are a bit hard to see in the mist, but manage it. Solid hit. Another solid hit. Ah, discontent. A non-nightmare discontent, which is unfortunate. I wanted... do this because the others seem like I'd lose crew, but I wanted a nightmare one, smashy one. But it's fine. Our nightmares are still high up. Our terror, rather. We might have missed, but we missed a double whammy, so I'll take it. Nightmares, you are not alone. Tonight the stars are hard and cold. Sleep eludes you. Go for a walk. Now's not really the time for a walk. We're in the middle of a life or death battle, but sure, why not? The corridors are quiet, save for the thrum of busy pipes. They're hella busy because we're fighting a fluke. But okay, game. Ooh, passing along an outer corridor, you are surprised by a face pressed against the outside of a window. The frosted jowls, the bristly mustache. It is the same corpse that drifted into the path of your vessel. Oh, hi, good sir. Ignore it. Surely the winds will blow it off. Who knows, maybe it's even good luck? Like a mascot. Ah yes, our mascot dead body. Steer into a passing scree-squall. That should pelt it off. Your engine can take a few knocks. Or board up the window. The cheek of the thing, peeking and prying. That is an amazing dialogue, but... amazing option, but I want my nightmares. Surely the wind will blow it off. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Company. See, the carmine hue of the stained glass gives the face a ruddy cast, like an uncle who's overindulged at Christmas. Over the next few days, you see the face on several other occasions, always at a different window. No one else on the crew mentions it. It's fine, we're just going mad. But it's fine, we're about to do very mad things. If we can hit this damn fluke... I'm not hitting this fluke for the life of me. The fluke dodged too, how dare it. There we go. Loot. Excellent. I've never done this before because I generally tend to keep my nightmares down on purpose. I'm being risky here, but let's do it. Let us create the Wrath of Heaven. As you look upon the spasming remains of the Scornfluke, you remember an idea that has seethed in your dreams of late. A contrivance. No, a weapon. It requires our awful nightmares and one searing enigma. Boom. A remarkable discovery. One engineer follows you towards the corpse. The rest watch nervously from your engine. Between two folds of flesh, you find a ripe, tumorous mass, bristling with undying spines. The tumor seems impervious to the rotting death of the fluke's body. The engineer passes a saw. The canker quivers resentfully, but it cannot respond to the indignities you inflict upon it. Aboard, you bind it in metal and tame it with the correspondence. It flares with sullen pleasure. We've lost one searing enigma, and we now have the Wrath of Heavens. Let's get the hell back to Whirlbury, sorry. Let's see here. Take a faucet, and let's get one of these nightmares off of us. A secret symposium. In a midnight lecture hall, a cadre of masked experts gathered to present papers on a subject the ministry had forbidden. You unlock this by having affiliation academic at 2 or more. Prohibited theories are shared, research partnerships born. You continue to correspond in code on the matters debated. What was the topic of the symposium? You could do the condemned classics and international perspective. Deep in the ministry, native-speaking scribes translate their nation's literature into editions palatable to the auditors. But you studied both the uncensored originals and those unprinted works deemed hazardous to British sentiment, or a forensic assessment of the Sun's remains. Following London's relocation, the new astronomy has become a crucial, well-funded discipline. But the fate and physiology of Albion's dead son are strictly barred from study. A forensic assessment of the Sun's remains. That seems fitting for us. A secret symposium. Plus veils, plus irons, minus nightmares. A bit of veils we have now. What does that put our veils up to? That puts our veils up to 26 naturally, but plus 12, so 38 total. Just a little bit above our 37 mirrors. Our hearts are still at 50. Our iron is now at 52. Okay. So I have one nightmare. That's fine. That's fine. One nightmare isn't the worst deal. Better than two nightmares, which I did not want to just keep on trucking along with. And we have grabbed our faucet, which, more veils, which I didn't expect to get more veils of things, but, I mean, it is fitting for our character. We are finding the truth, after all. What's the truth but how can one find the truth if one doesn't delve into the things that people don't want you to look into? Then a forensic analysis of the star just sounds cool. Alright, let us dock. The Mists of Whirlburly. Let's join in on their song again. And our terror has fallen again. And someone has gained a new thumb. Again. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. 5 and 5, 5 and 5. Let's get a little bit more. Let's see here. Our holds. What are you? Ah! We need hearts, I see. We need hearts. 65 hearts. The wrath of heaven. O war, thou son of hell, whom angry heavens do make their minister, throw in the frozen bosoms of our part hot coals of vengeance, a gargantuan device that launches correspondence-engraved rocks to express your displeasure. This must be mounted in a large weapon slot. The displeasure being, to expressing, is that the correspondence is indeed a language. This is what the flukes have been effectively flinging at us this entire time. 50 damage, 40 blast damage, aka its after effect, 1000 range, 60 heat. Once we can weld it, this will be our replacement for this gun. Clearly. This is the first time I've had this gun. I need to build up towards it. How much more hearts do we need again? We have 50, so... exactly 15. Which we can do, actually. Each level up is 5 plus. We just need to keep building things up. Okay, okay. Yeah, we can do this. Fortunes are evening on everyone's front. You are iron, so you won't give us hearts. You're more veils. You are hearts. You're veils, signal otherwise. And you're iron and hearts. You're 1 hearts. 1 hearts doesn't really do us any good. But yeah. I know what we'll be focusing on for level ups now, and yeah, it's hearts. It's hearts we'll be focusing on. Predominant heart-related things. That is the name of our game. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. All to have one hell of a looking weapon. Alright, for now, let us... The small bell has run. It is time. Well, let's see if we can do it this way again. Hey, we can! Excellent! Free stuff. Oh, free stuff. Finely tailored coats. And let us do what we did before and reduce our terror. And probably gain more terror in the process because I can't help myself. Unless the game doesn't give me the opportunity, then hey, that's fine. No, it gave me the opportunity. Well, by all means, let's get some more tea. 5 more terror. And that puts us at 2, so we can do 1 more. You are scruffy. And now, without looking at anything else, to not tempt ourselves, because we have to go back in by paying, to the office. Descend into the mists. Let's see if we can't do that other option with our extra deals. Oh, and gain some terror for our efforts. Because we terror. 1 more tug. You're almost there. We can. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Soothe the Scornfluke. Let us see what this does. Nothing in the high wilderness could ever be lonelier than the Scornfluke. Its suffering is contagious. Perhaps applying a modicum of sympathy will reduce the pain it shares with you. You stretch a hand toward the nearest spine. It trembles at the contact. The oil-black calcite rippling. Suddenly, it is more tar than gleaming obsidian, viscous, ravenous for the warmth that lies embedded in your cells. Riles of black matter spread and grow, tugging at your arm, and almost you can hear it. The Scornfluke's loathing. Its need to be something, anything but what it is. Just as abruptly, it releases you. Oh, there, it is only the echo of despair. You've gained 4 commingling of choirs. You now have 11. You have felt a Scornfluke's tormented musics. You gained 2 savage secrets and 50 experience. Neat. You just did the most big brain shit ever in MotoGP 22. Medium near the soft front tire. Shit little doesn't lose grip so I can churn as hard as I want and cut past everyone in every turn. Oh. Fair enough. There is something to say for maneuverability, and precise maneuverability at that. Fucking autocorrect. Ah, little correct. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Medium near soft tire. Medium near tire, soft front tire. Yeah, medium rear tire, soft front tire. Shit literally doesn't lose grip, so I can turn as hard as I want and cut past everyone every turn. Yep. Also, yeah, autocorrect. It's a vicious thing. But yeah, okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, that is really clever for the maneuverability. Hey, whatever advantage you can get in that sort of game, you take it. In any game, really. The other drivers are 3 seconds behind me. Nice. You show them who's boss, and then make them wonder terribly, what the hell is that person doing? Alright then, let's behold the fluke for one last time. Trial Revelation. Let us do what they want to do and chase the suffering fluke away. Prepare the explosive. You retreat to prepare the bomb. A harm-free process, they'd murmured optimistically. After you do this, you will have to use the bomb. You will not be able to return here. Luckily, we have done all we can. Because I went back up unprepared. It is difficult to say precisely what the bomb is, let alone how it functions. The charge is a dull copper sphere, haloed by stylized flames. A representation of the Clockwork sun, perhaps. Pewter rings, their insides tethered, circle the sphere. No matter how hard you try, you cannot identify their precise number. You repeat the ritual as you've been instructed. You turn 3 rings clockwise, 2 rings the other way, upturn the globe, and glaze it with a thimbleful of your blood. Ah! Something clicks deep in the orb. It's ready. Bombs away. You lob the bomb out of the hatch, and tug 3 times on the tasseled red rope, the sole communication between your vessel and the world without. The bomb has been triggered! Please get us away, please get us away! Afterwards, all you remember is the glare. The bomb goes off. The world flattens to ultraviolet. No dimensionality at all. Nothing but a silence, as if the universe decided to elide the very concept of sound. The explosion pars the language from your lungs, empties it, fills you instead with memories of first times, first loves, first kisses, the first taste of roast beef, the first time someone stood in the rain on the edge of an ocean so blue that it is impossible to separate it from the sky, and threaded through that all, a peculiar, pained indignity. The fluke recedes even further into the depths, retreating till its vast shadow is a mere hint in the constantly swirling mist. It has been wounded. It has been wounded by one of the ports. It will be ceasing its communion with the cult. You injured the Scorn Fluke, helping the Bureau of Entertainment devastate the off-season's cult. The bomb exploded. The Scorn Fluke is not dead. Of course it isn't. But the monstrosity has been diminished. Its pustulant form weeping ichor and distrust. It will be years, at least, before it invites company. It will reject the overtures of the cult. As for the cult, between the desecration of its god and the ministrations of the Toymaker, it is barely more than a corpse that is its chapel. More than the corpse that is its chapel. It is not gone. It is worse. It is pathetic. You never exploded them. Fair. Well, here you go. Now you have seen what happens when you explode the Scorn Fluke. I'm not huge on Colts. And my captain is, I've been role-playing as a very, very, very London-orientated captain. She is all for London, and thus will help London's institutes, and thus helps the Bureau of Entertainments. So there you go. That is when you exploded and basically, yeah. Return to the Bureau of Entertainment. You've disemboweled the cult. Time to gorge yourself on the reward. Whatever reward we get. The Bureau is ecstatic. You arrive in the Bureau of Entertainment's offices to find guilt. To find guilt and the glamour of Britain at its height. Baroque excess rendered in rich meats and too much wine. The officials cheer at your arrival. If it all sounds a little bit synchronized, no one acknowledges it. Good work, the toy maker purrs. There will need to be a recruitment drive to, repopulate the off-season. But you don't have to worry about that, no. Another round of cheers, another round of red wine. Exquisite save for the aftertaste of tin. Later, wine-tired, the toy maker beckons you close. It's only a start. We must labor ceaselessly to resist poor thinking and indolence. You will be welcome to assist. Update. The other drivers are 4.631 seconds behind me. Jeez. Everyone else checked my entire compound and started using them. Now I'm watching them fall off their bikes. Yeah, that's probably one of those tricks where you need to figure out how it's like there's the setup, but then there's utilizing the setup, and those are entirely two different beasts. Assisting the Bureau of Entertainment, you injured the Scorn Fluke, helping the Bureau of Entertainment devastate the off-season's cult. Oh, you now have one royal dispensation. Oh shit, this is what gives a royal dispensation. I was thinking something gives a royal dispensation. I didn't remember that it was this that gives a royal dispensation. Ooh. You've gained 300 sovereigns, you've gained 2,000 experience. And let's have some tea for our victory. Victory tea. And thus, let us leave swiftly. Alright then, so, a royal dispensation is of the establishment. Her enduring majesty's family is generous. They know when to promise and when to pay. Can acquire these from the Brazen Brigade in Pan once affiliated with them, or from the Ministry of Public Decency in London. Royal dispensation. Nice. Can join our collection with that. It's a simple setup, just don't brake and turn at the same time. Instead of the front brake being used to slow down, you gotta use the rear brake. Keep the inertia so that you can hug the corner every turn without having to worry about throttle. Ah, I see. The trick behind the setup, just very specific brake usage, and like, that makes sense. That does make sense. That makes a lot of sense. And I know I'm gonna go back. Yeah. Also, that is very clever of you to figure out. That's the cool thing about games, just... Sorry, take a moment to stretch. That's the cool things about games, just figuring out tricks of them. and then kind of utilizing those tricks. Because things that the game allows are always fair game. Whether they're cheesy or not, if a game allows them, they're fair game, and just figuring out those kind of setups to make something work is a really, really fun thing to do. Like say in Hollow Knight, you can cheese things, but it's perfectly valid strategy of cling to a wall on specific boss fights, but cling to a wall and then let your summons kill a boss for you. There's a couple of bosses where that works, and it's kind of handy for those bosses where it does work on it. But yeah, it's finding out tricks like that and then utilizing them to great benefit. It's fun. It is very, very fun. Alright, we have that. We have that. Ah, we were gonna drop off 3 bronze wood at the floating parliament. Well, let's go to the floating parliament then. And then back to London. Back to London, where we will, thankfully, not be dropping off a bunch of guns to orphans, but food and medicine. This can only be a good thing compared to what we could have done. The orphans definitely need food and medicine instead of guns. Just, I know, maybe a hot take, but it's fine. True, but you gotta constantly change the tuning because you change tires based on track temperature. Ah, okay. So, it's a constant battle and a constant awareness of that sort of thing. That makes sense. And that is fair. And neat. It's always interesting to hear about for things like that. Especially because any sort of racing games or those sort of deals are not up in my alley, so it's cool to hear people talk about it, interested in them, because it's just cool. No need for a reason. Cool to see the inner workings of things that I have pretty much no experience or the like on. Changing tires has a massive impact on handling. Like, with the one I have now, it's because the track is cool, but because it's often squishy compared to my front wheel, the bike shakes violently if you turn and brake at the same time. Guaranteed to crash into the floor, well, or the person next to you. Fair enough, fair enough. Also, what happened in the middle of your deal with that turning to Link makes me glad I don't have any over-aggressive bots, and that I've had no need for over-aggressive bots, because that would have just been unfortunate for a bot to have just decided to ban you because you accidentally put a period too close. That's why I don't have those sort of bots. And I haven't needed. Everyone who's been around here have been great folks who have not abused anything in the slightest bit. And the people who have tried to advertise the Link stuff, I've demolished them. Going in? We have to. I'll take the wheel. The incautious driver is, in fact, delighted. Going in? We have to. Hello to one of the wells. It's the Well of the Wolf. We want to stop here. Want to get new brake pads because overheating sucks. Fair, fair. Approaching the Well of the Wolf. A hole in the sky. And torrents of celestial mist pour into it. Shelves of black ice poke from its throat. One of the shelves extends over the well mouth in a narrow spur. At its end stands a pitted, cast iron bandstand. Descend through the gale and land on a shelf of ice. The whirlwind bays like a dog refusing to leave its master's grave. Your driver wrestles the rising winds. You will land, but risk damaging your hull. It is an irons check, 62%. The well is beginning to howl. Godspeed. Hey! Good job, incautious driver. Good job. Descent. Your engine bucks like a dying pig. Its hull groans. Gritty black particulate clatters at the windows. With the last lurch, your locomotive crunches onto the grimy ice. Your driver exhales. A good landing. Not a gentle one. When you emerge from your engine, the winds push at you like a schoolyard bully. The cold bites. Beyond the lip of black permafrost, the well-mouth gapes, wide enough to swallow worlds. Away from the edge, a cluster of hexagonal cave mouths perforate an icy cliff face. The yellow eyes of devils gleam inside them. Huh. There is something inside the well. Whatever it is, the devils would like it gone. Please. Alright, what's in the well? A new friend. The devils trail you to the lip of the well, their faces weighted with expectation. Lord help me, some kid plugged in his mic to whine. Turn you all the way up. Gotta love when people plug in the mics just to shit talk and be generally inconsiderate. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Same time, there must be a level of satisfaction in that you have caused this, but it's still unfortunate to have to listen to it. Not shit talking, he's just complaining about the game. Okay, that is a bit better, yeah, but it's still like, yes. Just start talking. Yeah, dude, game's meant to be hard. Chew it up, spit it out. Yeah. Something is yowling plaintively from the abyss. Something mortal and odiously off-key. You go on your stomach and lean over the edge, a hand thrust into the void. For moments, there is nothing. Nothing but the noise. Nothing but the cold, and the sense you've profaned something sacred. Then, your fingers brush against fur. With considerable effort, you extract a round-bellied, snaggle-toothed, long-clawed lump of a cat. The devils are relieved at your success and insist you depart with the aggravated feline as soon as possible. The useless cat is aboard your engine. Oh good, now our mascots include a Blemigan, an urchin, a huge dog, and a useless cat. Also called a cat. Let's see here. Speak to the congregation of devils. They emerge curious from the caves. Once they were dapper in pinstripe or delicate in brocade. Now they wear rags. Their brocade has frayed. Their pinstripe faded to porridgey gray. New voices. You ask about their lives here. Silence. When you persist, one steps forward and opens his mouth as wide as he can. Plain song emerges, sweet with a sonorous drone. The devil's lips and tongue aren't moving. The song is coming from deeper in his throat. You stand on tiptoes. The devil leans obligingly forward. You peer past his tongue, his tonsils, his gullet, and see a large compound eye. insectoid iridescent, peering back at you from his chest cavity. The devil steps back. That is all for now, it seems. Ah, lovely. Ah, hello, Razzletooth. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope all is going well for you. And you have said your greetings as we've peered down the eye and down the throat of a devil. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's probably fine. It's... yeah. But yes, hello, welcome. I hope all has been going well for you. I've been going alright. Dealing with a scattered-brained head and some residual headache stuff, but streaming has been helpful in that regards. Helps put my mind off of things going on. Except when I scatterbrain everything, but say the least. Approach a stone idol. A large fragment of skyrock has fallen here. It has been graven, by the wind or by long-forgotten tools, into a bulbous stake, perforated by holes of different sizes. It moans. It whistles. Ooh. Ooh. The shapeless idol looms over you. Someone has scratched jagged teeth around each of its holes, transforming them into many, many mouths. A heavy hook is affixed into the stone, just higher than you can reach, while at the base of the idol, 2 depressions have been dug into the ice. The first holds a knot, with hooks knotted in its thongs. The second holds a buckled scrap of something like leather. Enact the rite of the rack. Around the second depression, someone has cut the words "Hain" and "give voice" into the ice. You can guess what you must do. You may be subject to 1 well-rite at a time. This one increases your hearts at a cost of your irons and mirrors. Oh, we need hearts. Oh, we need hearts. I think we might do this. It's a cost of iron and mirrors, which is unfortunate, but we can get back to... But we can make that up on other choices. What do hearts do? Hearts is one of the stats we have, and it's used for checks of, like, convincing and appealing and the like. It's kind of almost similar to charisma as a stat, but something we need hearts for as a stat-wise, and why I might be willing to reduce iron and mirrors, is that we got a new weapon sitting in our inventory where we need 65 hearts to utilize it. That's the other thing the various stats are used for, is requirement vectors for your various items. And we have 50 hearts at the moment, and we need 65. If this gives us enough, it will quite possibly reduce the fact that if we were to just get it by level ups, we need 3 pure heart stat level ups for 5 apiece. If we get enough, we could need lower stat deals. I'll go into detail on which stat does which after I recall once I'm out of this, but I'm gonna trigger on this first, and then I'll give it in detail just by what stats they describe themselves as. But for now, let us enact the rite. 3 Tales of Terror, and not currently subjected to a well rite. We're pulling the trigger on this. So before, so again. Ah, terror. I'm not surprised. The strap knots around your wrists. You put your head back to the idol, stretch your arms above your head, and leap. Ugh. The strap catches on the hook, and you hang there, feeling the wrench in your shoulders. The wind howls through the idol's holes, pushing into your back. The discomfort turns to aches, then the aches to pain. You begin to shudder, violently. The hours inch by. You're not sure when you start screaming. It began with a moan, you think, and burgeoned with a sob. A day or more has passed, and now you scream and scream and scream. Your voice grows hoarse, then ragged. When it is gone, and your screams are marked only by the blood they spray from your ravaged throats, the devils emerge from their caves. They lift you off the idol, swaddle you in rags, and lay you on the ice. Then they depart. The rite is complete. You have sacrificed, and are no longer only yourself. You have gained 15 terror. You have lost 3 tales of terror. You've undertaken the rite of the rack. On the hole that contains not, someone's chiseled, suffer in silence. This will remove your current wellrite, allowing you to take another. Nope, nope, nope. We're leaving that horrific thing. And let us finish up here. Approach the bandstand. A spur of ice juts precariously over the well. At the end of it sits a bandstand, worn by the wind. There, the devils sing their hymns. The journey to the bandstand is bleak and exposed. The well waits on either side. If you look down, you imagine movement in its cavernous depths. A temptation wells in you to fling yourself from the ice and into the abysm. You avert your eyes swiftly. The thing in the well begins to howl, and the winds scurry in search of kinder spaces. It is a hollow, keening sound, the distress of something that can't believe it still has more to lose. The ice groans miserably. The pitch ice is creaking. You hurry back to the relative security of the shelf. Watch a well song. The devils struggle out in their wasted finery, out into the teeth of the wind. In a trudging line, they make their way to the bandstand. Let's see what's going on. Reunion. The devils mount the bandstand and begin to sing. Their lips are motionless, their mouths hanging slackly open. Buzzing plaint-song pours from their throats. The notes are scattered across the scale, creating only a tenuous harmony. Slowly, they begin to shuffle in what might be a dance. Its movements are performed only with the feet. Are they drawing an alphabet? Hieroglyphics? Hieroglyphs? The well's wail drowns them out, but they persist. After some time, the well begins to waver. The wind slackens. Slowly, over the course of another hour, the well returns to quiescence. The devils, wearied, go back to their caves. A vision of the heavens. The devils are using a dance alphabet in their services. Perhaps you could learn it? Oh. Investigate the bandstand. The bandstand is deserted, the well relatively quiet. Waiting. The bandstand is made from cast iron, modestly curlicued and pitted by the harsh weather. You find the manufacturer's mark and date. The components were wrought in the promised days, just after London arrived in the heavens. While inspecting it, you feel the weight of the numberless fathoms below you. They pull at you. Perhaps as a child you dropped a stone down a less terrible well. Perhaps you listened for the sound of it striking the bottom. Now you imagine yourself as that stone, falling and falling. There is an option to decipher some of the dance alphabet of the devils. Fortunately, you had the presence of mind to take sketches of the steps the devils performed during their last service. But I don't want to utilize my only last remaining searing enigma. I might need it for something else. But do note it's there. Let's see here. Last thing we need to do here. Help the repentant devil look for what he seeks. There's someone he wanted to find, somewhere in one of these caves. In body, she is an older, even motherly deviless. She says nothing to him, though it's plain she recognizes him with pleasure. He, for his part, sits with her a long time, telling stories of the Iron Republic, of London as it used to be, of Parabola. He talks the way one might at the sickbed of a beloved, unconscious patient, as much for one's own comfort as for theirs. At last he runs out. "How did you ever reconcile yourself," he says, to giving up the work?" She doesn't answer. Before he can go, she offers him a document on papyrus, sealed with wax. Ooh, we have two options here. Two options. But what options do we want to do? It feels like either or can influence matters. Seems to matter the influence on them. On, well, the devil's traits. I think that might influence the deals. Okay, I think I know what I want. I think I'm trying to remember what the options, because I know I've done a bit of this. I don't remember if I've done, like, a lot of it, but... But, well, I am definitely trying to piece together which is which. Okay, yeah, I think I know what I want to do. I want to help him sympathize with her. "I do not understand," he says, again and again, on the way back down the cliff. "Once she was an unstoppable force." Or help him direct his rage. If he is going to be angry, let him be angry at those who have reduced devils to this condition. Yeah, direct his rage. He grumbles. It was not useful to rebel against the judgments before. That is what produced this result in the first place. But perhaps... He is moody and thoughtful for some time after this. Visited the well of the wolf with the repentant devil. The repentant devil has become more angry at the judgments. That seems like a fine thing to do. And now, let us leave. You return to your locomotive, do battle with the winds, and return to the sky. And desperately get out of this well. I don't know what happens if you go into the heart of the well. I don't want to know. Anyways, stats. Stats. These are what those various means are. You have your stats of iron, the skill of confronting and overpowering. Hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. Mirrors, the skill of investigating and deducing. And veils, the skill of deceiving and evading. Each of these plays a part into different challenges that you will be confronting along your journey. And in proxy as well, also are... Well, also are requirements for using certain items. Like, say, this item right here that we have requires mirrors of 25 plus. This that we're working with requires hearts at 65 plus. So, it's a balance of having stats for the various checks and for what items you might want to be using. The moment, let's see here, what has the rights reduced us by? Endured the right of the rack. I'm actually gonna look this up to see just exactly how my stats changed, because the game isn't spelling it out for me. Let's see here. How much did my stats influence? We're about to find out. To there. And not that. Not that. The right of the rack. And there it is. You're still not telling me, game. Okay, here we go. Here's the right deal. Okay then. What the right of the rack did to me, which obviously there's always a balancing act of the various rights and wells. We saw one earlier in the Reach that we didn't do, but various stats, the stats that decrease, the ones that increase. It seems to be the ratio of that is, like, for the right of the rack, our hearts has gone up by plus 10. Ooh. Our iron -3, and our mirrors by -2. So we lost 2 mirrors, 3 iron, and 10 hearts. And that seems to be the similar trend of everything. One stat reduces by 3, another stat reduces by 2, and then the stat that you're increasing bumps up by 10. For technically a net positive of 5 stats gained overall. So yeah, that puts us now at 49 irons and 35 mirrors, but has boosted our hearts up to 50, 60. So we need just one level up that invests in hearts, and we can use this weapon. Okay then. Let's continue to do things to get experience then. Our most important aspect would be to find whatever ports we might be missing. And we are definitely missing ports somewhere along the lines. Maybe there's something there? Here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ports. I think there's at least 8 ports, if I remember right. Floating Parliament, World Burley, Clockwork Sun. Which means, where could other ports be? This is this section of the deal. That might be that section of the deal? If that's the case, if these two are connected to these two on inner outer ring, and this might be connected to this on the outer ring, that means we're missing that would definitely make that an inner ring, which means we're missing an outer ring somewhere. And that would be the outer ring, which means we're missing an inner ring somewhere. So, somewhere along there and somewhere in this gap, maybe? That's where we'll be looking. Exploring, figuring, determining where we need to go to find everything. We will be heading back to London. The good thing about heading back to London... Hold up a second. I'm getting distracted here. There's a thing here. Curator's egg, the inconvenient ant chuckles. Oh, pardon me, dear. I just got that. Oh, we found another curator's egg, I see. Also have the tartary brown. The useless cat, to the detriment of your crew, has discovered he cannot digest peppers. Someone in a busy port is sure to want to buy it. Yeah, we have done this before. Eggs can be sold at St. Dominic's station in London. Okay, never mind, let's head straight back to London. We don't want anything happening to this precious cargo. I was gonna say, that reminds me, we forgot to check up on our new addition to our mascots. Say hello, apparently, to the useless cat. I've never had the useless cat. He is not good. He falls off high things. He gets stuck in vents. He sits at the exterior hatch and yowls to let you out. He's yours, though, you suppose. +1 meters. Your useless cat. The cat sleeps in the hold, in the engine room, in the galley. It is often found asleep. Never seen expending energy more from one place of repose to another. Today it is sleeping on your desk. Stroke the cat. Perhaps it will be relaxing. It was not relaxing. For something so lethargic, it has a remarkable turn of speed. Its soft, white belly was a trap. Your useless cat yawns theatrically, as if to emphasize exactly how little it cares about the blood oozing from your forearm. It stands, stretches, knocking a pot of ink onto the floor, then curls up once more. The ink pools lazily. You'll need to mop that up before it reaches the rug. So yeah, it is indeed a useless cat. And also just a cat. Oh cat, oh cat. Let's get back to London. We'll stop by the ministries really quick, turn in some of these port reports for even more money. The sky yawns. London has scarcely touched these wide places. Even in the realm that has its artificial hearts, not all have been tamed by London. Not all, slice bit. Guess this will get our terror down as well. We should have been away from London long enough that we'll get a terror reduction. We'll see once we park into the ministries, which counts as a London port for that purpose. Nothing else. Hopefully our terror will be reduced by giving food and medicine to orphans. I'm sure our terror wouldn't have reduced if we were giving guns to them, but thankfully we are not giving guns to them. Scavenge? Ah, piece of another space teapot floating in the sea of the sky. Fair enough. Not the wrong way. I always get the dodge mixed up when it's near me. When the ship is heading towards me instead of away from me, because that means it's reversed. First controller keybind input because it's a keyboard, but it's reverse input to say the least, and it's highly awkward. Also, to say the least. That's why if you see me randomly dodging into things, it's partly that. And also partly just because I'm foolish and that happens to me. Not where you thought you were. Earn the wrath of the world beyond. The sky is wrong. This is not where you were meant to be. Was it a trick of the mist? Has a wind carried you astray? Have the heavens themselves turned on their axes? And press on. Push forward into stranger skies and hope that somewhere beyond, you'll find familiar territories again. Fuck it. Ah, hello there. The Agnene. A bank of mist stretches just below you. Flat and colorless as a twilight moor, your navigator lets out a sudden cry, frantically pointing at something through your starboard windows. Something immense approaches, its vast bulk rising from the mists. The great hump of its back looms over you like a hillside. It is studded with lidless yellow eyes. This is one of the Agnene, the Star Dragons, the behemoth mercenaries that the Suns contract to enforce their laws. Before it, you are only a fleck. Try to escape its notice. It is said they eat time. We don't have barrels of unseasoned hours. Quench your lights and quell your steam. 57% chance. Ah, hello, failure, my old friend. By the skin of your teeth, the Leviathan draws closer and vaster. It is a cliff bearing down on you. It eclipses all the sky. At the last moment, your engineers restart the engines, and your driver drags your initially sluggish vessel out of the beast's way. It is barely enough, but the Agnene's wake casts the sky into a tumult. You are flung like a leaf on the wind, your locomotive spinning over and over. There are casualties. As you right your vessel, the uncaring behemoth sinks back into the mist. We have lost a crew member. Ugh. How unfortunate. Didn't count to the tally, though. It just said you lost a crew member. Oh well, that's why we got a buffer. That is why we have a buffer of crew, folks. For unfortunate circumstances as such. And unfortunate it was. Ugh, burrow below, I swear. Stop fucking haunting me. Press off and attend your own business. A glorious dreadnought. Hello there. Our terror is high up. We are not getting more nightmares, and that is foolish. And dock. And terror reduction by a bit. Public amount of decency, and deliver your port reports. 400 sovereigns for strength of the sun. Now let us go into London proper. Now that we have a little bit more cash to our name there. Don't want to go down yet, that would be foolish. But the next one in line. The next one in line. Where our port of call is. London indeed. Sure, that works. Not the most glorious landing, but it worked. An eggmonger. A young woman strides down the platform towards you, pushing a burro piled high with crates the size of shoeboxes. I can always tell the ones who have got an egg. Have any you'd care to part with? Sell the egg. It's only taking up space in your hold. Sell the egg for some money. A short, neat transaction. She opens one of the crates to reveal a bed of sawdust. Very carefully, she takes the egg and lays it gently in its crate. She replaces the lid and restacks the crate among the others. She produces a small packet of coins from a deep pocket in her coat. Then, with a grin, she heads off, pushing her burro down the platform. This woman is a lot more prepared than the other guy we sold to in New Winchester, who was teeters away from breaking the egg every goddamn second. That's fine. 300 sovereigns. We wanted 300 sovereigns. Dispose of the sequencer's well-intentioned package. The dazzled sequencer at the Clockwork Sun asks you to deliver a package to the needy. Deliver the sequencer's care package. London produces industrial quantities of orphans, which are stored in orphanages while awaiting export to a work world. Yeah, just let that description, just settle in for a moment. Yeah, welcome to Industrial Area Attitudes. Well-intended package, let us do so. Upon opening your package, the orphans begin quietly and methodically distributing the food parcels and medicine. At the governess's urging, they thank you. See, much better than delivering them guns. We have done a good thing. On behalf of someone else doing a good thing. We still need those. Okay, we have 2 of those at the moment. Okay. It's fine. This will be staying. It won't go away, but we do want to do that once we basically want to go up to the Parliament, which means we would want to accept this one first. And then we would want to do this one after, once we get back here. Here. That means want to get rid of those things. Keep that in our inventory because they're actually only 1 level up away from that. Let's see here. We want 2 more of those for a total of that. We're only going to be doing 3 turn-ins there, but we'll at least be completing this, which makes it more worthwhile. Here just to settle things out now. I keep on pressing the wrong thing. 3 sets of crockery, okay. Which we'll want to stop by London before we do this. Remember me, stop by London before doing this. And then we get fuel. Supplies. Fuel, supplies. Then we make our way up to the floating Parliament. And we can get pull reports now, so we should do that too. 3,000 for the engine. Oof. Jubilee, we do not want that. Fitted cupboards would be kind of nice, but those are a little bit more expensive. Would fill up our captain slot. What we can do, though, and probably want to do, since we can utilize this, is get a better shotgun. We definitely want a better shotgun. The Camnus Yard's Black Sheep. I'll bring thee to ashes upon the earth, in sight of all. An automatic shotgun, which compensates in efficiency for what it lacks in power. Many a Skyfarer has found themselves distributed widely and bloodily after underestimating the Black Sheep. It's 24 damage, which is the same damage we have. 400 range versus 350 range, so less range. But the important thing, 10 less heat. Which means instead of 2 blasts in a row, we can get 3 blasts in a row before overheating. And this is a good thing. And it's relatively cheap. Yep, hold up. That right there. That right there. That, and that saw, because that's where that's going to be replaced. By this gun, specifically. Right, we need to do like that. Keep on forgetting. Then we can grab this. A boom. And a boom. Although I do need to remember, right-click is now my shotgun. Right-click is my shotgun. For now, we are settled. We'll put our fuel back in. And there we go. We have a really good shotgun. And it's actually called a shotgun, and not, a blunderbuss. It's the devil in the details that make it more worthwhile. But yeah, that will be replaced by this once we get a level up. So, that is how we want to approach things. Into the floating parliament. And we will want to go up. I will explore around this way just to see if I can't get any more exploration credit for things, because we want as much experience as we can get our hands on. For obvious reasons. Because it's experience. Thank you, Ministry Monitor, for stopping. Because I was afraid to move around it. Glorious Dreadnought here. Hello, Glorious Dreadnought. How's it aiming? We'll go along this route, basically seeing what we can explore along this avenue. We'll stop by the Tower of Chimes for the sake of our terror, and well, that's how we'll approach things. In a good manner. Exploring what we can, and doing what we can. Doing what we can for our terror, because, oh boy, our poor terror. This, by the way, is our new shotgun. Now that I don't see anyone to raid, it's like shorter range, but kind of has a green trend. As you can notice, can be spammed a little bit more. This is only but a good thing. It is a good upgrade for a previous deal. It is a fantastic upgrade, and I am happy to have it. And oh boy, if I can get up to the Wrath of Heavens, that'll be fascinating to play around with, because I've never played around with that weapon. It'll be great. I'm not sure if we'll level up this stream, but I'll do what I can to get what experience I can. Thus me deciding I should probably try to find the last 2 ports. But trading is still important as well to facilitate that, so yeah. The other advantage of doing these projects like this is there's the potential for me to be directed towards them. It's not guaranteed, but the potential is there. Have to go around that long way. Okay. Then we'll just go along here. Ugh. Stream has done me well. I'm feeling better just being distracted by it, so... And this is a relatively calm enough game anyways that I'm actually Being pretty chill and distracted from all my bodily woes. Always fun to delve into these games and just enjoy. Ah, that bend remote. That certainly is an emote. 38%. Big Ben, save us from some of our terror, please. Beg of thee. The giant has fallen. Good old Big Ben. That's a fair amount of terror there. It's enough that helps. Plenty that helps. What's up here? Is it just a building, or is it actually something worthwhile? It's a building that I can't utilize. I'm sure the buildings are useful, but we don't have a saying. Can't stress as I used to, but the modes can. True indeed. Like, I ought to stretch while I can, especially when you're sitting for extended periods, but any stretching is better than no stretching, so even if you can't do it as much, what you can is what you can. The convenient aunt adopts a sementiferous tone. I hope those of you who can vote do. It's important. What the aunt said. Vote, damn you people, vote. Not voting is silly. Alright, in we go. Bugger that opportunity. We don't want our money taken away from us. And reduce our terror by a good chunk. Eating scones with our aunt. Huzzah! Report. Join the protest for a little bit because we can. Sky Story, largely raise awareness of whatever cause we keep on touting about. And shops. We can do 3 of the bronzewood. We need to find 2 more, but this is a good start. 3 of this for another moment of inspiration. And, bylaws for more tea shenanigans. Don't mind if I do. We can make good use of this tea in due course. Let's buy all of the tea. All of it. And then head back to London. Yep, we'll have to keep an eye out for more bronzewood, but it is fine. You know. If we go this way and stop by the Brabazon the Brabazon Work World, we can also grab a port report while we're in the vicinity. We should do that. That I mean, turn. Then we could literally just stop by the ministry and get a quick, easy 200 more gold. Sorry, sovereigns. Why did I say gold? I don't know. Gold isn't even a lore appropriate term for this. There's a nasty thing down there. An outbreak of heart sickness. A mysterious outbreak of nostalgia is spreading through your crew. Frequently, they stop work to stare away into misty remembrance. They gather during the evenings to meditate on times gone by, and debate the ways in which the past was superior to the present. The air is full of sighs. Hold Compulsory knees up, break out the brandy, string the fiddles. That supplies. Sit with the most afflicted and listen to their tales of times past. It won't help, but you might learn something. Or succumb and write. Nostalgia is the fuel of melancholy, and melancholy is a fruitful muse. Perhaps you will be inspired. You know what, sure. Damn it. The storm that speaks. We just got that terror down, game. Why did you do this to us? Why? Abandon your crew to the plague of melancholy, you withdraw to your quarters. But today the ink does not flow, and the words strangle one another. The page yawns, white and terrible and empty. At some point you doze off and are dragged down into dreams. You stand on a featureless heath. A storm rages above you. Its thunder comprised of countless voices all shouting to be heard. Lightning stabs, writing a word upon the sky. But when you wake, you can't remember what it said. That would be more terrible. Anyways, this horrible thing. Alright, other way. Oh, I got hit there. The blue is hard to see against the lights. Broadside, good broadside. Just keep moving backwards. Just keep moving backwards there. That was a lot of gunfire. Parliament, what's that? First one repeats. Parliament! What's that? Parliament? What's that? Parliament. God, these things are so difficult to fight, but they're difficult to run away from as well. Boom! Good broadside, good broadside. Partial broadside. Ooh, nice hit, thank you. I don't like fighting these scenes. I don't like fighting these scenes. But I do what I can. Alright. The deranged Dreadnought is defeated. And also we have shitty options all around, but so be it. The deranged Dreadnought's rapid aggression is stilled now. Your lights reveal glassy growths encasing sections of its ravaged hull. Where battle has shattered them, they spill across the sky in a plume of shards and dust. Well, terror is something I can't really afford to get, but that is an option. Search the crew cabins, progress through the Dreadnought is hazardous. Half of it has been reduced to wreckage. The remainder is almost entirely vitrified. Glass cracks underfoot, 7 years bad luck with every step. But there is also recovered glass, which is our better chance. The eerie contagion of glass that afflicts the Dreadnought may yield valuable materials, if you can find a large enough slab. Oh, we actually succeeded, thank goodness. A likely candidate. You find a promising, uncracked stretch of glass infecting the Dreadnought's cylinder. You and your sky-suited crew set to work, carefully prying it away from the surrounding steel. Your reflections shiver in the glass, distorted and ghostly. Free quote-unquote free considering how much damage we took, but free, pane of stained glass, which does sell well. Especially we can get an appropriate prospect for it, but yeah. Ooh. Those things are rough. With risky deals to earn them in. But there's always the chance of getting something good from them. I'll just say, there is the potential to get a weapon like to their own. Just like with the flukes, there is an avenue to get a weapon like their own. But it's random chance. Always gotta poke your head in and see. See where once lies upon. Yeah, one that long close to here. Alas, our poor terror. And our poor hole, but at least we're more durable these days. Like, I didn't approach it well, but I didn't approach it horribly, and I got some good hits in. And that's what I like about this shotgun in situations like that. More relative ease. Speaking of which, there's a Ministry of Honor here. Taking my hand off the mouse so I do not accidentally shoot it. The last thing we can afford is to accidentally shoot something that is friendly to us. We've been damaged enough. We've been damaged enough. Let us get some... Let's get a poor report while we're here. Get some more money from our efforts. Dock. A horn blares. Oh look, we can reduce one of our missing crew. Yay! Lower terror a little. We'll take what we can get. It really, really, really is a little, but we take what we can get. Take it straight to the hideout of the revolutionaries. Yep. Don't actually want to do anything with you, though. To the back streets. To port reports. And then... Alright, I forgot to check the deal. Again. No, it's fine. It probably just end up failing and giving us more terror. Return to the bit between in your locomotive. Yes, please. Bazaar is still out. Or rather, more accurately, is ours again. Seems to happen frequently. Ours here. But alright, to London. To London, we'll restock up there as need be. Grab that other prospect. And then head down to the mausoleum. And then we can explore this area on our way to the Clockwork Sun. For a reason there for the Clockwork Sun, in that we could probably pick up more packages that the sequencer wants to deliver. And let them know that their current package was received well. Definitely received well. Because it wasn't guns. Ugh. Alright. Except for my terror, which I am really not a huge fan of, everything else has been going relatively well. Ah, Nursery 12. A little bit more experience. A little bit, but experience nonetheless. Obviously, our bigger source of experience at the moment, which is another reason to find new ports, is not only for finding new ports, which is an important initial boost, but the potential more stories we can explore and go into, because stories are also experience. It's also experience too. As far as stories, well, pardon me. As far as stories, we're currently just listed upon all in here. Order would be great, but, well, c'est la vie. Even tricks. Progress of an uprising. Initiate. We need sheets of ministry-approved literature for that one. Okay. Literature, literature, literature. Always the literature. Turn these port reports for a little bit of cash, because we want cash. The sovereigns are vastly important right now. So we build up our stuff. May have bonked the dog, but it didn't cause me damage, so I'll take it. Our port reports puts us up to 15 port reports and a little bit more strength of the sun. And because we have not been away long enough from London, our terror does not go down. Unfortunately, but so it be. No, keep on going. Also means that same prospect should be around. Should very much be around. And it's off right on it. Shops, bazaar, crockery. An opportunity. A tacked-up sign at the station announces a tea shop closure on Worlbury Juxtamer. Worlbury tea shops experience boom and bust. Now is the time of bust. And cheap crates of nostalgic crockery. And damn. Enough fuel to fuel the sun. The Clockwork Sun does not, of course, run on tea. But the battalion of engineers who maintain it surely must. Every month, a new tender for 3 caddies of dried tea is offered. Regular, as yes, Clockwork. Clockwork Sun lies to the southeast of London. Okay. I'm going to do a thing here. You are indeed allowed to abandon prospects. And honestly, we are going to finally just get rid of that one we have sitting around. We're not going to be back for a while. Let's use our tea instead for this delivery. Oops. Not quite what I want to do. Because this syncs up with how we're approaching things. Stained glass there. And it was 3 caddies of tea, right? Yes, yes. 3 caddies of tea. And we can also stash one of these and sell this there. Because we have it in our inventory. And we're heading to the mausoleum anyways. Alright, so that's how we'll approach it. Everything else there looks good. Stock up on such. And yeah, okay. Let us head off to the mausoleum. Which, honestly, would be better approaching the other way as I knock against the walls of the station. Like a fool. And alright, to the mausoleum. We find a resurrectionist on the way. We will gladly kill it and harvest its soul for our benefit. Because that's just the right thing to do. Okay. Making progress, getting good trade routes. Not complete trade routes, which would be nice, but for the things we don't have access of, at least we're getting parts of. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Getting money off of things in the meantime. That is the name of the game. And then between the Clockwork Sun and the mausoleum, we can look in this gap of the realm and see if there's anything else there. Anything at all just hiding around. Because we want to find more ports. There are at least a couple of ports that I think I remember are here, and that's one of the reasons I'm finding them, because one of them is vastly important. Vastly important to find. I do really, really want to find it. Serene Mausoleum. Oof. By the skin of our teeth right there. Graves. Graves as far as I can see. Ah, hello there. The hour of the wolf. It is late, and you are alone. Doubt preys on you. Is this the path you should have taken? You trespass upon the precincts of heaven. What price will be exacted of you? What price have you already paid? You could drink and forget the secrets that gnaw. Already your hand is on the bottle's neck. Heirs of Terror, Savage Secret, and a taste for the bottle. Or you can endure this lean, cruel hour. It will pass. Ah, the game's just out to get me on these checks. The prey. Your doubts are hungry tonight. They seize on your past decisions one by one, worrying at each like wolves at a lamb. Sleep is impossible. When your shift arrives, you arise haggard and unrested. You splash water on your face, and wonder what mistakes you will make today. 5 terror, tale of terror. Graves as far as you can see. Lovely place for that to appear. Certainly a lovely place. Terror rises. It is like that terror rises. Hey, Grave. What secrets do you hold, Grave? My end? My future? Be ye also ready, yeah? Don't know what it gave me, but be ye also ready. Deal there, but that's a bit out of the way at the moment. We want to go to the mausoleum. As our terror is just not ideal, to say the least. Not ideal. Can never be, can be so trapped. That is fair, good person, that is fair. I hesitated there because I don't know what the I'll just admit this. I don't know what the formality would be for them, because the driver is distinctly non-gendered, so it's like, or at least gender obscured from us. So for instance purposes, they are them, they. And it's like, trying to think of the formal terminology for that. It's like, I have no clue. Alright, here, now, let us attend a Skyfarer's funeral. The priests welcome other travelers to share their stories from afar. Not forgotten. The funeral is a mix of gentle sobbing and clutching handkerchiefs, in excitement at stories from the depths of the high wilderness. Pardon me, you play your part, ensuring that a fellow traveler's life is remembered, instead of being lost to the winds far from home. Your terror has fallen? Lost one sky story. This is the second mint, by the way. Your aunt will leave your engine. You may pick up her again at any time. And it is basically, I'll read this because it's amusing, inter your aunt. It is time. She has requested shore leave at the mausoleum, and means to join the Deathless. It's fine, let's write a port report. Let's do this. It's a little bit of terror fallen. I think it's only like one though, but let's just do it for our own sake. One more academic. Approach the Deathless. And we have 3 favors bestowed. We have an invitation. The cheery registrar hands you a gold leaf envelope, penned in black. It seems you have attracted the attention of one of the Deathless. This will allow you to take on unique bargains for the Deathless. Though you will lose favor. The bargain is randomized. You may be able to change which is available by replaying the invitation. Alright, first things first. Note, they sell for a fuckload. These gemstones are costly, but also very, very profitable. And we only exchanged a barrel of ours for this one. Almost all profit right there. Actually, we got the barrels out free. Technically, what it cost us was, if I remember right, what it cost us to get those hours, which we got from killing a marauder, was ditching 20 sovereigns worth of fuel. That works out. 455 profit then, basically, from that. Technically. Let's do this. An invitation to Perdurance and more experience. And... your bargain is more crockery. We don't need more crockery. Although if I had no crockery and had this prospect, this would have been an amazing turn of play, but... Nope. We do not. We do not indeed. Alright, let's go back to this thing, because I do want to see what that bargain is about. Approach the Deathless. An invitation. Respice poste. The Dismal Chamberlain invites you to a little soiree in a sepulchral vault above the nave. Behind a great clock face, a gathering of respectable notables has been assembled. A gathering of musicians plays a selection of Her Renewed Majesty's favorite waltzes. The Dismal Chamberlain is interested indeed in your opinions on contemporary music. A new bargain may now sometimes be found at the mausoleum. Dust drifts down the clouds from the vaults high over your head. Parts of the mausoleum are left to rot, so that they may be cannibalized for new extensions. Gained one vision of the heavens, you've lost a favor, you've gained a new accomplishment, dealing with the deathless. That, of course, took up all our time and all our favor, so that's something to keep in mind. But we now have dealing with the deathless, which I'm not 100% sure what that's all about, to be honest. Have the accomplishment. Contemplate the dead sun. Approach the deathless. Okay, let me figure out what this is about. Because now I'm just left with questions. Questions that I don't know what is all about. Alright, let's see here. Boop. What does this do? What are you all about? That is a fantastic question. Okay, yeah, that is that. That is. Ooh, that. Okay, okay. So effectively it gives a random chance for the bargains for something else to appear. Okay, fair enough. Investment to the future, I suppose. We would need a new bargain to appear, to potentially give us avenues there. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Let's stock up. Our hold is full of the tea we need for that place. Let us say go off, but how many does this cost? 3. No, 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 no. We'll resist. We'll resist. Probably bad, but we'll resist. And so we are off to explore this way, as we also approach the Clockwork Sun. The sun, where we have tea to sell. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I've been on this end of the star, but A, this is the leaking side of it. B, it counts as a horror. Go figure. Look at our nice circle of horrors on half the damn map. Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad. There's our circle of horrors. Across half the map on the outside edge. Avid Horizon, Dead Son of Albion, the Clockwork Sun, Skyhenge, and what was that one again? Oh right, the Lighthouse in the Mist. Our only one wonder we found is right here up in the north, lovely, lovely Big Ben, keeping watch and vigilance for us all. Blessed be to Big Ben. For being our one remark of non-horror in this damn place. Help us all. Let's see here. I'm gonna check something because I'm trying to figure out what control it was again. X's horn. I mean, yes, that is a control I did not know, but... Ah, F. Excellent. By the way... Horn. And now people are discontent about it. I was just blowing the horn. No, this is about the stars. Tears fallen. Please have this brandy. Supplies. Or something beneficial. Hey, fuel. Excellent. Now the other thing I was looking for is how you use your scout. Your supplies go down a little bit, your bat does your best. Complaints about the cold. It found nothing. Ah, lovely. Also, it only figures that that's not underneath. That's a thing I ran into. Go figure. Those trellises that, actually are actually something. Good. Mind your mark the way back, Captain, says Stoker. Hawthorne is a labyrinth. Ah, lovely, labyrinth. Just what we wanted. She might be what we want. I did not mean to fire, but that's no surprise. Alright, Scout. Your scout returns. Ah, there we go. There's support. Scout returns. It has found something. Your scout has discovered something. See what it is. Open your charts. I guess we're heading this direction anyways, but it's nice to confirm that my suspicions were right in terms of what I was looking for. McFarlane's Glen. Because this is indeed exactly what we're looking for. It's like, the change of environments did hit me. It's like, oh, this seems familiar. Our good old starry-eyed bat has confirmed this for us. And you'll notice, the desolation is changing. To something more verdant. You've seen before the grand glass eye of an observatory telescope. Presumably behind it, an angry astronomer is gesturing at you to get out of the damn way. And what is it that we are here? Well, to this little, shockingly verdant slice of Albion, the Royal Society. Thing in the mist. I think we hit something, Specialist. Nope, keep going. Blissful ignorance, indeed. Nose Tower. There's a good reduction for finding a new port, and airy house. Now here we lie at the Royal Society, which you'll note, this happens to be where Mr. Menagerie is passing through. This was what was meant as a place of research. This is the area. And pretty mansions of stone and glass rise above the verdant gardens, while below machines whir and groan. A persistent sound of hammering pounds the air. Ooh, literature. One moment. Let me have fuel and supplies stick fast. Perfect. Bizarre. An auction of dusty literature. An amateur enthusiast has passed away. Hers was an obscure field of scholarship, and her family are selling off her books by the bundle. Stacks of pamphlets, tomes, and journals teeter behind the stall. That's for having 2 academe. We're getting it, because we need ministry-approved literature for Avid Horizon. So, Clockwork Sun, turn back around, Colt. Requisitions? The weary quartermaster is willing to write off some of Portsmouth's house's output for a price. They sell munitions. Alright, before we start this, be right back. Going to check on something really quick. Back in a moment. So on the plus side, all is well. On the downside, standing up has reminded my head, hi, hello. You know, you're actually in a lot of head pain. No, please, I was trying to distract from that body. It's like, nope, nope, nope. Oh, have some of this. No thank you, I'd rather pass on some of that. No thank you, indeed. Anyways, the Airy. I think we read the description on that. The Royal Society. The words Volius in Verba are written across the stonework, above the great bronzewood doors. Her renewed majesty has granted these grounds to the finest minds in Albion to work here. Their purview is to invent, to hypothesize, to discover, and, most crucially, to watch the stars. Introduce yourself at Airy House. The Royal Society welcomes careful captains. An offer of work. The mellifluous president greets you. He directs your attention to the new marble on the floors, to the cheerful portraits of distinguished Royal Society members lining the hallway, and finally to the very large portrait of himself in the plush library. We do like captains here at the Royal S. We need our space and, frankly, our comforts to think. But it is you brave souls who do the real legwork. Extremely educational. If not, our gardens are extremely fine, as is our conversation, and the port. You could wander the gardens. Why not have a stroll? The Royal Society have left their gardens to run wild, though an attempt was made to tame them. We're gonna get more terror from this. Could visit the mellifluous president. He intimidated there might be work for industrious skyfarers. And write a port report. Someone will be interested in what is going on, in what they're getting up to here. Latest developments. The Royal Society hums with activity. The preparations for a new wing of every house are in motion. The mellifluous president is convening another committee to continue the renovations of the gardens. The astronomers are excited about a star of burnished amber seen far to the east. The Rochester Club, regrettably, continues at high speeds. The Royal Society's gratitude to attend a port reception. Let's see what horrible thing happens here. Ah, failure, excellent. Ah, terror, excellent. Through the undergrowth, the gardens were an early attempt by the Society to stamp their mark upon the sky. More interesting avenues for scientific exploration quickly presented themselves, however, and the gardens were left to run wild, half-tamed. The overgrown gardens are beautiful but hazardous to the casual walker. You navigate the haha with admirable electricity. The Bronzewood Maze is surmountable with the aid of string. You are bedeviled by the little gnomes that poke out of the reeds in the marsh. It is hours before someone comes to rescue you. Time has passed while we've idled there. Yay. A day or so. Visit the president. Hello, Captain Jew. Come in, come in. The mellifluous president steeples his fingers. On his desk, metal suns suspend from silver flames. Frames clack in the breeze. Now, are you here about work? Or do you consider the term vulgar as well? I send reports back to London periodically, but we can't be everywhere. So much to do, so little time. Places of particular solar activity will do nicely. Could change for Sky Stories with, for an invitation to Perdurans. A small stack of invitations to the Half-Light Mask are impaled on a paper spike on his desk. He won't say why he has them, but he will part with one if you can tell him something about the sky he doesn't know. Bid him goodbye, cheerio. And you can also deliver him port reports. Only a few. You could deliver a port report from Polymer and Plenty's Inconceivable Circus. A curious place to be sure. I have never understood the appeal of clowns. Deliver a port report from the Clockwork Sun. We would be very interested in information concerning our beloved star. That should be easy enough. And deliver a report from a place we have very much not been to. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Mr. Menagerie is passing through the Royal Society. A tattered poster by the station advertises the services of a Mr. Menagerie, purveyor of fine scouts. An accompanying picture displays a tall, cloaked figure, slightly stooped, clutching an array of adorable little beasts close to its long chest. Cages are piled up by the sleek racing engines of the Rochester Club. Scouts, it asks hopefully. We're leaving soon. It's like, there's still this. I don't want to use my Syrian Enigma on that. And I wouldn't be able to use it anyways. We like our bats. Bats are great. Listen to a story of things past. We shall do this again, because stories are good. The Wild Delights. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the Ormswold, out beyond the cozy confines of the Royal Society. Old ground, hunting ground, when wings spread free and soared, and we were indigo in tooth and claw. Those teeth you can see below the hood. When the skies were young, when we were young, our bargains were savage, our hunts were sacred. We lifted all wings, our appetites naked. All gone now. Things change, and time takes all. We don't want another diffident bat. Definitely don't want another bat. Acquire nothing this time around. We wanted the stories. We are moving elsewhere soon, but we leave a note saying where we are. See where it's headed. We go to the throne of the Hour King. Ominous. The Celestial Expedition, to the delight of mostly himself, the mellifluous president, is planning an expedition in the Royal Society. Its theme will be the science of the skies. He's happy to pay visiting captains for items of interest that he might come across. You can one of these sort of avenues, okay. Donate an uncanny specimen. It can go along with the others in the glass case. 3 uncanny specimens. The mellifluous president will be delighted. 5 uncanny specimens. A generous contribution to science. Donate an otherworldly artifact. A piece of stellar history. A fitting exhibit. Donate a searing enigma. Oof. It's rumored the expedition has a locked room to house its most impossible treasures. And donate a condemned experiment. A thing that should never have happened, but it did. Alright, so it's one of those avenues. See, all of that else is here. Nell's Tower. The Royal Society's observatory is named for King Charles' canniest mistress. Nell's Tower is the jewel in the Society's crown. Arriving at Nell's Tower. A sign on the door in neat copper plate reads, Nell's Tower closed for the 13th annual Airy Dinner. Leave urgent business at doorstep. There's a polite cough on your shoulder. Turning, you see a tall man with a beard like a nest of vipers. The supercilious bursar introduces himself. I came to round up stragglers, but as a captain, you are of rank sufficient to attend the dinner, if you wish to attend. Attend the 13th annual Airy Dinner. There will be port, Captain. Ooh, port. Three wise astronomers. The dinner is held at the mahogany and marble imperial dining room of Airy House. Every piece of the dinner service is mismatched, and both the furniture and the personages in the room are pleasantly rumpled. The superstitious bursar brings you to the high table, where the 3 senior astronomers of Nell's Tower are holding court. You are introduced to the senatorial professor, the chair of the Phlegian Sciences, and the lecturer for imperial affairs as the first course is served. You could dine on the game pie. It is ample and succulent. Its flesh lightly roasted. This will grant supplies. Guzzle the port. The Royal Society is renowned for the variety and the depth of its cellars. This will reduce terror. Appealing. Eavesdrop on the conversation. You can always pick at the vegetables. Nah, Our port's been bad for a while. Our terror has been bad for a while. The port will do us good. Nom 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 nom. Good reduction. And a good reduction means any reduction. Good lord! It's smoked like fine cheese, and fired like a master potter's kiln. The color is pale ruby, like a star-kissed stone. Its bouquet is Homeric, as are the epithets you lavish upon it. The senatorial professor smiles and adjusts his blindfold. From the ruins at Port Avon, a marvelous find. The first course ends with a great smacking of lips, and a general feeling of goodwill towards the chef. Good port. The second course arrives. Oh, you thought we were done, were we? Oh, no. Fancy dinner isn't more without this. The superlicious burster passes the dish of buttered potatoes with an oily smile. The conversation continues, lubricated by Herculean quantities of port, buttered potatoes, roast squirmlings, and sautéed hibernating mushrooms are devoured in between rhetorical thrusts. Talk to the lecturer in Imperial Affairs, she is rationing her port with water, and visibly holding her tongue. Talk to the chair of the effulgent sciences, her eyes are wild. She has savaged the potatoes. Her conversation rambles, but her language is poetry. Talk to the senatorial professor. He affords sly smiles from under his blindfold, between slurpings of mushroom. He appears to enjoy playing the devil's advocate. Who do we want to talk to? She has savaged the potatoes. What is effulgent? I'm actually drawing a blank on the word effulgent, and I blame my head. But let's see here. Effulgent. Effulgent, rather. Effulgent. There's a difference there. Shining radiance. Oh, of bright studies. Oh. Alright. A scattering of discourse. She interrupts you repeatedly to make this point or that. At first, these feel like random interjections, but by the end, she is refuting points you made at the start of the course and anticipating your jokes with wild-eyed delight. I have always been in love with the heavens, is all the biography you get from her, however. The second course ends with the lecturer in Imperial Affairs telling a rather ribald joke and a hearty toast to the continued health of all present. The third course arrives. Sherbets produced in London's sweet shops, sponge cake from the Admiral Nelson on Port Prosper, clotted cream and actual strawberries grown in the gardens. More port. The conversation grows looser. The story's more risque. The supercilious burster leans in conspiratorially. I arranged these dinners to promote unity, you understand. And, of course, for the good memory of our previous president, who nobly argued for the introduction of the society to the wilderness, and convinced Her Majesty of our utility. He toasts the large portrait of Aerie that dominates the room. Talk to the lecturer in Imperial Affairs, her cheeks are flushed, her glass has been refilled. Talk to the chair of effulgent sciences, she's drawing something on the napkin. Or talk to the senatorial professor. He's produced brandy from somewhere. His port is shamefully neglected. Well, this is the only one we haven't talked to at the moment, the lecturer in Imperial Affairs. Her cheeks are a bit flushed. In Vino Veritas. She tops you up and attempts a wink. Never waste a drop of wine, as my governess used to say. She sighs. I know what the burster's up to. distracting us from the fact that London's got us pointing the telescope at a dead corner of the sky. A matter of national security, they said. It got the wrong coordinates, if you ask me. Anyway, until they say we can move it, our studies are on hold. The third course comes to a close with a great groaning, and heartfelt but false protestations that one couldn't possibly manage cheese and biscuits after all this. Interesting to hear. Being patronized, the Superless Bursar leans in as the plates are cleared away. Before we adjourn, there is the question of patronage to consider. All eyes are on you. A hush falls over the table. The three faces of the astronomers are turned to you. The Superless Bursar continues as though nothing has changed. Our telescope is operated only by the will of the government. We are not allowed to move the telescope without permission. A bold skyfarer, such as yourself, might obtain such permission. Or at least an official-looking document that could be conceivably construed as permission. Our astronomers would be very much interested in patronizing you. You bring them a permit, they can advance their researches. In exchange, they'll teach you what they know. Ooh. Choose the lecturer in Imperial Affairs. The iron-haired astronomer, London's own appointment, will be your patron. Choose the chair of the effulgent sciences. The wild-eyed astronomer, specializing in the habits of the stars, will you be your patron. Choose the senatorial professor. The blindfolded cantankerous astronomer of Old London will be your patron. That explains it. That's why it seems so familiar. An astronomer with a blindfold. They are of Old London. You know what that means from a Fallen London perspective? Sorrow spiders. Sorrow spiders. Yes, indeed. That is what blindfolded astronomers associated with quite frequently in Fallen London. Sorrow spiders. Won't lie, as much as I like Old London or Fallen London in other references that I'll make, the idea of spiders concerns me. It concerns me way too much. Which means my, preferences lie in the other two options. Huh. Who to do on this accord, though, is a fantastic question. It's a fantastic question. Who do we want to go for? I think I might go for the first one. The lecture in Imperial Affairs. I don't know what's behind it or anything, but their own appointment. An iron-haired astronomer. And she was up front with me. Let's do this for the time being. London's woman. She smiles with something approaching genuine pleasure. Marvelous, quite marvelous. And come to the tower whenever you wish to begin. Make sure you have a permit, mind. I've never done this, I'll note. Never done this. The Queen's Astronomers. Here, astronomers turn the vast steel telescope to the heavens, and report on the movements of the stars. London is keenly invested in their findings. Observe the Clockwork, son. London authorizes and encourages the use of the telescope. The ministry has stamped permits for this particular usage up to the next century, the bursar informs you. Alright, might as well. Tarot, but of course. The state of the sun. The sun's rays shine from Albion's furthest corner to London, in all its glory. Gold as bright as the king's hoard burnishes the empire in radiance. The sun never dims. You draw away, dazzled. And what do you know? More use for ministry stamp permits. Excellent. Deliver the lecturer in Imperial Affairs permission to move the telescope. You have paperwork from London that could plausibly justify continuing her researches into the skies of Albion. To work. The ascent to the telescope is arduous, and up an improbable number of winding stone stairs. At the top waits the telescope, gargantuan and gleaming, as a dragon slumbering in its lair. The lecturer yanks the mechanism to raise the dome, which slowly and noisily opens to the skies. She bends and begins to fiddle with the machinery, lowering the lens to her eye. Deliver the lecturer Imperial's permission to move the telescope. We just did that. Read over your patron's latest reports. Over there, the bursar says through a mouthful of muffin. On the desk, for your perusal. See what this gives. Discoveries. Incandescent fire on the horizon. A warning? A welcome? Sometimes I think they speak in sigils to confound us. Dalton has proved useless as ever. Perhaps I shall make a pyre of his books and use the ashes to draw the correspondence in my notes. All this is to say, the heavens remain an enigma, serene, splendid, and sibylline. Two visions of the heavens. And an opportunity there. Okay. Interesting. The Rochester Club. A cozy country house bolted onto the side of the Society's glass houses and overgrown lawns. This is the meeting place of the infamous Rochester Racing Club. The clubhouse. Brandy glasses gleam on the shelves. Polished brass fixtures abound. A fire roars in the hearth. Members sit in comfortable armchairs, comparing war stories. Parts salvaged from broken trains adorn the walls. This is where you could drop off the driver, it looks like, and do other stuff here, which I don't know what it is. You compete in a Rochester race, the thundering terror of the sunless skies. The Rochester races are the competitive sport of choice at the Royal Society. And inquire into joining the Rochester Club. That seems more appropriate than saying, doing that one first. You are, after all, a captain of the skies. Proving yourself, the dismal, debutante curls her lip. The boisterous harridan cackles. The current Lord Rochester laughs gamely, before abruptly stopping. Oh, you were serious? He coughs to conceal his embarrassment. Well, should you really wish to join our merry company, you'll have to prove yourself a proper racer. The careless deviless in her smoked velvet jacket appraises you carefully. You'll need to prove your mettle, my dear. Win one of our races and we'll be happy to admit you. Don't know what the races are all about. I won't touch them at the moment. However, one of the more important places, in my opinion, Portsmouth House. The workshops under the Eyrie are known collectively as Portsmouth House. The glass and brick factories are staffed by harassed inventors and engineers, working constantly to produce the next advancement in adventuring equipment. The Portsmouth Arsenal. Smoke and soot, glass and steel. The ring of hammers on metal. The swearing of engineers and the acrid scent of sweat. Here in the bowels of Portsmouth House, the scientists of the Royal Society work to produce experimental designs for daring captains. A team of engineers led by the energetic, it's an easy word, Narem, please. Mechanic are excited to work on whatever you'll pay them for. Here you convert goods to experimental modifications, which can be exchanged for unique equipment. Uncanny specimens. If anyone can find a use for it, it'll be the engineers at the Royal S. How they'll use it is a question best left unspeculated on. 3 uncanny specimens. The Royal Society might appreciate them coming in bulk. They can always make use of one as a control variable. Vision of heavens. Your intimate acquaintance with the vistas of the High Wilderness will be invaluable. Otherworldly artifacts. It's possible the engineers have never seen this before. A Syrian enigma. This will be new to them. Talk to the energetic mechanic. A good cup of tea to convince them to step away from their work for a few minutes. We need that tea for elsewhere. Carefully packed crate of munitions. One can never have too many guns. Truth. A caged catch. Experiments require subjects. Barrel of unseasoned hours. What any engineer really needs is more time. Condemned experiment. Perhaps they'll find a use for it. And painter stained glass. Albion's engineers can incorporate glass into almost anything. Let's ask them about their suit. Ask the energetic mechanic about their suit. They clank about the arsenal in an old diving suit. It has pistons and chains that whir when the mechanic needs reinforcement. It's clearly no longer used for deep-sea diving. A lifetime's work. The energetic mechanic gives you a delighted smile. Of course, Narem's gonna ask about something cool in engineering like, that's just her thing. So glad you asked. Yes, I did repurpose it. And did all the work myself. It keeps me warm in the cold, and cool when things are a little too warm. And closer examination reveals tiny sigils of fire and ice scintillating across the diving suit's surface. For a moment, their tone is rueful. It cost me nearly everything to create. I wasn't sure it would be worth it, but the places I've been able to go, to see. I can travel the wastes where all the stars are dead, or explore the eye of the storm that speaks. Alright, peruse the designs. What have the finest minds in Albion come up with? Here you can purchase unique locomotive equipment. Experimental designs. Pieces as much abandoned as finished are stored in this long gallery. Equipment gleams behind glass cases, like exhibits in a technical-minded museum. Take your time, the energetic mechanic says, leaning against the wall. Just let me know if I can be of any assistance. You'll need, of course, a good number of experimental modifications for the various things, some more than others. But these are very unique items, very fascinating items. Could acquire the Montresor Chamber, a secure chamber for your own private usage. The Montresor occupies your bridge slot, requires you have at least 45 veils, and increases your hold by 4 and your quarters by 4. Acquire the Rossetti cabins, double reinforced, externally mounted, ablative crew pods. Some of these are fun. Yes, they are. They're unique, and which is why I kind of wanted to go here. Oh, like, say, this one. The Rossetti cabins occupy your plating slot. require your hearts to be at least 25, and increases your armor by 8 and quarters by 2. Reinforced crew pods indeed. See, if you get stuff done for them, you can get even better stuff. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Even your basic ones, it's like, it's a good investment. It's a very good investment. Keep in mind, and it's a good thing they do this, keep in mind the requirements for them. The Namek crew containment, expandable hardened rubbery sacks for your crew to sleep in. Also doubles as hull protection. Don't question it. The amniotic crew containment occupies your plating slot, requires your veils is at least 65, a lot, and increases your armor by 13 and your quarters by 5. Acquire the Mighty Pen Defensive Library System. A pneumatic library staffed by its own rat librarian, armed with many tactical tomes. The library system occupies your auxiliary slot, requires your hearts is at least 25, and increases your armor by 5 and your hold by 4. Acquire the Mechanical Turk. The mechanical chess player is, in fact, a hoax. It contains a hidden space for a skilled player to sit comfortably within, and operate it from within. This might have its own uses, though. The Turk occupies your auxiliary slot, requires your veils is at least 25, and increases your hold by 1, and your hidden compartments by 1. Acquire the Proserpina Superior Mining Array, a reinforced mining array. It is self-maintaining, removing and expelling waste from your hold. The Proserpina is a mining array that occupies your auxiliary slot, requires your veils is at least 25, and increases your hold by 4. This is one I think I like. This is one I like. Hold and mining. Yes, please. And then acquire the Carmilia, a forward-mounted cannery that affords the bridge crew an excellent view as your prey is filleted. The Camellia is a cannery that is unusually mounted in the bridge slot. It requires your mirrors is at least 25 and increases your armor by 5. First things first, turn to the arsenal. How much veils do I have at the moment? Just trying to get a gauge on what's potential here. 26, 38 at the moment. 38, okay. So the hold, that is 8 hold that we have right there. And that is 1 mining. So you peruse the designs. So 38, meaning we can't do much in the Veils department of things. There is that one as far as plating. That requires 8. One I definitely want to get, though. Veils by 25. We are well within capacity for this. 10 experimental modifications for a better mining deal that increases your hold. That I want. That I definitely want. Of all the things here at the moment, I need 10 experimental designs. Contribute an otherworldly artifact. Vigorous enthusiasm. A rattle, a sudden crack, an unfortunate tinkling. I'll just put this down over here, shall I? Yes, indeed. So another one of these. We also have a lot of visions of heavens, so... An appreciative listener. The energetic mechanic lets out an exclamation. I wish I'd been there to see that. They turn away. Come on, lads. Let's get to work. 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, there. And 10. Because I want that better mining. Mining with hold is a fantastic thing to get. Go down here and acquire. And acquire this. Like, there are other things as well, but this is probably like one of the most beneficial things we can get at the moment, because it's just a straight up upgrade. I mean, that would fill an empty slot. That is technically an option too I can have in the meantime. I might do that. I might do that too. Like, armor and that, it's less armor than a bronzewood shielding, but it increases your crew quarters, and that's a little bit of a better buffer. But we definitely want this at the moment. The Superior Mining Array. Muted Envy. I wish I could go out there like you, but I don't get time off. The energetic mechanic sighs. I could ask, I suppose, but there's just so much to be done. And I never like leaving a thing unfinished. Now have this fine item. You know, you wanted to see for the moment. And then we shall boop off to here and have 4 better holding. This one I like. The bonus thing is that it has relatively little requirements on using, which is the other beneficial thing. You can get a whole bunch of good items if you want to, but you need to make sure you can use them. And, I mean, hearts is the thing we're going to be getting a lot of. Hearts and irons. Let's stop by the workshops. Get stuff done for them, you can get even better stuff. It's like, I'm thinking on that. I'm not sure if I did that the last time or not. I do definitely remember this mining array. I definitely remember that. I don't remember much else, but I remember the mining array. May all the treasures of the underworlds be yours. The workshops. Here the Society constructs specialist equipment to further the Society's explorations, London's armaments, and the occasional Sky Captain's adventures. Talk to the engineers. Perhaps they'll be willing to furnish your locomotive with advanced equipment. And also, visit the inscribed Tinkerer, the most famous or notorious engineer associated with the Royal Society. Distractions. The senior engineer marches across the smoggy workshop floor to meet you. Well, she barks. Sorry, I mean, hello. We're frighteningly busy. We're examining the effects of vitrification on Murgatroyd's tea. We've just had a breakthrough. There's a gentle explosion behind her, followed by the tinkle of shattering glass. Sorry, mustache. Do visit the arsenal if you're looking for something special. Yep, at the Portsmouth Arsenal, you can trade in the cargo items for unique equipment for your locomotive. We can also inscribe that this actually does seem familiar. This seems familiar. The inscribed Tinkerer likes her workbench tidy, and her tea as strong as the devil's opinions. She believes in iteration, of technology, of society, of people, and her inventions are intended to mitigate specific dangers and obstacles of the high wilderness. Her tea-stained notebook bulges with blueprints, and her skin is covered in inky treatments of correspondence. She raises an eyebrow as you enter her office. Thank God, I was in need of a break. The inscribed Tinkerer can provide truly exceptional equipment from her shop, if she likes you. The Tinkerer's request. If it's work you're after, Captain, I can be of assistance in that department. A commission. The inscribed Tinkerer produces a slim notebook. The correspondence, Captain. The incandescent language. the Pentecostal ton of the stars. She invites you to examine the broken sigils that score her skin, mirrored in her notebook. I've heard of a unique sigil I have not come across before. It's been cited by students in Trader's Wood, and by an old friend in the mausoleum, and by my least favorite person in Pan. As a captain, you could get to those places and confirm the sightings. I'd give you access to a few of my unique designs, should you wish to help. We certainly do. So I guess I do sort of remember this. This does seem vaguely familiar, finding sigils and such. For now, we will be very satisfied in our improved mining tool. Use some of that space. And we shall proceed. There. We have that, we have this, we have the port report. Have the note from them. And we have forgotten that we were not turned around. Me. Me. It is I, the fool, who forgets where I do it. Now I remember. Now it makes sense. I think I've generally back up into this damn port. Probably for that reason. Do noted, me. Do noted. There should be one other exploration deal, I think, for the armory. I think, anyways. That's Airy House, that's Nose Tower, that's the deal. Should be some other deals. As long as we're around the port, we don't gain terror. Well, maybe there isn't anything else, so maybe that's all there is. Who knows? Not seen anything more. Maybe it's just really tucked away. Possibly. Alright, very well. Clockworks, as our hold indicates, Clockwork Sun for that. We'll grab a port report, come back here and turn in that port report. And then move up to the Most Serene Mausoleum, because we can presumably get a sigil there, and then find our way back to the Stair of the Sea, where we shall be using this literature we picked up, huh? Let's see here. Okay, Royal Society is everything. Good. Fuel and supplies. So's the Mausoleum. The Reach is, compared to the Reach, Albion is definitely a little bit more forgiving in terms of having more ports that deal with both supplies and fuel. But still keep watch, because there are the ports that just have one of deal. Like the Clockwork Sun does not have the other deal. This word is a labyrinth. Speaking of which, we almost ran into a wall again. Speaking of which, McMaster's Pen compared to McFarlane's Glen. Want all the experience we can, and all the exploration we can. Routes are good. We'll be approaching the terror side of the Clockwork Sun. Yes, we should be concerned about that. We'll do what we can. Oh! Well, due noted, this is the path through. And the quicker path at that. Alright, fair enough, game. Fair enough. Then let us head on to this way. Two routes. I think the other route we want is this. This is a closer route to the Clockwork Sun, and we do want the Clockwork Sun. Yes, we do. Yet, that might lead off to somewhere on that way or somewhere. Who knows? We might see in due course, but for now, we need to head to the sun. The sun. The sun, the sun, the sun. The being harassed by a marauder. How dare they? If we could get repairs, that'd be wonderful. Unfortunately, we cannot. So, let's just pick up some hours, then. We could trade that in for more favors with them. But yeah, as you can see, even without having the damage up on this different shotgun, just being able to shoot it more is extremely valuable in how you play style with this. Vacant buildings sprinkled with chimneys and empty as an executioner's heart. Cheery thought, eh? Oh yeah, this definitely clear cuts through. Our terror is still unfortunate. Wasted time. No. We literally just got this, Steel. Pick him up. 5 terror. Price paid, I know. The radiance in your windows, the bleached bone light of the clockwork sun. We just picked up this barrel of ours. Why is it already broken, you fools? Oh wait, no, that wasn't in the description. That's just me. So that would have been the quick way. This is just a roundabout way, which... quick subjective. It's a different route. Like, thinking on it, it's like, Sound like a shower of diamonds. You pass through a field of glass. Fragments. It's like, despite the poison this sun has effectively done. Ooh, exploration deal. Valkyrie slide. Despite the devastation it's sort of caused, it's still way too important to the Empress. Still very, very important to the Empress. Devil considers the glass statues. His expression is inscrutable. There's a clockwork sun bathed at your locomotive. Private engineer breaks into a hymn. Conductor hurries to shutter the windows. I know this is more terror, but I'm just trying to deliver tea. Grab a report, I suppose, but also tea. Read a report. Terror is up again. Shops, bazaar. Have some tea. A solitary foreman asks you to wheel the tea through empty corridors to a storeroom. It is stacked with identical, unopened, dust-covered crates. Either the Sun's engineers don't like tea, unthinkable, or there are fewer of them than is presumed. Ah, right, more munitions. Guns too, but how much would it be to do that with? Only 280, it's not a bad thing. Alright then. We have a report, we have that. Anything different here? No. No. Alright then. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. Away! It's like, if our terror was enough as is, well, have some more. Not to be postponed forever, the inconvenient ant watches these glass statues float past. Buildings and people. Buildings and people. As we saw in the exposition, before they realized just how deadly, how absolutely deadly this is. Recent damage to your engine cracked some of its windows. Now, boisterous winds have shattered them entirely, exposing your crew to the maddening light of the stars. Oh, for fuck's sake. Leave them broken is literally our only option. In fact, just seeing that spectacles for the crew. Or replace the broken windows. Your crew will just have to endure the starlight and the draughts until you reach port. 40% chance. Doubt this is gonna go well. Oh yeah, we lost the crew. How big of a surprise. The old tyranny. The starboard corridor is soaked in starlight. Your crew avoid it where possible, but inevitably some of them succumb to obsessions. They cannot work if every task must be done in alphabetical order, or every object around them ordered by size, or shape, or color, or date of invention. Fine, you want to dance around in charge? Yeah, that we did not want. Gain hole. Not even a question. Gain hole. %, without a doubt, gain hole. The terror's high. Hole is questionable. As you can see, things are going lovingly. Lovingly indeed. Just dandy, one could say. Just dandy. Oh, look, there's something floating in the sky. Oh, it's more hours. The cliffs of the Ordsworld rise above you. The crew complain. It's like being buried. You! Repair me! God damn it, that's not repairing me. Mounting terror. The driver stands tremble on the wheel. Thought I left fear behind, they say. Apparently not. And a spot of bother, yes. Just yes. Just a wee spot of the bother. Waiting for when the other hammer is gonna fall down. Other hammers have been crunching down on me, so where indeed is the rest of the hammers? Yep, this is the quick way through. Certainly the less roundabout way through. No. Nope, nope. Forward, damn it, forward. Don't care that we're hitting things. Forward. Irrigators spray out plumes of misty water, preserving the oasis in the heart of the dusty Orms world. It's fine, it's fine. I'm only almost nearly going insane. It's no big deal. No big deal at all. Society, visit them. And let us deliver reports from the Clockwork Sun. Sic in transit, Gloria Mundi. The mellifluous president folds up your report neatly and tosses it into the fire raging in the hearth. A bead of nervous sweat courses down his forehead as he watches it carefully, not looking away until it is ash. I see. Very good, Captain. Very good. You now have won. You have done the mellifluous president a favor in the very recent past. Times the Royal Society's gratitude. You gained 100 sovereigns, so about the same you do there, but you've also gained 5 strength of the sun, which is more than you get from turning this in elsewhere. Cheerio. And, we're at a point. Attend a port reception. There are always new achievements to celebrate at the Royal Society. New publications, new inventions, new colleagues. Her Majesty's scientific work is never done. I was hoping for a little bit of terror fallen. Not as much as I wanted, but it's something. The Newton Ballroom. A few odd captains mingle in the partial ballroom with astronomers, engineers, and scientists. Conversation is stilted, but the cheese and biscuits are plentiful, as is the port. The mellifluous president attempts to tell jokes. Spirits improve when the careless devil enters. Carrying pilfered wines from the Rochester Club, accompanied by the inscribed tinkerer with a blistering home brew. You wake up alone in your cabin, surrounded by the remnants of what appears to have been a party. Someone has remodeled your sink to be more aerodynamic. Your headache is unforgivable. Okay then. We're gonna have to stop by London. Efficiency be damned, we're gonna have to stop by London. Let's see here. Peruse the designs. What was some of the stuff I wanted to consider still? That I can't do. That I could do. That requires 8 of them. That I can't do. That I technically can do, but would I want to do it? Auxiliary slot, 4 holds. I'd be sacrificing holds at the current moment to do that. Just for a little bit of armor. That's not an option at the moment. This we have. 9 experimental modifications. And this is a cannery. Armor and actually having cannery access. Would that be worthwhile? Would it not? I don't know on that accord. We'll get one of these. We can do a holding pattern on other things, but 8 experimental modifications, that's not a bad one. Unseasoned hours, we are going to be getting rid of, Because at high terror, it's clearly just a liability. Invigoration. The energetic mechanic pries open the barrel and takes a long breath. Yes, I should think we can make use of these. Her Majesty's government gives us a stipend. But there's still never enough hours in the day, is there? Tell me about it. As in seasoned hours, we need 8, so we can do these. And that gets us to 6. So, 2 munitions? Yeah, 2 munitions. One can never have too many guns. Much appreciated. The energetic mechanic takes the box carefully. Very carefully indeed. On account of what happened last time, they tell you, confidently, I'd prefer to keep my eyebrows if it's all the same. And sure, another one. Just for sakes of sakes. And we can get the Rosati cabins. Come by, come by. Good choice. Designed these myself. First test they inverted unexpectedly. The energetic mechanic grins. It shouldn't happen again. I do like the energetic mechanic. Profile holds. We can put this in our other platings. 108, and now a max hold of 2. The Rossetti cabins. Double reinforced, externally mounted crew pods that function both as additional quarters and ablative armor during times of distress. Alright, excellent, excellent. It's filling in our slots more so by more so. And we'll keep other things for other occasions. Because there is more to be unlocked, as we know. Ugh. Don't think it's been long enough. Acquire a fresh perspective. Nah, we're fine with our current person. Then yeah, we've done that. Shops, bazaar. Let's be cautious here. And fill up our hold with supplies and fuel. Alright, as much as I'd like to say straight back to London, it actually doesn't hurt us to stop by the mausoleum. Because after we get out of this whole rotation of nonsense, it's pretty much equidistant. Assuming there's nothing directly through here, which I don't think there is. We'll check, but I don't believe there is a direct route as such. And more importantly, we might use the mausoleum to reduce our terror by a little bit more. There are options there. Not the cheapest options, but options. We can actually reduce it enough. I don't mind just heading straight off to where we need to go, because that'd be more convenient. But yeah. I think I know something that can help us out in that capacity once there. And it will help us out. I do want to head back to Avid Horizon. Oh, it's almost 4 in the morning. Ah, fucker. No, 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 no. There is a route through there. We are not taking that route at the moment. That route is full of evil. So, I repeat to what I said. Fuck no. We will take the longer route. even though more terror and shit. Because it'll get us through. Yeah, no, we might as well stop by here, go back to London. Yeah, sure. Yep, here, then London. Rumors of mutiny. A pistol has vanished from the armory. Knives are disappearing. The signs of insurrection. It's afraid of something. We have been so unlucky on the terror front. We really have been bad on this front. We're gonna have to take this. Do nothing. What will come, will come. Welcome back, Nightmare. An end to struggle. You do not punish your crew, or turn one against another. They know you know of their schemes, and find your eerie calm unsettling. The mutinous incident ceased for now. Have the mutiners changed their mind, or are they biding their time? Is there a pistol under a pillow, waiting for a chance to end you? Visitation and an inquisitor's request. Some time ago, you had to remove a bristle mustache corpse from the front of your engine. Now the corpse is back. It is knocking politely on the exterior hatch and asking if it can come in. Not for long, you understand? Just to warm up. It's chilly outside. Absolutely not. Strict standards must be maintained by all crew. The breathing, for one. Or permit it. It is indeed chilly. It is indeed chilly out. You will lose fuel. Ah yes, the corpse is asking to come in. Alright, sure, why the hell not? Just reduce our terror, we don't need more fucking terror. Yeah, permit it! Knock, knock, knock. Hello! Inside, you open the hatch and the corpse thanks you as it enters. Its knees crackle and pop as it takes a seat in the passage. As it warms its icicle fingers on a steam pipe, it makes deliberate small talk. It complains about the weather. It compliments your locomotive. After a few minutes it stands, thanks you for your kindness, and shakes your hand. How cold it still is. An icy gust blows in as it opens the exterior hatch and steps outside. Ugh. Stoker, more fuel to the engines. As the rest of our crew are like, what the fuck? We had to get rid of these nightmares. Yeah. You're not necessarily wrong. But it's fine. Did you see how gentlemanly of a ghost that was? He complimented our locomotive. What's there to take offense at that? It's fine. Everything's fine. Say as I go slowly mad, it's all fine. I'll say this, the only... and correct me if I'm wrong if there's something closer, but the only method I know of at the moment to reduce nightmares is Magdalene's. and that will require heading back to the Reach. Like I said, I could be wrong. There could be other avenues for it, but that's the only one I'm really aware of, other than the one faucet we took. Which I'm a good thing we took for that. Oh, thank goodness. Hello, abandoned coffins. I've missed you, abandoned coffins. Please reduce my terror by a lot, abandoned coffins. And please, be more paupers' graveyards, as grim as that sounds. Yeah. Ooh, Holo's Haven. Yay, experience! At this point, we're well managed enough after the nightmares, quote-unquote unmanaged, that, we're just heading to the stair to the sea. You made great progress to becoming Elden Lord. Excellent, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you've been making excellent progress. I've been slowly going insane. It's progress of a sort. Deathless funeral. Excellent. Terror's fallen a little bit more. But yes, glad to hear you have made excellent progress to becoming an Elden Lord. Thus is a very good thing. A very good thing indeed. Have we already? Yeah, we already have Port Report. We've been here before. Look for the inscribed Tinker's Sigil. The walls are adorned with all manner of ornamentation. Sifting through sigils. Hey, more Terror. Welcome back, Terror. You followed the Tinker's instructions. A quiet window off a landing below the upper vault. Far below, mourners and courtiers, all in black silk, wander the nave like a host of spiders. You take out a magnifying glass provided and turn your attention to the walls. Some quick thinking on your engineer's part doused the worst of the flames. The correspondence often has spectacular side effects. Your notebook has survived, and your drawings of the many identical broken sigils that adorn the gallery that looks out over the dead star below. Yeah, the correspondence is prone to being fire. Last, my journey must end for the night. Next destination is Raylucar Academy. To fight Renala, so she can respect my character and some of the wasted points to spare. Fair enough, fair enough. That is fair, and it's a good thing that there at least is some fashion of respect in that. But yes, that is tremendously fair. It's a ridiculous hour for me at the moment, I damn well can see that. More terror. Okay, while we're at it, more terror. Microbe counselor. Yeah, sure. Let's get another favor with the Deathless while we're here. Get our terror up some more. Timor Damanti. Oh, I haven't spoken with him. Oops. Speak with the Luminous Cardinal. He is the Papal of the Gate to the High Wilderness, and Her Renewed Majesty's favorite Catholic. Timor Diminari. The Cardinal is unattended today, as she walks through the sepulchral vaults of the mausoleum, his bright vestments trailing along the flagstones. He notices your gaze and approaches. A footman hurries over to facilitate conversation. His Eminence is delighted to meet a Skyfarer. He has many questions for you. For the new exegesis on the Bible, Genesis will need a considerable gloss in light of recent information. The Reach, verdant as Eden, the celestial gates of the Blue Kingdom, the infernal splendor of Ulatharia, and so on. His curiosity quenched, he thanks you for your time and leaves you with a pater noster for your trouble. Let's see here. Entertain a request from the Macrobe Counselor. The cheery registrar gives you a note and a worried smile. The Macrobe Counselor has requested your attendance, an honor rarely granted to the legally living. Into the dark. Several footmen are on hand to escort you from the nave and through the oak-paneled doors that lead down into the catacombs of silence, where the Macrobe Counselor resides. Black candles burn in silver candelabras. Fading tapestries molder on the walls. In glass cabinets, bones of saints and sinners are displayed with gloomy relish. The Macrobe Counselor is in a maudlin mood, regaling you with stories of her youth and musing wistfully on past regrets. I have only one worth mentioning, my daughter. The Empress saw fit to take her from me as punishment, I suppose. She could be terribly petty, could Vicky? She examines you speculatively. I wish to have my daughter returned to me. Fulfill this commission, and I shall bequeath upon you a great reward. Take your leave. The counselor waves a claw-like hand and turns her attention to elaborate embroidery of skulls, but no. Accept her commission. You are partial to a good reward. It occasionally gets you into trouble. A courtly hostage. She is a hostage at Perdurance, kept to ensure my discretion. She hands you several charcoal sketches of her daughter. A pretty, presumptuous heiress with dark eyes, and a curly lock of her brown hair. I have an agent in place to assist and conceal my daughter's escape. You will need invitations to access the half-light mask, to effect a rescue. I only have 3 to hand. It's likely you will need to secure more. Your mind returns to your use of the word hostage. An odd choice. Perdurance is said to be a place of endless delights, where the children of society's elite dally in luxury. Surely it shouldn't be too much trouble to rescue one spoiled, presumptuous heiress from a lapse of opulence, even if it is, as it were, the Empress's lap. The Counselor's daughter. Visit Perdurance and locate the presumptive heiress. We don't want to do that. We need those books. Speak with the dismal Chamberlain. The Chamberlain presides over the affairs of the mausoleum. He has seniority of the structure, and rarely meets with visitors. The dismal Chamberlain. Your attempts to meet with the Chamberlain are met with relentless obscurification. His secretary reschedules the meeting 8 times, eventually arranging it for 6 days ago. That's mildly inconvenient. You even try waiting all day outside the Chamberlain's office, but he does not appear. His duties include regulation of time in the mausoleum, where the deathless wallow in generous pensions of hours. However, the clocks are not keeping the same time. Has something happened? Finally, you manage to corner the engraved mourner and press him for answers. The Chamberlain is no longer in residence, he replies curtly. We don't dwell on the matter. We suggest you follow suit. The Chamberlain's absence. The dismal Chamberlain is missing. Perhaps this merits further investigation. That's for bargains, which are not in too much use, and okay. So the name, interior, and... here we go. Investigate the Chamberlain's disappearance. No one seems willing to state the obvious. that the Chamberlain's sudden absence is a cause for concern. You don't know where the Chamberlain has gone. You have a favor bestowed, and has been missing for quite some time. Thank gods I succeeded in 97% check. Ugh. If I had failed that one too, I would have been... The missing Chamberlain. The deathless frown on any discussion of the matter among their servants. But you managed to befriend a group of footmen over a game of cards. It's an issue that's been gnawing at them. With the Chamberlain gone, no one has seniority of the Swulcher, and no one has permission to correct the clocks that go wrong. When I last saw him, he was descending into the deepest vault, says one of the footmen, laying down a king and queen of hearts. We're not meant to go down there, so I thought it was odd, but I'm hardly going to stop him, am I? You can follow the Chamberlain's trail from here in the nave. You have learned that the dismal Chamberlain was last seen descending into the vaults beneath the most serene mausoleum. Descend into the vaults to search for the dismal Chamberlain. No one seems entirely sure which of the vaults is the deepest. The footman advises you to just keep going down until there's no down left. You know, fair. Fair. Descent. It isn't long before your legs are aching. The vaults seem to offer much more down than the footman had implied. You passed your last coffin long ago. Seems like there's nothing else here but dust and cobwebs. There are torch brackets on the walls, but no torches. At first you thank heaven you brought your lantern. But much further down, where the steps are crumbling away, you find the deepest vault bathed in harsh, red, unrelenting light. The stain beneath marble. The floor cracks and creaks underfoot, as though marble has become ice. The scarlet tendrils have crept, ivy-like, over the walls. When you pick at them, they crumble like scabs. Examine the strange vault for traces of the Chamberlain. The trail ends here. Nothing forthcoming. When you place your palm against the floor, it comes away sticky, hot and red, as though you just thrust your hand inside a freshly slaughtered sow. The entire vault is stained with something, a sickness in the air and a rawness in the stone. Blood-like, but not blood. You search for the Chamberlain for what feels like hours, to no avail. You've gained 4 terror. If you return with bright eyes and a cold hand around your heart, you will find that which you seek. Bright eyes and a cold hand around your heart. What in the 9 hells does that mean? Well, okay then. Bright eyes and a cold hand around your heart. Alright then. Moving on then. Fair enough then. And carry on then. We still have crockery there. We don't want crockery. Bye bye. Bye and bye. Alright, since it's getting kind of late, we are going to go to the Stair to the Sea, do what I want to do there. We'll go to the Home Bureau because there's some things to do there after that, and we can just bounce along over, and then we'll head back to London. That's how I'm thinking we'll approach things at the moment. And that's how I will approach things. The Stair to the Seas, the Home Bureau, and then we'll finally return to London. God damn you, game. Inspiration. You surrender to the welcoming embrace of nostalgia, which makes brass into gold, cruelty into glory, and hardship into virtue. Stewed in melancholy, you begin to write. By the night's end, you produced a dozen stormy, opulent stanzas on the loneliness of the sky. It's no this lime tree bower my prison, but it'll do. Moment of inspiration, 10th error. The storm that speaks is uninterested in you. Honestly, probably for the best. The interest of the gods just gets me in damn well trouble. Yeah, I really do need to do something about these nightmares. That'll be for future Narem. Poor future Narem. I apologize greatly, but it is gonna be on you. Sorry. Sorry indeed. Okay, so yeah. This is more graveyard. That's the fallen sun. The murdered sun. The sun that is present. Please say there's a way around this. Please, I beg of thee, Gabe. A waste of sky, a crewman mutters. Good for nothing but dumping the dead. Okay, good. There's a way around. Thank goodness. I was getting worried because we're getting close to the horror part of the sun. And we're dealing with enough on that accord. Yes, here we go, straight on through to the other side. Looming slabs of ice pierce the sky. Your driver keeps a cautious hand on the brake. That doesn't sound like the incautious driver to me. Almost like it's in the name. Who'd have thought? That's not a rock. That certainly is to our left. Alright. For me feeling pretty bleh, we've gotten a significant amount of stream. Which I'm fine with. As I said, it's helped me forget. Has helped forget and cleanse. Steady does it. Ships rot on a silent sea. Only gloomy colts and homesick cast-offs dwell here. Let's go in and dock it. A stair to the sea. Descend the stair. Once again. We've done that before. We don't need to do that before. The mystics have returned. You may return to the flotilla. Return to the flotilla. I still don't have barrels of season. It's fine. Fuck you, bro. Return to the flotilla. Lights in the mist suggest the various mythics have returned from their contemplations. Alright, and we are back here. First things first. First things first. Request another reading of the word. Bring me pen and ink. You may copy the text from my skin, so that you may have it with you always, even when you travel from this place. Themes lost. Emaciated breast is, that sounds wrong, but I'll just keep on going, is marked with what appears to be a timetable. The trains leave from Moloch Street between the hours of 12 and 12. This is on Lady Bones Road. He continues, reciting scraps of knowledge from old London. He traces a scar down the curve of his chest, and here, the address of a honey-wrecked detective is on the mend. Ooh, the honey-addled detective. He traces a honey vial that hangs above a rib. Some things we have pulled from the drifts by the gate. Messages left behind. Perhaps they came through. Perhaps they were abandoned. You have read a little of the word. Provide a moment of inspiration for the illuminated archivist. Mists roll in, gray as unwashed ghosts. Starlight washes in like a tide. We have moments of inspiration. Continue your study of the word. Bring me a memory of old London, as she might be now. Quiet and peaceful, with her most troublesome elements all fled to the sky. Tell me of Wolfstack and the Z, the smoke and the smog. The illuminated archivist pulls a handful of battered pages from his trouser pocket as you make ready to speak. He motions for you to go on, his expression rapturous. Speak of vices enjoyed in Vale Garden, where dandies dream in honey and drown in wine. Speak of mysteries uncovered in Lady Bones Road, where trains leave for hell and criminals and detectives hunt one another in the shadows. Speak of metal tested on Watchmaker's Hill, where the observatory stands over the marshes and the fens are filled with horrors. Speak of larceny enjoyed in spite, where poverty and profit collide in the soggy, gaslit alleys. Oh, all the starting locations of fallen London. All the different avenues you can start off. Oh, that's interesting to... that's cool to see. That is cool to see. Oh, does this one actually influence stats, or is it flavor? Interesting. Stare to the sea. I'm tempted to do metal, just because that's... But I'm actually divided between metal and Lady Bones Road, because... both are kind of my thing. Both are kind of my thing. Because, yeah, they are. Which one do I want to do? Might just be for flavor. Yeah, okay. I think I will start where I started. Oh, but I'm trying to remember which is where I started. Actually, honestly, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's go with Watchmaker's Hill. We already got a little bit of Lady Bones Road. The illuminated archivist listens intently, his eyes wide as the horizon. After a while, he closes his eyes, and only the occasional shiver or shocked laugh convinces you he's still listening. When you finish, his only feedback is to correct your tenses. A beast, wild and roaring, he says. That shall be next. Studied more of the word. Brings supplies, a crate of nostalgic crockery, and a caddy of dried tea to the illuminated archivist. 2 supplies, tea, crockery. Okay then. I like the description here, by the way. Continue your study of the word. A feast. Not for the traitors nor the murderers, just us. Tea, as it is written. And scones, as it is written. And those little cakes that melt in your mouth, as it is written. Alright, so crockery and tea we would need for this. Fair enough. Return to the flotilla, and that should be in our log. Let's do a rotation through here. Whatever others are doing, we will continue to appease them, because they're who we're working with. Place you left behind. Confession. An error of yearning. Let's see here. Do with the confession you've heard. Don a mask, a pre-celestial tradition. And dine at the feast. With traditional decorum. Make an offering 4 more time. No, we don't want that. Tend at last rites. And, oh hey look, a caddy of dry tea. We don't have crockery. It's sad we don't have crockery, or we could just do it, but oh well. We shall leave away. Depart. And onwards. At least we have a little bit of some more tea to work with. Be a bit before we go back here, but at least it should be marked down in here. I think that's creative musicians and bronze. Oh right, I still need to do that once. Whenever I get back into the damn breach. More bronze wood. Yep, okay, it's there. Perfect. I'm really happy with the journal in this game. Like, compared to trying to keep track of things in Sunless Seas, which... is an experience to do. Yes, you show that rock as well. Minor bonkage there, my bad. Panicked a little bit when he decided to go screaming by. I was about to say, where the hell did he go? Here is the answer. He just went to Narnia for a bit. Come back here, you fiend. Good broadside in there. Accidentally go off the edge of the map. There we go. Gain hole and terror. Oh, why did it have to be the terror one too? God damn it, game. Fine, I need the repairs. Give me terror as well. Hi, welcome to the stream where I just get terror upon terror upon terror. Inconvenient aunt shivers. Wrap up warm, dear. You'll catch your death. Oh, hi. You remember when I talked about getting more and more terror? Well, hello. Hi. Have some more terror for your terror. Where we put terror on your terror. And where we added terror for your terror. Enjoy your stay in Hotel Terror. The Market of Truth, cults from the depths of the quiet sea beneath the Home Office, have established a stall by the docks. Here they sell their philosophies and the curious catches from the glassy waters. It is hard to tell which more offends the ministry's sensibilities. Listen to the future. Listen to the preacher. There's no future in the dark, shouts Superlepsarian. Let tradition be your compass. Let the past be your gospel. Distant nonsense. The detainees of the Home Office have no time for their prattle. The preacher shuffles off in a hail of cheery insults and the occasional thrown rock. Thank gods your terror has fallen. Are bargains available? Oh good, more seasoned hours. Just what I needed. For some reason I thought I'd gotten rid of them, but then I remembered I mined one. Like a fool. A greedy fool. No way home. There's tea. We do want this. Entertain a request from the acting senior probator. He's watching you from behind his desk and biting his lower lip. Clearly he has something on his mind. He does not look happy. A regrettable duty. So you're here, Captain. He clasps your hand. His skin is cold. I've been issued an imperial pardon from London. For one of our detainees here. He looks over at the 3 nearest guests of the Home Office, who are following the conversation intently. Just the one, mind. Procedure demands that someone cannot be pardoned without an independent witness vouching for them. It would be highly inappropriate for me to do so. Gives you a beseeching look. If you would help, do speak to them. Those 3. Return to me when you've made your choice. The Pardoner's Tale. The acting senior probator wants your help in pardoning a detainee. Watch the quiet sea. You may watch the quiet sea. Let us do so. The great glass windows at the south of the office look out on the misty waters. There's precious little else to do here. Good, more terror fallen. I'll take whatever I can get. Fading lights. Peering into the wisp of white mists that dance across the shrouded sea, you can make out a few boats drifting towards the gate. Its statues are hidden, aside from a few pinpricks of light dancing near their crowns. Below the office, the shoreline is clogged with rotten flowers and ruined offerings from the cultists that live on the sea. Perhaps they were rejected. Perhaps they were never received. Deal with the probator's request. You may interview the detainees and follow up on their stories before you come to a decision. 3 detainees singled out by the acting senior probator have taken over one of the interview rooms. The aristocrat is contorted like a contented cat over a rumpled armchair. The courtier sits on the windowsill, a cup of tea rattling in her hands. The nun occupies a stiff-backed chair and is reading something decidedly ungodly. You may interview the detainees and make your judgment at your leisure. You could, of course, make your decision without interviewing them, but that will render your choice somewhat arbitrary. Perhaps that's in keeping with the spirit of the place. Interview the former courtier. Brilliant, magnetic, merciless, infuriating. Either her personality or her politics have kept her on Her Majesty's list of undesirables. Friends in high places. She shuts a small hand mirror as you approach. Graying. I had a lovely mane when I arrived here. Red as June, they used to say. Was hoping to see the suns, but I suppose the palace hasn't forgotten. An MP I am acquainted with had promised it was all water under the bridge. Go to the floating parliament to speak with the courtier's friend. Interview the handsome aristocrat. He is draped leisurely over a faded chair, occasionally playing with his hair. A question of birthright. He summons a dazzling smile as you approach. Oh, at last. My captain, may I call you my captain? He does not wait for a response. It's been a dreadful mix-up. I have a twin brother in London, you see. Terrible sort. Rather ruined my reputation with Her Majesty. Go to London and seek out the aristocrat's brother. And interview the nun. Surely she shouldn't be here. She lights another cigarette as you watch her. Waiting sisters. She looks down her cigarette at you and sighs. If I could have been gone home by now, I would have. Nothing's worth this much bloody waiting. Pardon my imperial. Was going to stay in a covenant in the mausoleum, but that's been blasted, bloodied now. Something to that effect. Probably bloodied, because the previous word was bloody, so... But that's been bloodied now. Fill in the blanks, what could the censored word be? Go to the Moustering Mausoleum to find the covenant the nun was traveling to. Note, you can side with either one of them, or you could decide to pardon no one. Like, she has somewhere to be, and besides, she's a lady in the cloth. The aristocrat, perhaps he's telling the truth. The courtier, her spirits might recover if she leaves this place, or decide to pardon no one. You won't choose one over the rest. This might be a principled stand, assuming you care at all. But we defer your decision for now. You can come back to this. The detainees aren't going anywhere. Alright then. Shops, it was hours that was being purchased. We're good on hours. Supplies. Tea, we have one tea in our barrel. Oh well. Let's get back to London and call it a night. And to London indeed. Well, we'll finish up some little bits and pieces in London that we can, but yeah. Back to London. We have been on a long journey, plagued by nightmares, terror. More terror. The occasional enemy that wants us dead. And oh yeah, more terror. Suffice to say, London will be a nice reprieve. Our checks have not been in favor of us this stream. They really have not. And so go the dice. So go the dice of the RNG in this game. My luck was just not in my favor for most deals. Apparently isn't too bad. A 14 on my die. Wanted to see if my luck was just horrible, or... No, it's just my luck inside the game. Hello, you wretched horror, you. Now they home only to shadow and wind. But could have get bronze with... Is it gone? Do I not have to... No, it's not gone. Waiting for me. waiting for me, the fiend. Oh, I forgot what weapon I was using. Luckily, I did not get punished. You bastard, you curved the shot. The fuck did you curve the shot? Careful does it. Careful does it. No, 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 no. Where are you going? Senior Scrivener, by the way. That's why I'm generally terrified of them. They are the beefy Scriveners. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop breaking the same barrel of ours. You goddamn ingrates. Please, I beg of thee. There is this option, a Senior Scrivener slaughtered. Once the Senior Scrivener was an ancient servitor of the stars, feared among even its own kind. Now it is broken, and hangs haphazardly in the sky, like a puppet whose strings have been cut. Cook at bronzewood, cover sheafs of parchment, and share knowledge you've stolen from plundered libraries. Whisper something of what you've gleaned from these stolen texts to the dying Scrivener. Perhaps it will respond. This is the same rewards as the regular Scrivener. I'm gonna check that point. Senior Scrivener. You wretched, horrifying thing. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Oh my. Well then. That answers that of what I want to do. Hi, Bronzewood. Hello, 3 Bronzewood. The axes rise and the axes fall. A lambent mist complicates the endeavor. But eventually your expedition returns with a haul of logs. The wood of a Senior Scrivener is prized. It is said Her Renewed Majesty insists on writing with pens fashioned from it. Alright, come on. Get to London. Get to London. We won that because that will allow us to fulfill this prospect. And thank fuck finally we can finish that one. And have one spare over. One spare over for, whatever purpose we could utilize it for. Now the mountain awakes or something, it'll be in our bank. It will be in our bank. And that'll be that. Noonarch's Feast. Ah, some last bit of experience here. I'm fine with this. Terror has gotten high up again. Because the people keep on breaking the damn barrel of ours, and I don't want to throw it away. Because I'm greedy. Because I mind it fair and square, damn it. Getting back to London should give us a reduction in our terror. It should. Glad to be back, London. Glad to be fucking back. Offer whatever it was to the storm that speaks. Gives you nightmares. No, no, forward. Forward. I don't care what I've hit. Forward. We're almost at London, damn it. Just no. No. And also no. A nope, and a no. London, stop haunting me. Everything, stop haunting me. Thank you, Lewis Dreadnought. Thank you for your service. I've gone mad, don't mind me. Terror reduces down to 44. It's still fucking high, it's just not as high. Oh, he's passing through London. Well, I'm gonna keep him here in London for a bit then. That's fine. That is fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You, get out. You, I need one crockery for that business. You go in there. Munitions, there. What prospects do I currently have? I think it's, yeah, the wood, which we need 2 of. We have that in there. And that. Okay. Our deals available. Literature and literature. Words in the wind, literature for the avid horizon. Those who remain at the avid horizon are desperate for diversion, distraction, or escape. The authorities will pay for 3 consignments of more recent ministry-approved literature to keep their charges content. Endurance and Whirlborough. Yep, we do indeed know that. Literature for the Clockwork Sun. So we need 8 total literature. The Dazzled Sequencer requires 5 consignments of ministry-approved literature for the engineers who maintain the Clockwork Sun, to remind them of the culture that their hard work sustains. Sure, we can purchase books here at least. And I will be doing so. And a boop, and a boop. Explore London. We'll do this really quickly while I'm here and remember it. Find the listless aristocrat's brother. The aristocrat stuck at the avid horizon mentioned a brother responsible for his predicament. Doppelganger. It takes some time to track down someone resembling the aristocrat. The sooty slums are empty of any fallen nobility. The grand houses close their doors to you. It is as if London would prefer all detainees of the avid horizon to remain there. You've all but given up when you receive a note to meet in the Crown Jewel. A distinguished gentleman sits by the fire. His porcelain features a flawless mirror of his brother's. He intimidates a litany of unsavory habits and hobbies possessed by his younger sibling. Calumny in the nursery, scandal in boarding school, a horror in the Young Stags Club. He would very much prefer if his brother were to stay where he was. We have gathered a tale of information on the aristocrat. How much is it to repair? Fully repair would be 201. Just 10 hole would be that, but wouldn't be a lot. Yeah, fuck it. All nice and shiny and good. Hire crew, 2 to 3 crew. And let's just do this. Let's just top off as much as we can. New hands. The crew you pick have become firm friends over repeated dockside card games. Glad that you're keeping them together. They are willing to accept a lower signing fee. Hells yeah. Alright. And with that, folks, we will call this here. For me feeling in the state I was, a good 7 hours and 45 minutes is pretty respectable. This game has just helped me forget matters. And that is good, even if it accosted me with unimaginable horrors. Take what you can get. But yes, thank you all so much for attending, everyone who stopped by, chatted, everyone who accompanied me throughout my complete delirium. Thank you ever so much. And I hope y'all have a good one. Next stream will be this coming Tuesday, which will be more Final Fantasy X HD Remaster. After that is Thursday for more Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. After that is Saturday, which will be more Doom Eternal. And after that, wrap back up around to next Sunday, which shall be more Sunless Skies. Thank you so ever so much. And whether I see you next stream, the next Sunless Sky stream, or whenever I next see you, may all be well, and may all matter a thing be well. And until we do, may you continue to spread joy and kindness wherever you can, because it is the least within the power of us to do so to help make the world a better place. What can we do but try? What can we do but try? But yep, have a good one, y'all, and take care. And I'll see y'all next time. Cheers, and have a good one.